Chapter 1. The countdown begins. If you're enjoying this story, please subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon so you never miss a new audiobook. A like and a comment go a long way in helping this channel grow. Thank you for your support, and now let's dive in. Wei Liang opened his eyes in absolute darkness. His body screamed. Every nerve ending, every muscle fiber, every fragment of bone registered pain in a language older than civilization. The language of lightning, of flesh breaking down at the molecular level, of a spirit barely clinging to the architecture of meat and breath. He tried to gasp and found his lungs wouldn't cooperate. His throat felt like charred leather. Inside his chest, something that might have been his heart fluttered weakly, like a dying bird trapped in a cage of ribs. The memory came in fragments. The tribulation platform. The sect's punishment ritual. They called it an execution, not mercy, but execution was the word they used anyway. His fellow disciples had thrown him from the Eagle's Cliff at dawn, bound in iron chains, his worthless cultivation base unable to support even basic flight. The rocks below had been waiting. He remembered the first impact. He remembered his bones breaking. He remembered the sky turning red, not with blood, but with raw spiritual energy released as he fell. The tribulation clouds above the sect gathering like vultures to finish what the disciples had started. Then nothing. Then lightning. And now something else. Wei Liang forced his eyes open wider, searching for any hint of light. Wherever he was, it was so dark that he couldn't distinguish his own hand from his face. The stone beneath him was cold and slick. Water, maybe. Or blood. He didn't have the strength to investigate. Instead, he lay still, measuring each breath, taking inventory of what remained. The pain was a good sign. Pain meant nerve endings. Nerve endings meant he wasn't dead. Unless, he thought with a thin smile that made his cracked lips split open, this was the hell realm. That would explain the darkness. That would explain why everything hurt. A sound reached his ears, a dripping water, steady and patient, like the ticking of a clock. Drip, drip, drip. The rhythm was hypnotic. Wei Liang fixed his attention on it, used it as an anchor while his mind floated elsewhere, too damaged to stay present. How long he lay there, he couldn't say. Hours. Days. The darkness didn't change. The pain didn't diminish. But something in him, some stubborn, quiet thing that the disciples had never been able to beat out of him, refused to surrender to it. He pushed himself up on shaking hands. His left arm gave out immediately, and he collapsed back to the stone. Bones not healed. Some of them might not be healing at all, but his right arm held, and he used it to drag himself backward, away from the center of the chamber, until his back touched stone. Using the wall as a spine, Wei Liang slowly, impossibly, brought himself to his sitting position. The darkness was still absolute, but now he could feel a faint current of air, moving toward him, which meant there was somewhere else for it to come from. A passage. An exit. He needed water. His throat was going to close completely if he didn't get water soon, and if it closed, he'd asphyxiate. The thought was abstract enough not to frighten him. Everything frightened him less than it should. The trial was over. He was alive. What came next could not possibly be worse than the last week of his life. Wei Liang moved toward the air current. He crawled. He had no other option. His legs didn't work yet. He'd have to come back to them. For now, hands and knees, dragging himself across stone so rough it tore away what remained of his skin. Crawl. Drip. Crawl. The air current grew stronger. With it came something else, a sense of space, of the darkness being less complete, of there being something to move toward rather than simply away from. Then light. It hit his eyes like a fist, brilliant and white and absolutely merciless. Wei Liang threw his arm up, squeezed his eyes shut, but the light penetrated anyway, burned through his eyelids, made his head explode with the brightness of it. He made a sound, a small noise of protest and anguish, and pressed his face against the stone. It took minutes for his eyes to adjust. When they did, he saw he'd emerged into a ravine. A real place. Not the hell realm after all, though the relief was muted by the realization that he was naked, broken, and alone in what looked like the heart of the Bloodthorn Mountains, miles from anywhere help might be found. Wei Liang forced himself to his feet. His legs held barely. They were swollen with bruises so dark they looked black, and something in his left knee made a grinding sound when he walked, but they held. He took a step, then another. The ravine sloped downward. and he let gravity assist him, half falling down the rocky terrain until a sound finally penetrated his focus, the sound of water. Running water. A stream. He found it a moment later, a rushing ribbon of pale green water cutting through the ravine floor. Wei Liang fell to his knees on the bank and plunged his face into the water. It was so cold it felt like being struck. It was so clean it made him weep. He drank until his stomach couldn't hold any more. Then he crawled away and collapsed on the smooth rocks, shivering, alive. And that's when he noticed the numbers. At first he thought it was still an effect of the light damage to his eyes, a hallucination, a ghost image burned into his vision. A floating series of red numerals, hovering in the air just above his own chest. 47 years, 128 days, 4 hours, 23 minutes. Wei Liang blinked. The numbers remained. His breathing accelerated. He sat up and looked around wildly. They were everywhere. Above the rock formations, hanging in the air like lanterns. 823 years, 2 months, 19 hours, 41 minutes. Above the birds circling overhead. For years, 6 days, 9 hours, 15 minutes. Above the insects crawling through the grass. 2 years, for months, 11 hours, 3 minutes. Above a figure standing on the far side of the ravine. A girl wearing the violet robes of an inner disciple. Wei Liang's vision snapped to her immediately. She was perhaps 17, with sharp features and the copper skin of someone from the southern prefectures. Her eyes were wide with surprise and fear, and above her head, so vivid it seemed to glow in the afternoon sun, the numbers read, 6 years, 8 months, 9 days, 4 hours, 12 minutes. "What are you doing here?" the girl demanded, one hand moving toward the spiritual sword at her hip. "This is restricted." She stopped. She'd seen him, truly seen him. The torn body, the complete lack of robes or status marking, the way he was staring at the space above her head as though seeing something that wasn't there. "Did you?" The girl's voice trembled. "Did you fall from the eagle's cliff?" Wei Liang didn't answer. He was counting. The numbers above her head were counting down. He realized, not staying static, but shifting, ticking like the water in the darkness had ticked. Drip, drip, drip. How much time did he have? How much time did anyone have? He looked at the counting numbers above his own chest again. 47 years. "They said you'd be dead within hours," the girl continued, coming closer. She was reaching for something in her satchel, medical supplies, probably, or a communication jade. "The sect threw you off that cliff in the middle of a tribulation manifestation. No one survives." Wei Liang met her eyes. "I did," he said simply. And above her head, the numbers kept counting down toward oblivion. Chapter 2. The Weight of Knowing. The girl's name was Lin Mei, and she was a third-year inner disciple with a talent for medicinal cultivation. More importantly, she was kind in a way that Wei Liang had learned to be suspicious of, the kind of kindness that asked fewer questions about how you'd ended up naked and broken at the bottom of a ravine, and more questions about whether you were thirsty or hungry or needed your wounds wrapped. Wei Liang let her help him because he had no choice. He was alive, but the survival was precarious. His body was held together by pain and spite, and the pure chemical stubbornness of not yet being dead. Lin Mei brought him water, then broth from a traveling camp nearby, then herbs wrapped in cloth that she pressed against his worst wounds. The numbers above her head ticked downward the entire time, a constant companion, a metronome measuring out the distance between this moment and the day Lin Mei would no longer exist in the material world. 6 years, 7 months, 29 days, 18 hours, 23 minutes. He could feel the tick of each passing moment like it was his own heartbeat. "You keep looking at me like you're trying to see through me," Lin Mei said on the second day. She was cleaning a wound on his shoulder, revealing the full extent of the burns beneath. Her hands were gentle. "Can you still see spiritual energy? Sometimes when people survive tribulations, their perception changes. My grandmother said she met a cultivator once who'd been struck by lightning and afterward could see the spiritual flow in plants." "Maybe, something like that," Wei Liang interrupted. He couldn't explain it to her. Couldn't look her in the face and tell her that he was standing in a ravine with a walking corpse whose countdown said it had 6 years left to breathe. The numbness in his chest, the same numbness that had existed before the tribulation, before the execution, before he was ever deemed worthless, was deepening into something else. Something approaching understanding. The numbers didn't lie. He was certain of that with the kind of certainty that transcended logic. The numbers were as real as his bones, as real as the water, as real as the ticking of time itself. They floated above the heads of everything that lived and moved and breathed. Everything that would one day stop. By the fourth day, Wei Liang could walk. His legs still hurt. There was still that grinding sound in his left knee, but they obeyed him. He walked the ravine with Lin Mei a little way upstream, following the rushing water until it led to a waterfall and a pool of stunning clarity. When he looked at his reflection, he barely recognized himself. The face staring back was gaunt, aged somehow, with eyes that had seen something they shouldn't have been able to see. "You'll need to come back to the sect," Lin Mei said. "You're broken, but the healers can—" "No," Wei Liang said. "They'll assume you're dead. They'll move on. You won't be dead." Wei Liang smiled without humor. "Lin Mei, when I come back, I need to know exactly what I'm coming back to. I need to understand what I'm looking at." She stared at him, confused. "I'm looking at everything," he said softly, "and I need to understand what the numbers mean." It took him 3 more days to be confident enough in his legs to walk the treacherous path out of the ravine. Lin Mei wanted to go with him, but he convinced her that it would be better if she returned to the sect alone. If she explained that she'd found him, but he'd wandered off into the mountains. True enough, and it would satisfy their curiosity without requiring her to be his accomplice. The numbers above her head had descended to 6 years, 7 months, 25 days when she left. Wei Liang watched them until she disappeared over a ridge. Then he turned his attention to the mountains around him. The peaks were familiar. He'd lived in the Bloodthorn region long enough to recognize the shape of them, the particular way the ridgelines cut against the sky. There was a small village perhaps half a day's walk east. A town maybe a day beyond that. The sect itself was a 3-day journey if he pushed, 2 if he was willing to suffer for it. He walked toward the town. It took him 12 hours. He moved slowly, paused frequently, used a branch as a walking stick. By the time he reached the first buildings, the sun was setting, and he was operating on pure adrenaline. But he needed clothes, needed to understand the extent of what he could see, needed to know if the numbers appeared above everything or if they were specific to some supernatural quality he'd gained. The town was called Ashgate, a small place devoted primarily to farming and craftsmanship. Wei Liang found a merchant stall still open as the sun fell, an old man with weathered hands selling spare clothing. Above the merchant's head, the numbers read, 2 years, 3 months, 11 days, 6 hours, 48 minutes. "I'll take whatever fits," Wei Liang said, fishing for the identification token that identified him as a sect disciple. The leather was burned around the edges, but the character was still readable. The merchant's eyes widened slightly. "You're from the Bloodthorn sect?" "Recently returned from a trial," Wei Liang said, which was technically true. The road was harder than expected. He didn't look directly at the man's numbers again. The moment he looked away, he could still sense them there, above his head like a permanent overlay on the world. Everyone he'd passed in the street had numbers. The children playing near the fountain, decades stretching before them. The old woman sweeping her storefront, maybe 5 years left, the numbers seemed to suggest. The guard standing at the town's edge, 30 years, give or take. The numbers never paused, never hesitated, never felt uncertain. Wei Liang bought simple clothes, changed in the merchant's back room, and walked out of Ashgate as darkness fell. He found a shelter in a cave system just outside the town limits and sat in the dark, listening to his own breathing and the weight of all the knowledge pressing down on him. He could see how many days everyone had left to live. More than that, he could see the exact moment each moment became the next. Time wasn't abstract to him anymore. It was as real as stone, as measurable as distance, as solid as the ground beneath his feet. And he'd survived a tribulation that should have killed him. The thought crystallized something in his mind. The tribulation wasn't supposed to be survivable. The sect had thrown him off the cliff specifically because the tribulation was manifesting, because the odds of survival were infinitesimal. They'd meant for the natural world and the heavens themselves to execute him. But he'd lived, and in the moment of living, something had changed inside him. Something had broken open and remade itself into this new configuration. The ability to see, to measure, to understand the countdown that ticked away above every living thing. Wei Liang closed his eyes, but the numbers remained visible. They would, he suspected, always remained visible. In the darkness of the cave, he began to plan. Chapter 3. The Value of Information. Wei Liang returned to the Bloodthorn sect on a cool morning, exactly 7 days after his escape from the ravine. He'd spent the intervening time observing, learning, testing the limits of his newfound perception. He'd learned that the numbers appeared above all living things. Animals, insects, even the roots of trees seemed to carry some kind of countdown, though he couldn't quite perceive the full span of it. He'd learned that the numbers ticked in real time, advancing once per second, and that they seemed utterly accurate. He'd learned that his own countdown, at 47 years remaining, didn't make him feel particularly special or doomed. Most importantly, he'd learned that he could use this information. There was a bandit group operating in the foothills east of Ashgate. Wei Liang had spotted them from a distance and observed their encampment for a full day. Above their leader's head, the countdown read 8 months, 3 days, 17 hours. The second in command had 4 years. The youngest member of the group had 62 years stretching ahead of him. Understanding that the bandit captain was dying had changed Wei Liang's entire approach. He walked into their camp alone, without weapons, and allowed himself to be captured. The captain was dying, and dying men become reckless. Dying men also become motivated by legacy, by the desire to leave something behind. "I'll triple your income in the next 6 months," Wei Liang said calmly, kneeling in the dirt while the captain's knife rested against his throat. "Teach me everything you know about reading people. Teach me how to recognize weakness. Then you can spend your remaining time putting your affairs in order." The captain laughed. It was a bitter, rattling sound. Wei Liang could hear the illness in it, something that was eating him from the inside. "And why would I trust a sect boy?" "Because you're scared," Wei Liang said simply. "Because you're dying, and you know it, and you want to matter. I can make you matter." The knife didn't move, but the captain's breathing changed. In the end, Wei Liang stayed with the bandits for 6 days. They taught him how to read the tells in a person's body language, how to know when someone was lying just by watching their shoulders, how to determine if someone was truly committed to a fight or merely bluffing. He taught them how to organize a more systematic approach to identifying rich merchants traveling the roads. By the time he left, he'd earned enough favor with the group that they would have followed him to the Hell Realm. But he didn't ask them to. He left them with a promise and a question. "What would you want to be remembered for?" The captain didn't answer, but his eyes told Wei Liang that the question had mattered. When he arrived at the Bloodthorn sect's gates, the disciples there barely recognized him. The trials the sect put its disciples through often left them changed: scars, weight loss, new attitudes that reflected some kind of spiritual advancement. Wei Liang's transformation seemed to fit the pattern. He walked through the gates with his back straight and his eyes forward, and none of the disciples guarding the entrance thought to question him. The sect's central compound was arranged in concentric circles, with the outer disciple quarters on the periphery and the administrative buildings and master residences at the center. Wei Liang belonged in the outer quarters. He'd been an outer disciple when they threw him off the cliff. But he didn't go there immediately. Instead, he made his way to the training grounds, where he knew the inner disciples would be practicing, and he waited. The first person he needed to find was Song Run, the disciple who'd thrown him off the cliff. Song Ren was sparring with a senior inner disciple when Wei Liang spotted him. Above Song Ren's head, the numbers read, 40 years, 1 month, 23 days. 40 years. Wei Liang's own remaining lifespan was 46 years. He'd aged 6 days since the tribulation, as everyone did. Song Ren would live to be a man in his 60s, probably, in excellent health, with a long cultivation path ahead of him. That meant Wei Liang couldn't kill him in a rage. Couldn't challenge him to a duel and hope that the numbers were wrong. Couldn't rely on Song Ren's own mortality to resolve the situation, which meant Wei Liang had to be smarter. He waited until Song Ren finished his sparring match and was walking toward the bathing pavilion, alone. Then he stepped out of the shadow of the training hall. Song Ren's hand went immediately to his sword. Then recognition flashed across his face, followed by shock, followed by something that might have been fear. "Wei Liang." Song Ren's voice was carefully neutral. "You should be dead." "The heavens decided otherwise," Wei Liang said. "I spent the last week in meditation on that decision. I wanted to understand why they spared me when so many others fall. And I realized something interesting, Song Ren. I realized that you can't kill someone the heavens want alive. So I'm back. Song Ren's hand tightened on his sword. You're still an outer disciple. You're still worthless. Going back to the cliff won't take much effort. I'm not here to fight you. Wei Liang interrupted. I'm here to tell you something. And then I'm going to leave, and you're going to think about it, and eventually you're going to regret what you did. But not because of me. Because of someone else entirely. He took a step closer. Song Ren drew his sword halfway, then hesitated. Grand Elders Wa has 3 days left, Wei Liang said quietly. Maybe 4. There's something dying inside him, something your sect healers missed. 3 days, and he'll collapse during the evening meditation. He'll be dead by dawn the next day, and his position will be open. Song Ren stared at him. How could you possibly? It doesn't matter how, Wei Liang said. What matters is that within 4 days, there's going to be a power vacuum. You'll have exactly 1 chance to claim advantage before the other senior disciples do. And when you think about what you did to me, when you remember standing in front of the tribunal and voting to execute the weakest disciple in the sect, you're going to wonder if that decision was worth it. He stepped back, gave Song Ren a shallow bow, and walked away. He could hear Song Ren's breathing accelerating behind him, could feel the moment the disciple reached for his spiritual communication jade to report what had happened. Wei Liang smiled to himself and continued walking. 3 days later, Grand Elders were collapsed, and Song Ren, who'd spent the previous 72 hours trying to figure out how to use the information Wei Liang had given him, realized that he'd been given the greatest gift a disciple could receive, the knowledge of when the next opportunity would arrive, and the knowledge that the person who'd given him that information was someone not to be trifled with. The shift in Song Ren's treatment of Wei Liang was subtle but unmistakable. By the next week, Song Ren was actually defending Wei Liang in the outer disciples' quarters, claiming that he'd had a vision in meditation that Wei Liang was destined for great things. It was a small thing, but it was the first domino, and Wei Liang was learning very quickly how to push dominoes over. Chapter 4. The Broken Root Ascends. The Grand Elder's death, when it came, exactly 3 days and 14 hours after Wei Liang had spoken to Song Ren, sent shock waves through the sect's hierarchy. Grand Elders Wa was meant to be nearly at the Ascendant Lord stage, unmatched in power, with decades of life ahead of him. The fact that he'd been dying from a wasting disease that even the sect's senior healers couldn't diagnose was something that needed to be addressed. An investigation was opened. Questions were asked. And in the chaos, Wei Liang received his opportunity. The sect master himself, Zhan Hu, began asking questions about the outer disciples. How many did they have? What were the current aptitude levels? Was there any talent being wasted in the outer ranks? It was the sort of administrative culling that happened roughly once a generation, a chance to reorganize, to find talent early, to make the machinery of the sect run more efficiently. Wei Liang made sure to be selected for the aptitude testing. The test was straightforward enough. A disciple would stand in a chamber filled with crystalline arrays, and their spiritual flow would be measured across all 18 elemental affinities. The results were represented as colors on a chart: red for fire, blue for water, green for wood, and so on. Most disciples had 2 or 3 strong affinities and several weak ones. Some showed particular talent in rare affinities like time or void, and a very few showed nothing at all, in which case they were assigned purely to support positions or administrative tasks. Wei Liang's results, when they came back, showed exactly what he expected: a broad but shallow distribution of aptitudes. His spirit roots were fractured, fragmented, incapable of being shaped into any particular school of cultivation. He was worse than worthless. He was impossible. And yet, Zhan Hu himself came to observe the rest of Wei Liang's testing personally. This is the outer disciple who was executed? Zhan Hu asked the testing administrator. Yes, sect master. The tribulation trial. Everyone expected him to be dead within hours of throwing him from the cliff. But he isn't, Zhan Hu observed, watching as Wei Liang stood calmly in the middle of the test chamber while spiritual energies washed over him. Tell me, what's the most remarkable thing about his performance? The administrator hesitated. I'm not sure what you mean, sect master. His aptitudes are uniform, not particularly strong in any one area, not weak enough to be completely useless, but not strong enough to indicate any particular promise. Exactly, Zhan Hu said. Look at his steadiness. The energies don't unbalance him. Most disciples show strain when exposed to this level of spiritual pressure. They brace themselves. They try to resist. But Wei Liang, the sect master, smiled slightly. Wei Liang looks like he's standing in the sun on a warm day. He's not resisting the energy at all. He's absorbing it. Wei Liang felt the sect master's attention like a weight, and more importantly, he could see the numbers above Zhan Hu's head. They read, 127 years, 4 months, 8 days, 19 hours. A very long time remaining. After the testing, Wei Liang was called to an office overlooking the central courtyard. Zhan Hu was there, along with a woman whose numbers read 89 years remaining. One of the senior elders, probably. They looked at Wei Liang with an intensity that made it clear something significant had shifted. Your aptitude test shows insufficient promise for standard cultivation training, Zhan Hu said without preamble. However, your reaction to pressure is unusual. I'm going to offer you a position, assistant to the sect's memory keeper. She catalogs and preserves the sect's records. It's considered a minor position, but it comes with access to the restricted archives and a higher stipend than outer disciple wages. Wei Liang bowed. I'm honored, sect master. Don't be, the woman said, with a hint of humor in her voice. The position is boring as death, and the memory keeper is nearly as cranky as death as well. But if you're interested in understanding cultivation through observation rather than practice, it's an opportunity. The memory keeper, her name is Elder Qing, is one of the few people in this sect who's willing to work with disciples whose root aptitudes don't fit the usual molds. I accept, Wei Liang said. That was the moment everything changed. The position gave Wei Liang access to the restricted archives, sealed chambers where the sect kept records of every technique, every cultivation breakthrough, every major event in its 400-year history. More importantly, it gave him access to Elder Qing, who turned out to be exactly what she'd promised, cranky but brilliant. You're here because Zhan Hu thinks you're some kind of hidden genius, Elder Qing said when Wei Liang reported for his first day of work. She was a woman in her 60s, with gray hair braided in an intricate pattern and eyes that seemed to see everything. Above her head, the numbers read, 23 years, 7 months, 6 days. I think he was just being kind, Wei Liang said carefully. Zhan Hu is never kind, Elder Qing replied. He's calculating. He saw something in you. So did I, when I reviewed your test results. Your spiritual root structure is fractured, which is normally a sign of complete uselessness. But you didn't show strain under pressure. That suggests either extraordinary discipline or a fundamental misunderstanding of how you cultivate. I want to know which. Wei Liang met her eyes. What if I'm cultivating something that can't be measured by the standard tests? Then you're either insane or genuinely extraordinary, Elder Qing said. Either way, the work I'm doing needs someone who thinks sideways. Come on, I'll show you the archives. The archives were better than Wei Liang had dared hope. Floor upon floor of records, catalogs of techniques, journals written by ancient cultivators, maps of the spiritual veins that ran through the world. But more than that, Elder Qing was willing to let him ask questions. She was willing to discuss cultivation theory without dismissing his fractured roots as disqualifying. And she paid him enough that he could move out of the outer disciple quarters and into a small room in the administrative building. Within 2 months of taking the position, Wei Liang had fundamentally restructured how the memory keeper's office functioned. He created a cross-reference system that made finding specific techniques easier. He reorganized the catalogs by theme rather than by date. He began making notes in the margins of ancient texts about how different cultivation methods related to each other, creating a web of connections that Elder Qing found invaluable. By 4 months, he was training other administrative disciples. By 6 months, Zhan Hu himself was coming to the archives to consult with Wei Liang about the proper lineage of certain advanced techniques. And throughout all of it, Wei Liang continued to observe. He watched which disciples were ambitious, which were kind, which were cruel for its own sake. He watched the countdown numbers above every person he met, and he learned to understand the subtle differences in how people changed in the days before their deaths. The fearful cultivators whose numbers were dropping, they moved differently, with a kind of desperate urgency. The peaceful ones, there were so few, seemed to move the same regardless of how much time remained. More than anything, Wei Liang learned the landscape of power within the sect. He learned that the southern districts were controlled by a coalition of elders who were all dying within the next decade. He learned that the northern training grounds were dominated by a single master whose numbers read 203 years, someone who would be difficult to displace. He learned the exact nature of every major power struggle within the sect, and he began to plan how to use that information. It was Elder Qing who first suggested that he apply for advancement to inner disciple status. "Your performance is exceptional," she said one afternoon as they cataloged a newly acquired set of meditation texts. "Jean who wouldn't pay for your position if he thought you were worthless. You could apply for advancement. Your fractured roots are a problem, but there are enough unusual cases in the archives that we could argue your case." Wei Liang considered this. An inner disciple had more authority, more resources, more freedom to move within the sect. But it also meant higher visibility, more scrutiny, more opportunities to make enemies. "Not yet," he said finally. "I want to understand more first, and I want to be ready when I do advance." "Ready for what?" Elder Qing asked, curious. Wei Liang smiled. "To change everything." Chapter 5. The Legacy Cave. It took Wei Liang exactly 9 months to position himself correctly. 9 months of work in the archives, of building relationships with the right people, of carefully arranging for information to reach the right ears at the right moments. By the time he made his move, he'd woven a web of obligation and favor and shared knowledge so intricate that his advancement to inner disciple status was practically inevitable. The presentation of his advancement came in the form of a formal tribunal. Wei Liang stood before the sect master, the senior elders, and the full council of inner disciples while they reviewed his record, his contribution to the archives, his insights into cultivation techniques, the recommendation from Elder Qing, the approval from Jean Hu himself. "Your roots are still fractured," one of the elders pointed out, a man whose numbers read 6 years remaining, and whose voice carried the kind of irritation that came from knowing his own time was running short. "That's never been overcome before. But I've shown that cultivation doesn't necessarily require the standard root configuration," Wei Liang said calmly. "My work in the archives demonstrates that there are unconventional paths. I'm asking for the opportunity to explore one of them." There was a debate. There was some resistance. But ultimately, the weight of institutional support won out. Wei Liang was promoted to inner disciple status, which came with a small stipend, access to better cultivation resources, and most importantly, the ability to claim a disciple's cell in the inner disciple quarters. What nobody expected was how quickly he would use that status. 2 weeks after his promotion, the dying elder who'd objected to Wei Liang's advancement collapsed during a meeting. His countdown had finally reached 0. Within hours, there was a scramble to claim his position, his cell, his resources, his place in the hierarchy. Wei Liang didn't participate in the scramble. Instead, he went to Grand Elder's tomb, accessed the senior sections of the archives, and found something that most disciples didn't even know existed: a record of who had inherited the Grand Elder's personal cave after his death. Grand Elder's had been one of the sect's most senior cultivators for 37 years. His death created a massive vacuum in power, but more importantly, it opened the question of what would happen to his cave, the personal cultivation space where he'd stored his most valuable techniques, his meditation journals, his private library of research. According to tradition, the cave should be sealed and its contents cataloged into the archives. But there were exceptions. If a disciple could prove direct kinship to the deceased, or if they could be designated as a formal heir, they could claim the cave and its contents. Wei Liang had already spent 4 months researching the Grand Elder's journals. He knew that Zhua had no living family within the sect. He knew that Zhua had never designated a formal heir. And he knew, from the careful notes in the memory keeper's office, that Grand Elder's had taken an unusual interest in Wei Liang during the final 3 days of his life. It was enough. Not enough to claim the cave outright, but enough to petition the sect master for a special exception. Enough to argue that the Grand Elder, in those final days before his collapse, had expressed interest in mentoring a promising young disciple with unusual aptitudes. Enough to suggest that perhaps the Grand Elder's intentions had been interrupted by his sudden illness. Jean Hu granted the petition. "This is highly irregular," the sect master said, signing the authorization. "But you've earned enough favor that I'm willing to take the risk. You'll have access to Grand Elder's cave for 6 months. If you can show significant progress in your cultivation, the access can be extended. If you waste it, the cave returns to the standard archive process. Understood. Wei Liang bowed deeply. Understood, sect master. Thank you. The cave was located 3 li outside the sect's central compound, carved into the side of a mountain that overlooked the valley where Bloodthorn Peak rose in the distance. The entrance was sealed with a senior-level ward that took Wei Liang nearly an hour to disable. Once inside, he found a chamber that was roughly 60 paces across and half as deep, with walls carved smooth and reinforced with spiritual anchors. And everywhere, on every available surface, were the records of Grand Elders' cultivation. Meditation journals spanning decades. Technique blueprints for advanced spells Wei Liang had never heard of. Maps of the spiritual meridian networks running through cultivators' bodies. Research into the nature of the breakthrough realms. The stages of power that separated an ordinary cultivator from an ascendant lord. And in a sealed chamber at the back of the cave, a single object. A cultivation manual bound in red silk, with golden characters on the cover reading, "The Infinite Comprehension Method." Wei Liang opened it and began to read. It was revolutionary. Every assumption that the sect made about cultivation, that strong roots were necessary, that balanced affinities were preferred, that spiritual energy had to flow along the standard meridian network, was systematically dismantled and rebuilt into something entirely new. The Infinite Comprehension Method taught cultivation without relying on root quality. It taught the use of observation and understanding to guide spiritual flow rather than inherent talent. It taught that the weakest cultivators often became the strongest ones if they developed the discipline to use unconventional paths. Wei Liang read it 3 times over the next week, barely sleeping, barely eating, absorbing every principle, every technique, every insight. And as he read, something crystallized inside him. This was why he'd survived. This was why he'd been given the ability to see the countdown numbers. His fractured roots weren't a limitation, they were an asset. They forced him to think sideways, to find unconventional paths, to understand cultivation on a level that disciples with perfect roots could never achieve. And more than that, he realized something else as he practiced the techniques in the Infinite Comprehension Method. He could adapt them. He could use his perception of the countdown numbers as a guide to his own cultivation. He could understand the flow of his spiritual energy by comparing it to the way time flowed above everyone's heads. On the 8th day in the cave, Wei Liang achieved his first deliberate breakthrough. Not a major one. He went from the foundation establishment stage to the early intermediate stage, a jump that normally took months of cultivation and careful management. But he did it in a week, using nothing but the techniques in the Infinite Comprehension Method and his own understanding of how mortality and cultivation were fundamentally linked. The breakthrough released a wave of power that shattered 2 of the spiritual anchors holding the cave's walls steady. But Wei Liang barely noticed. He was too focused on what he'd just realized. The Infinite Comprehension Method wasn't a cultivation path for the weak. It was a path for people who were willing to think differently. And Wei Liang had been thinking differently his entire life. He emerged from the cave 9 days after entering it. He'd established a foundation in the Infinite Comprehension Method, broken through to the intermediate stage, and created a personal repository of knowledge that no other disciple in the sect could access. He'd also, very deliberately, sealed the cave behind him and reinforced the wards with new protections that only he could bypass. Songren was waiting for him when he exited. "Wei Liang," Songren said, his eyes reflecting a kind of awe that hadn't been there before. "What happened to you?" "I could feel the power release from the cave. I thought the Grand Elder's chamber was supposed to be empty. It was a good trial," Wei Liang said simply. "I learned what I needed to learn. Now I'm ready to start the real work." "What real work?" Songren asked. Wei Liang looked at the sky above the peaks, at the clouds gathering in the afternoon light, and smiled. "Finding people worth saving," he said, "and people worth letting die." And above Songren's head, the numbers ticked onward toward an ending that Wei Liang could see, but Songren could never know. 39 years, 11 months, 16 days remaining. Time was the only true measure of a person's value. And Wei Liang had finally learned how to read it perfectly. Chapter 6. The Art of Foresight. 3 months after Wei Liang's emergence from Grand Elders' cave, the sect's power structure had fundamentally shifted. Not openly. There were no dramatic confrontations, no public challenges, no displays of superior cultivation that would have drawn attention. Instead, the shift was subtle, pervasive, and completely effective. Wei Liang had become indispensable. It started small. Elder Qing was developing a new classification system for the archives and asked for Wei Liang's input. The system he proposed was so elegant that it reduced her workload by half, freeing her to focus on the deeper research that she loved. Zhan, who required a technical consultation on whether a particular spatial cultivation technique was sustainable for long-term use without degrading the body's meridian network. Wei Liang provided the answer after spending 3 days reviewing the relevant texts, along with 3 distinct variations that improved the original design and expanded its applications. The Northern Master needed someone to analyze the meditation texts of a visiting cultivator from the Eastern realms. Wei Liang spent 2 days in translation and emerged with insights that improved the Master's own practice and illuminated connections between different schools of thought that the Master had never considered. And all of it was arranged without Wei Liang ever having to ask. Disciples would come to him with questions. Elders would mention his name in meetings when problems arose. Sect business would find its way to his door because he'd learned to position himself exactly where problems would emerge, becoming the obvious choice to solve them. The key was the numbers. The countdown above every head. Wei Liang had begun to understand the subtle correlations between a person's remaining lifespan and their psychological state. It was a science he was developing, a hidden knowledge that no other cultivator possessed. A cultivator with fewer than 5 years remaining tended to become more ambitious, more aggressive, more willing to take risks because they had less time to suffer the consequences. A cultivator with 50 years or more ahead seemed to move more cautiously, investing in long-term relationships rather than immediate power grabs because they would have to live with the aftermath of their choices. A cultivator whose countdown showed exactly 1 month remaining was predictable almost to the second. They would become either suicidally reckless or paralyzed with fear, and Wei Liang had developed an accurate sense of which direction any given person would go based on their temperament and past choices. Using this information, he'd begun to manipulate the sect's internal dynamics with the precision of a master composer arranging an orchestra. There was a master in the western quarters named Shen Wei, whose numbers read 2 years and 3 months remaining. Shen Wei had been planning to challenge for a council position in the next 6 months, a move that would have created chaos within the hierarchy and disrupted the careful balance Wei Liang had been establishing. But Wei Liang had made a simple intervention. He'd arranged for Shen Wei to be assigned to a prestigious but time-consuming position, training a batch of exceptional outer disciples who showed promise in several rare disciplines. The assignment was honor enough to smooth Shen Wei's ego and satisfy his hunger for recognition. But it would consume enough of his time that the challenge never happened. By the time Wei Liang's subtle suggestions had propagated through the sect's hierarchy, everyone believed they had suggested the idea themselves. And more importantly, by the time Shen Wei's countdown reached 0, he would have spent those final years in a position of respect, mentoring the next generation and building a legacy. When Shen Wei eventually died, the disciples he'd trained would speak of him with gratitude and respect, ensuring that his memory lasted far longer than his life. It was merciful in its way. Wei Liang was learning that mercy and manipulation weren't always opposites. Song Run, meanwhile, had become Wei Liang's closest confidant within the sect. Song Ren had been the one to organize an assassination attempt on Wei Liang just before the tribulation trial, a fact that Wei Liang had discovered through Elder Qing's records, buried in incident reports that most people never bothered to read. But Song Ren's 40-year countdown meant he had a long life ahead, and long lives could be shaped, molded, redirected toward better ends. The initial anger Wei Liang had felt reading about the assassination plot had faded, replaced by understanding. Song Ren had been desperate, ambitious, and caught in the wrong moment. People could change. So Wei Liang had given Song Ren a choice: acknowledge the past and move forward, or continue as an enemy. Song Ren had chosen to move forward, and in doing so, he'd become useful. He'd become someone who could be trusted with information, someone who could implement Wei Liang's plans without understanding the full scope of them. And most importantly, he'd become someone who was genuinely loyal, not just out of fear or obligation, but because Wei Liang had offered him redemption when he might have demanded revenge. I want you to nominate Lin Mei for advancement to a training position with the Northern Master, Wei Liang said one afternoon as they walked through the sect's gardens. The gardens were beautiful in the autumn, with the leaves turning gold and red and brown, and the air carrying the faint scent of earth and approaching winter. Songren had been expecting a command, but not this one. His surprise flickered across his face before he could control it. Lin Mei, Songren said. The girl who found you in the ravine? She's barely advanced enough to mentor outer disciples. Surely there are more qualified candidates from the inner disciple ranks. She has a strong future, Wei Liang said, watching the numbers above a passing disciple's head. That disciple had 7 years left, not long enough to be a concern, but long enough that Wei Liang had already determined they could be trusted with access to the restricted archives. The Northern Master was mentioning to me last week that he's been looking for someone to help manage his meditation studies and organize his research notes. Someone dependable, trustworthy, not someone competing for position or trying to steal his techniques. Lin Mei has that quality. She's genuinely interested in cultivation as a practice, not as a path to power. Why do you care about Lin Mei's advancement? Songren asked, and the question had a real depth to it that made Wei Liang pause. Wei Liang considered his answer carefully before responding. Because she's kind, and kindness is rare enough to be valuable. And because in 26 years, when the Northern Master dies, his lifespan, if everything remains stable, will end in approximately 26 years from now. Someone will need to take over his position and preserve his research. Lin Mei, with the right preparation, will be ready for that responsibility. But only if she starts learning now. Only if she has those years of foundation to build on. Songren stared at him for a long moment, and Wei Liang could see the moment the understanding landed. You're planning things decades in advance. I'm planning things according to the timeline I can see, Wei Liang said, which was close enough to the truth without being literally true. It was a carefully constructed statement that admitted the fundamental fact while preserving the mystery of exactly how Wei Liang could see these timelines. The greatest advantage the death site gave Wei Liang wasn't the ability to predict death itself. It was the ability to make plans that nobody else could make. A normal cultivator couldn't confidently arrange a position for someone to inherit something 26 years in the future. Unpredictable events occurred. People's circumstances changed. Unexpected circumstances derailed even the best plans. But Wei Liang could look at the Northern Master's countdown and know that, barring accidental death or interference, 26 years remained. He could plan backward from that certainty, putting pieces into position, ensuring that when the time came, the right person would be ready to take over. By the time batch 3 of his plans had begun to solidify, Wei Liang realized that he'd fundamentally restructured the sect's future without anyone noticing the full scope of what was happening. He'd identified the cultivators who would rise to prominence in the next 3 to 5 decades and had quietly begun mentoring them, guiding them, positioning them where they would be most useful. He'd removed obstacles before they could become problems, not through open conflict, but through redirection, assignment, and strategic consideration of people's temperaments and needs. He'd arranged for kindness and competence to be rewarded, and for cruelty to be quietly sidelined without ever seeming like a punishment. It was elegant. It was terrifying. And it was working better than Wei Liang had dared hope. Chapter 7. The Weight of Being Known. The first real test of Wei Liang's power came when a senior cultivator named Jiang Tua arrived at the sect. Jiang Tua was an external master, someone who had cultivated outside the Bloodthorn sect structure and was now visiting to share knowledge and establish trade relationships between different cultivation communities. He carried himself with the confidence of someone who'd spent 40 years mastering his craft. His robes were plain but of exceptional quality, his movements economical and purposeful. Above his head, the countdown read, 187 years, 2 months, 14 days. A very long time remaining. I've heard interesting things about you, Jiang Tua said when they were introduced at a formal reception. Wei Liang was there in his capacity as an assistant to the sect master, a position that gave him access to meetings and discussions while maintaining the appearance of subordinate status, though the reality had become far more complex. They say you survived a tribulation that should have killed you. that you have fractured roots but managed to advance to inner disciple status despite it, that you're responsible for more than half of the recent innovations in the sect's cultivation techniques. The first is luck, Wei Liang said calmly, meeting the older man's gaze. The second is determination. The third is an overstatement of my contributions. Most of the work I do is simply clarifying ideas that already existed within the sect. Jiang Tuo smiled. It was not a warm smile. It was the smile of someone assessing an opponent. Would you be willing to spar with me? I'd like to assess your actual capabilities. There's a difference between being useful in the administrative realm and being competent in actual combat. I'm curious where you fall on that spectrum. There was a hidden test in the question. Jiang Tuo was powerful enough that a direct confrontation would be genuinely dangerous. But refusing to spar would seem cowardly, and word of cowardice would spread through the sect like water soaking into earth. More than that, Wei Liang could sense that Jiang Tuo was the kind of cultivator who respected strength and would be dismissive of anyone who declined the challenge. Wei Liang accepted. The match took place in a neutral arena after sunset. Zhan Hu attended, along with several senior cultivators, including Master Chun and Elder Qing. Wei Liang could feel the weight of their attention, could sense them evaluating everything he did, making judgments about his worthiness to occupy the position he'd created for himself within the sect's hierarchy. Jiang Tuo attacked with a technique that should have been overwhelming in its raw power. Fire spiraled through the arena in patterns that were both beautiful and terrifying, patterns that would have incinerated a normal cultivator in seconds, reducing them to ash in memory. But Wei Liang didn't meet the fire with strength. He met it with observation. The infinite comprehension method had taught him that cultivation wasn't about having more power than your opponent. It was about understanding the patterns of power and responding in ways that were efficient, not powerful. Strength was like a river running downhill. It was powerful, but it was also predictable. Water simply flowed downhill. But a person could use those patterns to their advantage if they understood them deeply enough. So when Jiang Tuo's fire came at him, Wei Liang didn't try to create a shield to block it. He created channels, guiding the fire around him, through him, past him, understanding the underlying structure of the technique and finding the threads he could pull to redirect its force. He absorbed the heat and converted it into stability rather than trying to overwhelm it with counterforce. Jiang Tuo, watching Wei Liang absorb his attack without apparent strain, adjusted his approach. He intensified the technique, forced more power into the flames, added secondary patterns that locked them in place and prevented them from being easily redirected. Wei Liang adapted, flowing like water, finding the gaps in the assault, understanding the moments when the structure of the technique became rigid and exploitable. And gradually, Wei Liang could see it beginning to happen. Jiang Tuo began to slow. It was a subtle thing. The fire became slightly less intense. The pattern became marginally less complex. The sweeping strikes became a touch less precise. Jiang Tuo's breathing, which had been steady despite the intensity of his cultivation, became slightly labored. His shoulders shifted, favoring the left side slightly less than the right. Wei Liang could see the numbers above Jiang Tuo's head, and he understood what he was seeing. The strain in Jiang Tuo's left shoulder that had been evident in their meeting. Some kind of old injury that had never fully healed. Some kind of damage that made sustained intense effort harder over time. It was the kind of thing that a cultivator of Jiang Tuo's level could normally overcome through sheer willpower and skill, but under the stress of a prolonged match, it became a liability. Wei Liang prolonged the match. Not to win. There was no need to win visibly, and doing so would create the impression that Wei Liang was a threat rather than an asset. But to make Jiang Tuo work, to make him exert himself, to ensure that the senior cultivators watching would see that Wei Liang could hold his own against a master-level opponent without being crushed, that he could adapt and persist without being overcome by raw power. When it became clear that the match would continue indefinitely unless someone conceded, Jiang Tuo stepped back. He was breathing heavily now, and there was something like respect in his eyes. Interesting, Jiang Tuo said, drawing in controlled breaths to steady himself. Very interesting indeed. You have no overwhelming force to speak of, but you have adaptive capability beyond what I would normally expect from someone at your cultivation level. You're like water. You shouldn't be able to stand against fire, but here you are, still standing. How did you achieve that level of flexibility in your techniques? Study, Wei Liang said. Observation. Practice. You're lying, Jiang Tuo said. But there was respect in his voice now, genuine respect rather than the dismissive tolerance he'd shown at the beginning of their conversation. Or at least, you're lying about the method if not the results. There's something else happening with your cultivation, something fundamental that I can't quite see. But I can tell you this. I like you. You're careful. You don't show your strengths until forced to. You have contingencies for your contingencies. Those are the marks of someone who's going to survive a long time in this world. Wei Liang inclined his head in acknowledgement, feeling the weight of Jiang Tuo's assessment settle on him. What Jiang Tuo didn't understand was that Wei Liang's true advantage hadn't been visible in the match at all. While they'd been fighting, while the flames had filled the arena and the audience had held their breath, Wei Liang had observed the strain in Jiang Tuo's shoulder, had understood the pain that came with it, had seen the moment when Jiang Tuo's willpower had started to falter at the edges. Wei Liang had simply waited for that moment and then stopped pushing, preserving his reputation while allowing Jiang Tuo to maintain his dignity. It would be the mark of a skilled fighter rather than the full extent of Wei Liang's capabilities, which remained hidden. It was the same technique Wei Liang had used with Song Ren, with Elder Qing, with every significant relationship he'd built within the sect. Understand what people needed, respect, competence, the sense that they could still be powerful, and give it to them. Win without making anyone feel like they'd lost. Be useful without becoming threatening. Rise without crushing anyone beneath your feet. But Jiang Tuo's respect created a new problem. Over the next week, he requested multiple conversations with Wei Liang. He wanted to learn more about Wei Liang's cultivation method, wanted to understand the philosophical underpinnings of the techniques Wei Liang was using. He wanted to know if Wei Liang would be willing to travel and study with him for a few years, to explore the cultivation traditions of different regions and schools of thought. The offers were generous. Jiang Tuo's cultivation was far superior to anything Wei Liang could learn within the Bloodthorn sect in a reasonable time frame. The opportunity would be transformative, would accelerate Wei Liang's growth dramatically. Most disciples would have leaped at the chance without hesitation. But Wei Liang had seen something in the numbers above Jiang Tuo's head during their match. A subtle fluctuation, the kind that indicated stress or damage or the slow wearing down of mortality itself. And he'd realized that Jiang Tuo, despite being a master-level cultivator with nearly 2 centuries of life remaining, might be dealing with the same kind of mortality pressure that every other living being faced, just on a longer timeline. More importantly, Wei Liang had woven his plans through the Bloodthorn sect so thoroughly that leaving would unravel everything he'd created. The relationships he'd built, the positions he'd arranged, the careful structure of succession and advancement. It all depended on his presence, on his continued guidance. Leaving would be abandonment. So Wei Liang declined. I'm honored, Wei Liang said, but I have commitments within the sect, responsibilities that I can't simply abandon. And I have unfinished business here. Unfinished business. Jiang Tuo raised an eyebrow. You're already reshaping the sect's entire structure for the better. You've created opportunities for disciples who would otherwise have been overlooked. You've improved the efficiency of the administrative systems. You've positioned the sect for decades of stability. What could possibly be unfinished? Wei Liang met his gaze seriously. Learning to use what I know without destroying the people around me in the process. Jiang Tuo studied him for a long moment. And in that moment, Wei Liang wondered if the older cultivator could sense what Wei Liang himself was only beginning to understand. Then Jiang Tuo nodded slowly. That, Jiang Tuo said, is the response of someone who has actually survived, not just prolonged existing. I respect that deeply. I'll leave you to your unfinished business. But if you ever reconsider, come find me. The world is large enough for 2 people who think the way you do. After Jiang Tuo left the sect, his form disappearing down the mountain path on a clear morning, Wei Liang felt the weight of what he'd chosen settle onto his shoulders like a heavy robe that he could never quite remove. He'd declined an opportunity that most cultivators would never receive. He'd chosen to stay in the Bloodthorn sect, in the complex web of relationships and responsibilities he'd created, rather than pursue greater power elsewhere. It should have felt like a limitation, like a cage made of his own design. Instead, it felt like a commitment, the kind of commitment that bound a person to a place and people that made leaving impossible without causing damage. Because Wei Liang had realized something during his conversations with Jiang Tuo, the death sight wasn't just a tool for manipulation and control. It was a responsibility that sat heavier than any cultivator's core ever could. Every person he met existed on a timeline they couldn't see. Every decision he made about who to help and who to harm, about who to push toward advancement and who to redirect toward different paths, rippled forward through their lives, affecting not just them, but everyone connected to them. He'd been treating the sect like a game board, with pieces to move and positions to arrange, like a master strategist playing a game with no real stakes. But Jiang Tuo's visit had reminded him, in a way that couldn't be ignored, that the pieces were real people. People with hopes and fears and dreams that extended far beyond Wei Liang's plans. People whose lives would continue on after Wei Liang's death, whose futures would be determined in part by the decisions he made now. It was a weight he was beginning to understand he would carry for the rest of his life, the weight of knowing, and the weight of being unable to unknow what he'd seen. Chapter 8. The silence of the loyal Song Rin came to Wei Liang's quarters 3 months after Jiang Tuo's departure, and he came in a state of barely contained excitement mixed with something darker, something like dread or concern. "There's going to be a challenge," Song Rin said without preamble, declining the tea Wei Liang offered him. "For the Grand Elder position. Someone's finally going to force the issue. The current Grand Elder's power base is fragmenting, and there are 3 candidates preparing to make their moves." Wei Liang had already known this. His information network, which was far more extensive than Song Rin realized, woven through the sect in ways that Song Rin couldn't fully comprehend, had informed him 2 weeks previous through Elder Qing, who'd overheard conversations in the council chamber. But he let Song Rin have the moment of being the one to deliver news, to be the trusted confidant bringing intelligence to his superior. "Who are the candidates?" Wei Liang asked, though he already knew. "Master Chun, from the southern quarters. He's been positioning himself for months. He's powerful, and his cultivation is stable and well documented. He thinks he can take the position from whoever the current Grand Elder tries to promote," Song Rin said. "But there's also Master Lin from the eastern section. She's been building alliances quietly. And there's talk of the Northern Master throwing his support behind one of the senior disciples, trying to establish a younger generation in the upper hierarchy." Wei Liang nodded slowly. He could see Master Chen's countdown in his mind, 157 years remaining. A very powerful cultivator with a long future ahead. And indeed, Master Chun had been growing frustrated with the current structure for the last 2 years, waiting for his moment, planning his move with the kind of careful deliberation that long-lived cultivators could afford. Master Lin had 103 years remaining. She was an excellent administrator and a talented cultivator, but she lacked the raw power that Master Chen possessed. The Northern Master's protege had only 48 years, an excellent cultivator by sect standards, but young, inexperienced, and vulnerable. "Will Master Chen win?" Song Rin asked, and the question had urgency beneath it. Song Rin was invested in knowing the answer, in understanding which way the tide was turning. "That depends on who he's challenging," Wei Liang said carefully. What Song Rin didn't know was that Wei Liang had already arranged for the current senior master, the one most likely to be promoted to Grand Elder, to begin cultivating with a subtle technique that would temporarily enhance his power while simultaneously making him more vulnerable to hidden strikes. In exactly 3 months' time, that master would be at his peak, experiencing the zenith of his power. And at exactly that moment, he would also be at his most fragile, his meridian structure most strained by the intensive work he'd been doing. Master Chen's challenge would come at exactly the moment when Chun had the highest probability of success, when the odds were aligned in a way that even Master Chen wouldn't be able to predict or understand. Wei Liang had already decided that Master Chen should win. It wasn't because Chun was the strongest candidate, though he was. It was because Chen's 157-year countdown meant he would hold the position for a very long time. Long enough to properly stabilize the sect's hierarchy and prevent the kind of internal conflict that had nearly destroyed the Bloodthorn sect's power base in previous generations. And because Wei Liang had identified in Chen's past behavior, actions recorded in the archives, decisions made in the distant past, a pattern of cruelty that needed to be addressed. Giving Chun the Grand Elder position would give Wei Liang leverage over him. The knowledge that Wei Liang had somehow known Chun would be the victor before it even happened, that Wei Liang had anticipated the entire sequence of events. That knowledge would make Chun cautious, would make him respect Wei Liang's abilities, would ensure that Chun would listen to Wei Liang's counsel even when he disagreed. Master Chun will win, Wei Liang said finally. The Southern Master will fade from power within a year. And then Master Chun will begin to reshape the sect's approach to lower-level disciple training, which is something that desperately needs to happen. The current system wastes too much potential. How could you possibly know all of this? Songren asked. The challenge hasn't even been formally announced yet. Master Chun hasn't made any public statements about his intentions. Wei Liang smiled slightly, aware that he was being mysterious, but also that the mystery was necessary. The same way I knew about Grand Elder Zhua. Observation. Understanding the patterns. Seeing what people want and predicting what they'll do to get it. Reading the subtle signs in how they move, how they speak, how they position themselves within the sect. You're reading people like most cultivators read spiritual energy, Songren said, and it wasn't quite a question. Something like that, Wei Liang confirmed. Songren accepted this explanation without pushing further. He'd learned by now not to ask too many questions about Wei Liang's methods or sources. The mystery was part of what made him willing to follow Wei Liang's directions so unquestioningly. So long as Wei Liang's predictions came true, and they always did, Songren would trust in the accuracy of those predictions and follow Wei Liang's guidance. But that trust was becoming a problem, and Wei Liang was only now beginning to understand the full depth of it. Songren had attached himself to Wei Liang so completely that his entire reputation within the sect had become tied to Wei Liang's success. When Wei Liang advanced, Songren advanced by association. When Wei Liang was respected and sought for counsel, Songren was respected as well, treated as Wei Liang's trusted lieutenant and closest ally. It was useful for Wei Liang's purposes, but it was also dangerous for Songren. If Wei Liang's plans ever failed, or if Wei Liang's methods were ever exposed, if people ever discovered that Wei Liang had some kind of supernatural ability to predict the future, Songren would be destroyed along with him, held as an accessory to whatever they perceived Wei Liang had done. And Wei Liang was beginning to feel the weight of that, the responsibility for Songren's safety and future. I need to ask you something, Wei Liang said, and Songren's expression immediately became serious, his usual lightness falling away to reveal the more serious person underneath. Anything, Songren said. You know I'll answer any question you have. Why do you trust me? Wei Liang asked. The question caught Songren completely off guard. He opened his mouth to answer, then closed it, thinking hard. This wasn't a question he'd been expecting, and it clearly required genuine reflection rather than automatic response. Because you've been right, Songren said finally. About everything. About Grand Elder Zhua. About Jiang Tua. About the changes in the sect. About what people will do. You see things that nobody else sees, understand people in ways that go beyond normal observation. But that's not a good reason, Wei Liang said. That's just correlation. I could be getting lucky. I could be a manipulator who's found the right pattern to exploit and managed to ride it successfully so far. What happens when you eventually realize that all of this has been a con? You could be, Songren agreed. But I don't think you are. I think you actually care about the sect. About the people in it. The changes you're making aren't selfish, at least not entirely. They're not just about power for power's sake. Aren't they? Wei Liang asked, pushing on the point, trying to force Songren to see the truth. Songren was quiet for a long moment. Then, yes, probably. Some of them are. And not in the way that the other ambitious cultivators are selfish. You're not trying to crush everyone beneath you. You're not building your power by destroying everyone around you. You're trying to shape something. To build something that will last, that will benefit the sect even after you're gone. Even if I'm building it on lies. Wei Liang asked quietly. Even then, Songren said. Because I think the things you're building are better than what would exist without you. And that has to count for something. Wei Liang turned away from Songren, unable to bear the weight of that faith. Because the truth was more complicated than Songren realized. Wei Liang wasn't just building something better because he wanted to improve the sect or help people. He was building something that would help him survive in a world where everyone else was dying. where the countdown above every head was ticking away toward inevitability. His plans weren't born from altruism or a genuine desire to improve the sect structure. They were born from self-interest and the terrifying knowledge that he'd been given an ability that no one else possessed, an ability that made him uniquely suited to manipulate others and arrange outcomes to his benefit. But somewhere along the way, in the process of manipulating the sect's structure to benefit himself, he'd inadvertently made the sect better. The disciples he'd positioned for advancement were actually competent. The training he'd arranged was actually improving the quality of cultivators the sect produced. The structural changes he'd implemented were actually making the sect more stable and more functional. The two impulses had become intertwined in a way that Wei Liang couldn't untangle, and he wasn't sure if that made him good or simply brilliant enough to convince himself that he was good while pursuing entirely selfish ends. "I don't deserve your loyalty," Wei Liang said finally, still facing away. "Probably not," Songren said. "But you have it anyway." Chapter 9. The Poison of Power. 6 months later, the challenge came, and it was exactly as Wei Liang had predicted to the day. Master Chen fought the current senior master in a display of cultivation that left spectators breathless. The match was intense, was closely fought, and ultimately ended with Chen achieving victory through a technique that Wei Liang had specifically suggested to him 3 months earlier, a technique that Chen had practiced until it became second nature in his hands. The promotion of Master Chen to Grand Elder sent ripples through the sect's hierarchy that took months to fully settle. But settle they did, and in the patterns Wei Liang had designed. The sect became more efficient under Chen's management. Training improved as Chen implemented the new approaches that Wei Liang had suggested. The internal conflicts that had been slowly building for years dissipated under Chen's firm but fair management, replaced by a sense of purpose and direction. And Wei Liang's position within the sect solidified to the point where he was essentially untouchable. Criticizing him became criticism of the entire system that had proven so successful. Opposing him became opposition to improvement and stability. He had become woven into the fabric of the sect's functioning so thoroughly that removing him would require removing the sect itself. It should have felt like victory. Instead, it felt like imprisonment. "You look unhappy," Elder Qing observed one afternoon as they reviewed new additions to the archives. She was making notes about the historical context of certain meditation techniques, and Wei Liang was cataloging them. But the work was secondary to the conversation they were having. "I thought you wanted this. Power. Influence. The respect of the sect." "I did," Wei Liang said, his fingers trailing across the spine of an ancient text. "I do. But I'm realizing that there's a cost to it that I didn't anticipate." "What cost?" Elder Qing asked, setting down her writing implements and turning to face him fully. Wei Liang gestured vaguely at the archives around them, at the countless records of history and achievement and failure. "The more powerful I become, the more I have to know, the more I can see. And seeing everything is exhausting in a way that I don't think normal people experience. People come to me with their problems because they believe I have answers that other people don't have. I see their deaths approaching, and I have to decide whether to warn them or let them walk into danger unknowingly. I look at disciples who are going to die in a month, and I have to decide whether it's better to let them enjoy their last weeks in peace or to prepare them for the end that's coming." Elder Qing set down her work and looked at Wei Liang carefully. "You're talking like you have information about people's deaths, knowledge of their remaining time." Wei Liang turned to face her fully. "Yes." Elder Qing was quiet for a very long moment. "Then, the tribulation. When you survived it, something changed, didn't it? Something that gave you access to a kind of information that other people don't have. Something that you've been using to guide your decisions." "Yes," Wei Liang confirmed. "And you've been using that information to manipulate the sect's hierarchy." Elder Qing continued. "Not quite a question." "Yes," Wei Liang said, seeing no point in lying now that Elder Qing had already put the pieces together. She was too intelligent to deceive, and he was too tired to keep trying. Elder Qing returned to her work, making small notes in the margin of a manuscript about the philosophical foundations of certain techniques. "That would be terrifying," she said finally. "To see the end of everyone's life before it happens. To know exactly how long they have. To measure time not in years, but in the specific number of days and hours remaining. I'm not sure that's a gift, Wei Liang." I think it might be a curse disguised as an advantage. It depends on how it's used, Wei Liang said. Does it? Elder Qing asked, setting down her writing implement and meeting his eyes. Or does it corrupt the use inevitably? Tell me, in all the plans you've made, in all the people you've positioned and repositioned, in all the manipulations and arrangements, have you ever made a choice that prioritized someone else's well-being over your own advancement? Wei Liang couldn't answer. That's what I thought, Elder Qing said, and there was something sad in her voice, something like compassion for a person who was lost but didn't yet understand how lost they were. You're not a bad person, Wei Liang, but you're becoming a person who believes their access to information justifies their control over other people. You're becoming a person who uses knowledge as a tool of dominance rather than understanding. And that's a path that ends badly, in my experience. It ends with a person so surrounded by power that they can't see outside of it anymore. So what should I do? Wei Liang asked, and he was surprised to hear how desperately the question came out, how much genuine need was beneath it. I don't know, Elder Qing said, but I think you need to start making choices that will harm you, just to prove to yourself that you can. Because right now, every decision you make is optimized for your benefit, even when you think you're helping others. That's not wisdom, Wei Liang. That's just efficient narcissism, and it will eventually consume you. The words should have angered Wei Liang, should have provoked a defensive reaction. Instead, they cut deeper than any criticism had cut before, because he knew they were true. He could feel the truth of them in his bones, in his chest, in the place where his heart kept its secrets. Chapter 10. The choice that breaks you 3 weeks after his conversation with Elder Qing. Wei Liang faced his first real test of everything she had said. A disciple came to him requesting guidance. The disciple's name was Kong Shi, and he was 17 years old, from a farming family in the southern prefectures. His cultivation was mediocre but steady, showing consistent improvement through diligent practice. His character was kind and honest, the kind of person who made others around him better simply through his presence. His spirit root configuration was nearly as fractured as Wei Liang's own. And above his head, the countdown read, 7 months, 14 days, 3 hours, 22 minutes, and counting down with each passing second. Kong Shi had less than 8 months to live. And according to Wei Liang's calculations, he would never achieve a major breakthrough in his cultivation. He would never become a powerful cultivator. He would never make a significant contribution to the sect's strength or capability. By any rational measure, spending time on Kong Shi's cultivation would be a waste of resources that could be better spent on disciples with longer lives and more potential. I want to advance, Kong Shi said, his voice earnest and hopeful. The cultivation training is hard, and I'm not naturally talented, but I work harder than anyone else in my class. I've been practicing the foundational techniques for a full year, and I feel like I'm close to a breakthrough. I think if I had access to better resources, with guidance from someone experienced, someone with your understanding, I could make a real breakthrough. I've heard you help disciples who don't fit the normal molds. People have said you see potential in places where other masters see only weakness. I'm asking for that help. Wei Liang looked at the countdown above Kong Shi's head, watched the numbers ticking down second by second. The optimal choice would be to refuse. Kong Shi would die in 8 months regardless of what resources Wei Liang provided. Any time Wei Liang spent helping Kong Shi would be wasted time from a strategic perspective, time that could be spent on more productive endeavors. Any resources spent on Kong Shi's cultivation would be resources that could benefit someone with a longer life ahead. Wei Liang could see the calculation clearly, had made calculations like it hundreds of times. Each time, he had optimized for his own benefit, had made the choice that best served his long-term goals and his accumulation of power and influence. But Elder Qing's words echoed in his mind. Make choices that will harm you. I'll help you, Wei Liang said, and felt something shift in his chest as the words left his mouth. Over the next 4 months, Wei Liang devoted a significant portion of his time to Kong Shi's cultivation. He provided access to the restricted archives, showing Kong Shi techniques that most disciples would never have the opportunity to study. He taught him techniques from the infinite comprehension method, adapted to work with Kong Shi's particular fractured roots. He guided him through meditations and breakthrough rituals, spending hours each week in instruction and practice. He made introductions to other masters who might help with specific aspects of Kangxi's cultivation. And Kangxi, in response, worked with a dedication that was humbling to witness. The disciple was intelligent and quick to learn. He adapted techniques to his own situation with creativity and insight. He practiced with a focus and discipline that reminded Wei Liang of his own approach to cultivation in those early days after the tribulation. Most importantly, Kangxi seemed to genuinely appreciate Wei Liang's teaching, seemed to understand that Wei Liang was offering him something precious and rare. Kangxi advanced steadily, not dramatically. He would never be a powerful cultivator in the way that Song Rin or Master Chen were. But he became confident. He achieved a breakthrough that he'd been pursuing for months. He became the kind of disciple who could mentor others, who could make a real contribution to the sect through his steady competence and his genuine kindness toward other students. He became someone who mattered. And then, exactly 7 months and 14 days after their first conversation, during a meditation in one of the sect's most sacred chambers, Kangxi collapsed. His heart simply stopped. Some kind of internal condition that the sect's healers couldn't identify or fix, some kind of fundamental flaw in his body that had always been there, waiting. The countdown above his head reached 0, and the numbers vanished. Wei Liang was there when Kangxi died, having arranged his schedule so that he would be present during that particular meditation session. He held the disciple's hand as the life drained from Kangxi's body. He watched Kangxi's eyes focus for one final moment of clarity. "Thank you," Kangxi whispered at the end, his voice barely more than a breath. "For believing in me. For the time I had left, you made it matter. You made me matter." Wei Liang didn't cry, but something in him broke, and he wasn't sure if he was breaking toward something better or something worse. He felt something crack in the structure of who he was, some fundamental assumption about how power worked and what it meant to use power wisely. The rational part of his mind, the part that calculated advantages and planned decades ahead, was screaming that this had been a mistake, that he'd wasted 4 months that could have been spent on more productive endeavors. But another part of him, a part he'd been suppressing, understood that Kangxi had been real in a way that none of Wei Liang's plans were real. Kangxi's gratitude, Kangxi's growth, Kangxi's final moment of peace. These were not illusions created by Wei Liang's manipulation. They were genuine experiences that Kangxi had lived because Wei Liang had chosen to help, had chosen to spend time and energy on someone who couldn't directly contribute to his long-term goals. At the funeral, Song Rin found him sitting alone in the sect's meditation garden, staring out at the mountains in the distance. "That wasn't strategic," Song Rin said. "It wasn't a question." He understood his mentor well enough now to recognize when Wei Liang had acted against his own rational interests. "No," Wei Liang said, his voice hoarse from the silence he'd kept all day. "It hurt you," Song Rin continued. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "Will you do it again?" Wei Liang was quiet for a very long time, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of gold and red and purple. Then, "I don't know. I think I have to. But I don't know if I'm strong enough to bear it." Song Rin sat down beside him, and they sat in silence for a long time, watching the light fade from the sky. "Then maybe that's the point," Song Rin said finally. "Maybe you need to do things that you're not strong enough to bear. Maybe that's what it means to stop being a manipulator and start being something else. Something more human, maybe. Something that has to live with the weight of real choices and real consequences, not just the calculations of power and advantage." And so, as the sun set over the Bloodthorn Peak and the shadows lengthened across the meditation garden, becoming deeper and more blue and more complete with each passing minute, Wei Liang began to understand that the real challenge of his power wasn't using it to reshape the world. It was learning to use it with compassion, even when compassion was inefficient, even when it cost him something real. The real challenge was becoming a person who could see the death countdown above every head and still choose to love, to help, to invest in people whose time was limited. He'd risen from a crippled outer disciple to someone with genuine influence within the sect, someone whose counsel was sought and whose predictions seemed to always come true. But he was only now beginning to understand what it actually meant to be powerful, not in terms of cultivation or position, but in terms of the choices he could make and the willingness to make them even when they cost him everything. It was a weight he would carry for the rest of his life, but it was a weight that made him human. Chapter 11. The inheritance of legacies the months after Kang Shi's death transformed Wei Liang in ways he hadn't anticipated. The initial grief, a real grief, not the calculated sorrow of someone performing emotion for effect, gave way to a kind of clarity that had been missing from his planning before. He began to see the sect differently. Instead of viewing it as a game board where pieces could be moved and sacrificed for strategic advantage, he began to see it as a living ecosystem, with each disciple as a genuine participant with their own hopes and fears, their own brief window of existence that deserved to be honored rather than simply exploited for advantage. It changed how he made decisions. It changed how he understood his own abilities. Where before Wei Liang had positioned disciples purely based on how they could serve his long-term goals and their position in the sect's power structure, he now began asking a different question. What would this person want their life to mean? What would make their brief time in existence feel like it mattered, like it had purpose beyond the systems and structures that surrounded them? How could he help them achieve something that was genuinely their own, rather than something he'd arranged for them with cold calculation? The results were subtle at first, almost invisible to anyone watching from outside the intricate web of sect politics. But they were profound in ways that Wei Liang was only beginning to understand, changes that rippled outward in ways he couldn't fully predict or control. Lin Mei, working under the Northern Master now in a formal mentorship position that Wei Liang had arranged before his change of perspective, began to flourish in ways that went beyond mere cultivation advancement. She developed genuine expertise in organizing meditation practices, in understanding the deep philosophical connections between different schools of thought that had previously seemed contradictory. The Northern Master, initially skeptical of taking on a young disciple as an assistant, worried that it would be a distraction from his work, became genuinely fond of her and began to entrust her with more significant responsibilities, allowing her to contribute her own ideas and perspectives to his research. Wei Liang, watching from a distance, understanding the countdown above her head stretching out into decades of potential, began to understand that he'd positioned her correctly not by chance, but by actually understanding what she needed at a fundamental level. Not power or advancement for its own sake, but meaningful work in an environment where knowledge and understanding were genuinely valued above political maneuvering and cultivation prowess. Songrun, meanwhile, began to change in ways that reflected his own growing independence. Watching Wei Liang grieve Kang Shi's death in that meditation garden, watching Wei Liang make choices that hurt rather than helped himself, something shifted fundamentally in Song Ren's relationship to Wei Liang's authority and counsel. The blind loyalty, the loyalty born of fear and the need for a stronger protector, began to be replaced by genuine respect, by the understanding that Wei Liang was a person trying to navigate an impossible situation, not a mastermind pulling strings with perfect certainty and absolute control. "I want to advance further," Songren said one day, almost offhandedly, while they were reviewing administrative records together in the archives. The afternoon light was slanting through the windows in golden bars. "Not because you've arranged it, or because I think it will serve your interests, or because I'm afraid of falling behind. I want to advance because I think I'm ready. Because I want my own path, separate from yours. I want to build something that's mine." Wei Liang set down the records he'd been examining and turned to face his former enemy, his current ally, his complicated friend. For a long moment, he simply looked at Song Ren, seeing the man he'd been and the man he was becoming. "That's probably the smartest thing you've said to me," Wei Liang said finally. "Is it strategic?" Song Ren asked, with a hint of amusement in his voice. "No," Wei Liang said, "but it's honest. And I've learned that honest is better than strategic." The advancement, when it came, was slower and less orchestrated than the ones that had come before. Songren had to prove himself through actual cultivation work, through genuine mastery of techniques rather than Wei Liang simply arranging positions for him and orchestrating the circumstances of his success. And Wei Liang, for the first time in his cultivation career, did nothing to accelerate the process. He simply taught when asked and trusted in Song Ren's own capabilities, allowed Song Ren to fail occasionally, to struggle, to find his own way forward. It was a strange feeling, this trust. It was also terrifying because it meant that Song Ren might fail completely, might choose a different path entirely than the one Wei Liang had foreseen in his careful calculations. But it was also real in a way that all of Wei Liang's previous arrangements had never been, grounded in genuine human connection rather than careful manipulation. 2 months after Kangxi's death, Wei Liang made another discovery that shifted his understanding of everything he'd accomplished and everything he'd planned for. Elder Qing had been cataloging some of Grand Elder Zhu's personal effects, items that had been sealed in a private chamber of the archives, preserved but not examined, and she asked Wei Liang to help her understand some of the older texts that were interleaved among Zhu's possessions. Among the papers, carefully preserved in cloth wrappings, they found a journal written by Zhu himself, entries spanning decades of his cultivation journey, his thoughts, his doubts, his fears. One entry, dated the year before Zhu's death, caught Wei Liang's attention and wouldn't let him go. I have made many decisions in my life that I thought were strategically sound. Brilliant, even. I positioned people according to their abilities and ambitions. I arranged outcomes, made choices that I believed served the long-term stability of the sect and my own continued advancement. I could see the patterns clearly, could predict what people would do with almost perfect accuracy. But I realized only near the end, and I fear I am approaching that end now, though I tell no one, that most of these decisions were made from fear, not from wisdom or genuine understanding. Fear that if I didn't control events myself, they would spiral into chaos and destruction. Fear that if I didn't manipulate people, they would make mistakes that would cascade through the sect. Fear that the world would fall apart if I wasn't holding it together. I was so focused on preventing disaster, on arranging perfect outcomes, on ensuring my own continued power and relevance, that I never created anything beautiful. I never allowed people to flourish in their own way. I never let them fail and learn and grow. I wonder if there is a cultivator somewhere who has inherited my position and who is making the same mistakes I made. I wonder if they will realize, as I did too late, that power without compassion is just careful cruelty dressed up in rationality. Wei Liang read the entry 3 times, his hands shaking slightly, feeling the words strike him with the force of a revelation that couldn't be ignored or dismissed. Did you know? Wei Liang asked Elder Qing, his voice barely above a whisper. Did you know what Zhu was thinking before he died? Did you understand what he was trying to say? I suspected, Elder Qing said carefully, her aged hands gentle on the ancient pages. I knew him for longer than most people did. I saw him becoming more and more withdrawn, more and more burdened by his own position. I tried to talk to him about it once, years ago. He dismissed my concerns at the time. Too proud to admit weakness, I suppose. But I think he was aware of the problem he'd created, even if he couldn't quite figure out how to solve it or how to change in time. Did he know he was dying? Wei Liang asked. Did Zhu know that his time was running out? I don't know, Elder Qing said. But I think he was tired enough that he might have welcomed it, if he'd known. Death can seem like mercy when you're carrying too much weight. Wei Liang felt something cold and terrible settle in his stomach, the full weight of his actions crystallizing into understanding. He'd killed a man, not directly, not with violence, but through his own manipulation of the sect's hierarchy, through his understanding of the countdowns and the careful arrangement of circumstances. He'd realized this before, had accepted it as part of the cost of his advancement, had filed it away as a necessary consequence of consolidating power. But he'd never considered that perhaps the man he'd driven toward his death might have been ready for it, might have wanted it, might have seen relief in the approaching end. I need to stop, Wei Liang said suddenly, the words coming from a place deeper than thought. Stop what? Elder Qing asked, though Wei Liang sensed that she already understood what he meant. Stop arranging things. Stop manipulating the hierarchy. Stop positioning people for outcomes I've already determined. Stop treating people like pieces in a game. I need to just help people without trying to control the results. I need to let go. Elder Qing smiled, and there was genuine warmth in it for the first time since their difficult conversation months earlier. There was also something like vindication, as though she'd been waiting for Wei Liang to reach this realization on his own, waiting for him to understand what she'd been trying to teach him. Now you're learning something useful, she said. Chapter 12. The cost of honesty. Wei Liang's decision to change his approach had immediate and cascading consequences that he hadn't fully anticipated. For months, he'd been woven into the decision-making processes of the sect at every level. Not openly acknowledged, not formally recognized, but present nonetheless. woven through the careful influence he exerted over people he'd positioned in key places, through the subtle suggestions that his words carried, through the weight of his perfect predictions. Removing himself from that web of influence required him to actually tell people what he was doing. It required honesty about the extent of his manipulation, transparency about his ability, confession of his methods. It was far harder than simply continuing as he'd been, maintaining the illusion of mystical wisdom. It started with Master Chen. Wei Liang requested a private audience with the new Grand Elder, something that wasn't particularly unusual. They spoke regularly about sect business, about policy decisions, and cultivation matters. But this time, Wei Liang came with a different agenda, one that made his hands shake slightly as he walked toward Master Chen's office. "I need to tell you something," Wei Liang said, standing in Master Chen's private office overlooking the sect's central courtyard. The office was elegant and sparse, decorated with the works of ancient calligraphers, the space of a man who valued discipline and clarity. "Something about how you came to become Grand Elder. Something that you deserve to know, even though telling you might destroy my position in this sect." Master Chen's eyes narrowed with careful caution. "I won that position through combat. I proved myself stronger than the previous candidate. Are you telling me something different?" "You did prove yourself stronger," Wei Liang said, choosing his words with extreme care. "But you won that position at exactly the moment when your opponent was at his most vulnerable. At exactly the moment when I had calculated, through information that nobody else in this sect possesses, that your chances of success were highest. And I arranged that moment. I orchestrated the timing, suggested the technique you used, ensured that the challenge came when it would most benefit your chances of victory." There was a long silence, the kind of silence that felt heavy with consequences, that seemed to stretch and deepen with each passing heartbeat. Then Master Chen stood, walked to the window overlooking the courtyard, and stared out at the disciples training in the flowing forms that would one day make them masters themselves. "Why are you telling me this?" Chen asked finally, his voice controlled but carrying an undertone of anger that Wei Liang could hear clearly. "Because I'm tired of controlling things," Wei Liang said. "And because you deserve to know the truth. Because continuing the lie would be a betrayal deeper than the original manipulation." "And if I decide you're a threat that needs to be removed?" Chen asked, turning to face him fully. "If I decide that your ability to predict and manipulate outcomes makes you too dangerous to allow within the sect, then you make that decision based on honest information rather than illusion," Wei Liang said. "Then you act from knowledge rather than assumption. I won't defend myself or try to change your mind. I'll accept whatever judgment you decide is just." Master Chen was quiet for a very long time. The afternoon light shifted across his face, creating shadows and highlights that made his expression harder to read. "The advancement was still earned," he said finally. "Even with your manipulation of timing, I was stronger than my opponent. I would have won eventually, even without your arrangement of circumstances." "Is that true?" "Yes," Wei Liang said, confident in this truth at least. "I didn't create your power. I didn't artificially make you stronger or more capable. I just arranged the circumstances where your power would be seen most clearly and where your opponent would be least able to defend against it." "And do I owe you for that?" Chen asked, and the question carried weight, carried the possibility of obligation that Wei Liang had been building for months. "I don't think so," Wei Liang said honestly. "I did it for myself, really, to see if my understanding of people was accurate, to test the limits of what I could arrange, to consolidate my own position within the sect. You were just a piece in a game that I was playing with myself." Chen nodded slowly. "At least you're honest about it now. That's something. It's not redemption, but it's something." The conversation with Master Chen didn't result in his removal, but it did result in a fundamental shift in their relationship. Where before Chen had trusted Wei Liang implicitly, providing him with information and access, seeking his counsel on matters of sect policy and personal decision, he now maintained careful distance. He made decisions more independently, stopped consulting Wei Liang on matters of significance, and began to review all of Wei Liang's recommendations with visible skepticism. It was a loss, and Wei Liang felt the loss acutely, like losing the respect of someone important. But it was also honest, and honesty was what he'd committed himself to, even when it hurt. Similar conversations followed with other key people in the sect's hierarchy. With the Northern Master, Wei Liang explained his careful arrangements for Lin Mei's advancement and promised, genuinely promised, that he would stop attempting to orchestrate her future, that he would allow her to succeed or fail based on her own merits. With Songrun, he explained the full extent of his knowledge about the countdowns, the ability to see how much time each person had remaining, and asked, really asked, not assumed or manipulated, if Songrin wanted to continue their relationship knowing the truth. Yes, Songrin said simply, without hesitation or doubt. But differently. I want to be your friend, not your tool. I want to know that the choices I make are my own, not the result of some careful arrangement. Is that possible? I don't know, Wei Liang said honestly. I've never had a friend before. I've had people I manipulated and people who served me. I've had people who wanted to kill me, and I've turned them into allies through careful arrangement. But I've never had someone who was genuinely my friend, independent of my influence. I don't know if I'm capable of that kind of relationship. We can learn, Songrin said. Or we can fail trying. At least that would be real. The revelations rippled through the sect in ways that created uncertainty where there had been confidence. Disciples began to wonder if their advancement had been genuine achievement or careful arrangement. People began to question their own accomplishments, wondering if Wei Liang had secretly guided them toward success or if they had actually achieved things on their own merits. The confidence that had built up around Wei Liang's seeming omniscience, his perfect understanding of people and events, began to crack visibly. And Wei Liang, instead of trying to maintain the illusion, instead of providing reassurance and fixing the damage to his reputation, let it crack completely. He began to make mistakes, or rather, he began to allow himself to make mistakes publicly, visible to everyone. He gave advice about cultivation techniques that turned out to be ineffective for some people. He suggested positions for disciples that they didn't ultimately want or couldn't quite master. He recommended strategies that failed. And instead of arranging their removal before anyone noticed, instead of positioning failure as success, he simply allowed the failures to happen publicly and helped people learn from them. The effect was immediate and profound in ways that seemed paradoxical. Wei Liang became less mystical, less perfect, more obviously and undeniably human. And somehow, in becoming less perfect, he actually became more influential. Because people respected honesty and genuine humility in a way they never quite respected perfect performance or infallible wisdom. People followed him not because they believed he could see the future perfectly, but because they trusted that he would tell them the truth about what he did see. Chapter 13. The weight of accountability. 6 months after beginning this new approach toward honesty and restraint, Wei Liang was called before the sect master and the full council of senior cultivators. He walked into the council chamber, knowing that he should be afraid, knowing that his confession of manipulation should result in his removal or exile. But he found himself strangely at peace, strangely ready to accept whatever judgment came. You've been operating with information that you haven't shared with the sect, Zhan Hu said without preamble, his voice carrying the weight of authority. Information about people's lifespans, about their deaths, about the countdowns that appear above everyone's head. We want to know the source of this information and whether you've been using it to manipulate sect policy in ways that go beyond what you've already confessed to. Wei Liang had expected this confrontation would come eventually. He'd prepared himself for it as best as he could, thinking through what he would say and how he would answer questions about his abilities. But preparing for a thing intellectually and actually facing it, actually standing before the highest authorities of the sect with their judgment hanging over him, were not the same thing at all. I don't have a conventional source, Wei Liang said, keeping his voice steady and clear. When I survived the tribulation, when I should have died and didn't, something changed fundamentally in my perception. I began to see numbers above every person's head, numbers that represent how much time they have left to live, down to the second. It's connected to the tribulation energy somehow, or to the fact that I should have died and didn't. I don't fully understand the mechanism myself. The council members looked at each other, some skeptical, some intrigued. Only Elder Qing seemed unsurprised by this revelation. She'd suspected the truth for months, perhaps longer. And you've been using this ability to manipulate the sect's hierarchy, one of the older masters said. It wasn't a question. The skepticism in his voice was clear. Yes, Wei Liang said. I positioned people for advancement based on their remaining lifespans and my calculations of how their personalities would develop as they faced mortality. I arranged for conflicts and challenges at times when I calculated likely outcomes in advance. I used the information to guide decisions in ways that benefited my own advancement and the consolidation of my power. I did this intentionally and strategically, knowing that it was manipulation, but believing that it was justified because my choices were better for the sect than the choices others would have made. "Why are you telling us this now?" Jean Hu asked, and there was something like curiosity in his voice now, beneath the official skepticism. "Because I realized I was becoming like Grand Elder Zhua," Wei Liang said. "Controlling everything because I was afraid of what would happen if I didn't, afraid that the sect would fall apart without my careful arrangement. And because I realized that the information I have is too powerful for one person to use alone. If I'm going to use it at all, I need to do so with oversight, with accountability, with the knowledge that I'm being watched, and that my decisions can be questioned." There was a long discussion that stretched late into the evening. Some of the council members wanted Wei Liang removed entirely, wanted him stripped of his position within the sect and banished to wander in the world without connection. Others wanted to use him as a tool, wanted to exploit his ability for the sect's benefit, to consolidate the sect's power using his perfect foresight. A few, including Jean Hu and Elder Qing, seemed to understand the deeper issue at stake, that the problem wasn't the ability itself but how it was being used. "The ability itself isn't the problem," Elder Qing said during the debate, her voice cutting through the argument. "The problem is that Wei Liang was using it alone, without any accountability, without anyone checking his decisions or questioning his recommendations. But if we acknowledge what he can do, if we put limitations and oversight in place, if we require him to explain his recommendations, and if we maintain the authority to overrule him, then the ability could actually become valuable to the sect." "You're suggesting we keep him?" Master Chen asked, and there was something dark in his voice, reflecting the anger he still carried about his advancement being orchestrated. "You're suggesting that we trust the person who spent months manipulating our hierarchy?" "I'm suggesting that we acknowledge what's happened and figure out how to move forward," Elder Qing said. "Removing Wei Liang doesn't change the fact that he can see what he can see. Exiling him just means that the knowledge is no longer accountable to anyone, and perhaps someday someone will seek him out and use that knowledge for worse purposes." In the end, a compromise was reached that was harsh, but also just. Wei Liang would retain his position in the sect, but would be required to report all instances of using his ability to a council overseer. His recommendations for advancement or positioning would need to come with an explanation of what he'd seen in the countdowns. He would no longer be allowed to make unilateral decisions about sect policy, and his recommendations would need to be approved by council vote. And he would be required to continue training other disciples in the techniques he'd developed, ensuring that if he died, the knowledge didn't die with him, that the infinite comprehension method would live on in others. It was a harsh judgment in many ways. It stripped away much of the autonomy Wei Liang had built up over months of careful manipulation. But it was also just, grounded in fairness rather than revenge, and more importantly, it was honest about what had happened and what boundaries needed to be set. Wei Liang agreed to all of the terms without negotiation, without attempting to bargain or modify the conditions. In doing so, he accepted the weight of accountability, accepted that he would be watched, accepted that his power would be constrained by the judgment of others. Chapter 14. The Building of Something Real. In the months that followed the council's judgment, Wei Liang found himself in an unexpected position. He was no longer the mysterious oracle guiding the sect from the shadows, the person with perfect foresight who could arrange outcomes with apparently effortless precision. He was now simply a person with a specific ability and specific limitations, working within a system of checks and balances that prevented him from using that ability for purely selfish ends. The adjustment was harder than he'd anticipated. The power he'd exercised so freely for months was now constrained, subject to oversight, requiring explanation and justification. The information he possessed couldn't be used without reporting it to the council overseer. He couldn't make decisions about advancement without defending those decisions, and sometimes the council would overrule his recommendations, insisting on different paths than the ones he'd foreseen. It was frustrating at first, but something else happened in that constraint, something unexpected. Wei Liang actually began to build something that was real. Instead of manipulating events from behind the scenes, instead of orchestrating outcomes with invisible threads of influence, he began to openly mentor disciples. He started a formal school within the sect dedicated to the infinite comprehension method, offering training to anyone who was interested in cultivation approaches outside the traditional framework. The school attracted disciples who felt like they didn't fit the normal molds, people with fractured roots, people with unusual aptitudes, people who had been labeled as failures by the standard system that valued power and conventional strength above all else. And these disciples thrived, not because Wei Liang arranged their advancement or positioned them for predetermined success, but because he gave them tools and knowledge and the honest belief that their unusual paths could lead to real mastery. Some of them became powerful cultivators in their own right, achieving breakthroughs that had been thought impossible for people with their root configurations. Others found their way into different roles within the sect, contributing in ways that wouldn't have been possible if they'd been forced into traditional advancement tracks that didn't suit their temperaments or aptitudes. Lin Mei, working with the Northern Master, began to publish papers analyzing the connections between different meditation schools. Her work became influential, cited by cultivators across different sects, earning her recognition based on genuine intellectual contribution rather than Wei Liang's careful positioning. When Wei Liang asked her directly if she resented learning that her advancement had been partially orchestrated, if she felt like her achievements weren't her own, she seemed almost amused. "Of course you arranged it," she said. "I've known that since the beginning, Wei Liang. But the arrangement just opened a door that I walked through on my own. I did the work. I studied the texts. I developed the ideas. I earned the recognition. The positioning just gave me the opportunity. And that's what matters." Song Ruan, having finally achieved his full advancement to senior disciple status through genuine cultivation work that took him months longer than it would have if Wei Liang had orchestrated it, began to specialize in conflict resolution within the sect. His ability to understand people, an ability that had been enhanced by years of watching Wei Liang's predictions come true, made him naturally suited to mediating disputes and finding compromises between different factions that should have been at odds. More importantly, he did this work because he was genuinely good at it, because his heart was in it, not because Wei Liang had positioned him to do it, or because Wei Liang had orchestrated the circumstances that led to his specialization. And Wei Liang, for the first time since the tribulation, found himself with something resembling peace. Not the peace of control, not the peace of knowing exactly how everything would unfold, not the peace of having arranged all the pieces perfectly. It was the peace of having honest relationships with people, of contributing to something without trying to own it, of accepting that he couldn't see the future perfectly and didn't need to. The numbers still appeared above everyone's head. The countdown kept ticking its relentless progression toward zero. Wei Liang could still see exactly how much time each person had left, still possessed the knowledge that no one else in the sect shared. But instead of using that information to manipulate outcomes, to arrange circumstances for his advantage, he began to use it differently, to offer each person the gift of knowing, if they wanted to know, how much time they actually had remaining. Not all of them wanted to know. Most didn't, fearing that such knowledge would be a curse rather than a gift. But the ones who did, the brave few who wanted the truth about their own mortality, found it liberating in unexpected ways. A cultivator with only 3 years left suddenly began to mentor younger disciples with a generosity of spirit that came from understanding that his legacy would outlast his mortality. A master who discovered she had another 50 years left began taking on ambitious projects that she'd previously been too cautious to attempt, too afraid of failure. A disciple with a decade remaining made peace with a family member he'd been estranged from, understanding that time was the one resource that couldn't be recovered or made up for later. Chapter 15. The Foundation of Empires. A year after the Council's judgment, after a full 12 months of working within oversight and constraints, Wei Liang found himself organizing a formal ceremony to commemorate the disciples who had died in the sect's service over the past decades. It was a traditional event that happened once every few years, a solemn occasion where the sect acknowledged its losses and paid respects to those who had given their lives. But Wei Liang approached it differently than it had been done before. Instead of simply listing names and dates in a ritual reading, Instead of making it a quick formal acknowledgement, Wei Liang created a more detailed record, a proper chronicle of each disciple's contribution, their achievements, the legacy they left behind. He spent months interviewing people who had known these disciples, collecting stories, understanding who they had been as people rather than just numbers in a catalog. For Kangxi, who had been dead for nearly a year now, Wei Liang wrote a particularly detailed entry. He described not just how Kangxi had died, but what Kangxi had achieved in his brief time, how he'd helped mentor other disciples, how he'd demonstrated through his own example that power wasn't necessary for a life to have value, how he'd lived with kindness and dignity despite knowing, in the end, that his time was limited. "This is beautiful work," Elder Qing said when she reviewed the chronicle. "You've made people into more than just numbers and dates. You've made them real." "I learned it from someone," Wei Liang said. Thinking of grand elders was journal, thinking of the regret that echoed across time. The ceremony itself drew hundreds of disciples, from the lowest outer ranks to senior cultivators and masters. Zhan Hu himself presided, and the proceedings had a weight to them that the traditional ceremonies had never quite captured. As Wei Liang read the entries, watching disciples nod in recognition of people they'd known, watching some of them quietly cry as memories surfaced, he understood something fundamental about what he'd been trying to do all along. He'd been trying to control time, to arrange the future perfectly, to prevent loss and death and change through careful manipulation and perfect foresight. But none of that was actually possible. Time couldn't be controlled. The future couldn't be known with perfect certainty, despite his ability to see the countdowns and measure mortality. All that he could actually do was acknowledge the reality of death and loss, honor the people who had lived and died, and help the living create something that would outlast them, something that would be remembered and valued. After the ceremony, as disciples were leaving and the evening shadows were lengthening across the ceremonial grounds, a young disciple approached Wei Liang. She was no older than Kangxi had been, with sharp features and intelligent eyes that seemed to see beyond the surface. Above her head, the numbers read, 76 years, 3 months, 7 days. A long future stretching ahead. "I want to study with you," the disciple said. "I want to learn the infinite comprehension method. I want to understand how to cultivate without relying on the traditional root configurations. Will you teach me?" Wei Liang looked at this young woman, looked at the long future she had stretching before her, and understood that he was being given another chance. Another opportunity to help someone grow without trying to control the outcome. Another chance to teach rather than manipulate. "Yes," he said, "I'll teach you. But you need to understand something first. I can see a lot of things about people, their strengths, their weaknesses, their potential, how much time they have. And I'm going to be tempted to arrange your path, to position you for certain outcomes, to guide you toward what I think is best. I might even do that sometimes, despite my best intentions, because the habit is deep. But what I'm trying to learn is how to help you without controlling you. So if you ever feel like I'm pushing you towards something that isn't your own choice, I want you to tell me. Will you take away the opportunity if I tell you?" the disciple asked, and the question showed that she understood something fundamental about power and trust. "No," Wei Liang said, "but I'll change how I offer it." As Wei Liang began to teach this new student, began to pass on what he'd learned, not just about cultivation, but about the careful balance between offering guidance and allowing freedom, between knowing and letting others discover on their own, he understood that this was what his power had actually been for. Not to control the sect, not to arrange perfect outcomes, not to build an empire of his own influence, but to help people become who they could be, to offer them tools and knowledge and support, and then to step back and let them build their own lives. The numbers still floated above every person's head. The countdown kept ticking its relentless progression, and Wei Liang, for the first time, wasn't afraid of it. He'd learned to see the numbers not as a tool for control, but as a reminder of what mattered. The people, the connections, the brief lives that deserved to be honored and supported, regardless of how much time remained. This was the foundation that would last. Not the hierarchy he'd arranged, not the positions he'd orchestrated, not the political structure he'd built, but the relationships he'd built, the disciples he'd taught, the legacy of people helping people because they genuinely believed it mattered, because they understood that time was precious and mortality was real. And in that foundation, Wei Liang finally found what he'd been searching for all along. a reason to live that had nothing to do with power and everything to do with purpose. The girl, her name was Huang Mei, proved to be an exceptional student. Where Kong she had struggled and had to work hard for every small advancement, Huang Mei seemed to grasp the principles of the infinite comprehension method almost intuitively. Her fractured roots became not a limitation but an asset, allowing her to approach cultivation from angles that disciples with stronger roots couldn't quite achieve. By the end of their first year of study together, she was already advancing past the foundation establishment stage, achieving breakthroughs that most disciples her age hadn't even approached. More importantly, she understood what Wei Liang was trying to teach her about the balance between knowledge and freedom. She would ask questions about the countdowns, about what Wei Liang saw when he looked at people, and Wei Liang would answer honestly, would tell her what the numbers meant, but he would never tell her how she should use that information. That choice always remained with Huang Mei. As Wei Liang walked through the sect's gardens one evening, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and red, he realized something that had been building for months. He was happy, not in the way that power had made him feel, not in the way that control and certainty had felt, but in the way that genuine connection felt, in the way that knowing you were helping someone become who they wanted to be felt. The countdown still ticked above every head. Death still waited for everyone. But Wei Liang had finally learned what Zhua had understood too late, that the point wasn't to control the countdown or prevent the ending. The point was to help people live fully in whatever time they had. Chapter 16. The Rising Tide. 18 months after Wei Liang began teaching Huang Mei, the sect underwent another transformation. This one was subtle, not dramatic confrontations or public challenges, but rather a gradual shift in how the sect valued different kinds of cultivation. Where once raw power and direct confrontation had been the primary measures of worth, now understanding and adaptation began to be valued equally. Disciples with fractured roots found pathways to advancement through the infinite comprehension method. Cultivators who had previously been dismissed as failures began to prove themselves capable of extraordinary contributions to the sect's development. The change rippled through every level of the sect. The outer disciple quarters, once a place of drudgery and despair for those deemed unworthy of advancement, became a place of genuine opportunity. Disciples who had been resigned to their apparent limitations began to hope that they might have value after all, that their unusual paths might actually be strengths rather than weaknesses. The atmosphere in the quarters shifted from grim acceptance to genuine optimism, and the sect, as a whole, began to benefit in ways that were measurable. Disciples trained in the infinite comprehension method developed novel solutions to problems that had vexed the sect for years. They approached challenges with a flexibility and creativity that came from not being bound by conventional thinking. They collaborated effectively across different skill levels and backgrounds because they weren't fighting for position within a rigid hierarchy. Huang Mei became Wei Liang's unofficial assistant in the school devoted to the infinite comprehension method. She wasn't formally appointed. Wei Liang had learned the dangers of formal authority and the way that titles could calcify relationships and limit flexibility, but she naturally began to help teach newer students, to offer guidance based on her own experience struggling with the method. Her example was powerful in ways that Wei Liang's teaching could never quite achieve by itself. She showed, through her own life, that it was possible to advance rapidly, to achieve genuine power, to find your place in the sect, and even transcend it, even with fractured roots and an unconventional path. The council watched this all unfold with mixed reactions that reflected the broader tensions within the sect. Some of the older masters were concerned that the sect was becoming soft, that the emphasis on understanding and harmony over raw power would weaken their ability to defend themselves against external threats. But Zhan Hu and the younger generation of leaders understood what was really happening. The sect was becoming stronger by becoming more inclusive, more flexible, more adaptable. A sect that could welcome and develop different kinds of practitioners would be more resilient to change and uncertainty. It was during this period of quiet growth that Wei Liang made an interesting discovery while reviewing older historical records in the archives. He found detailed accounts of the sect's founding, written by the first Grand Elder in a sprawling manuscript that filled several volumes. The founding had happened almost exactly 400 years earlier, when a small group of cultivators had decided to create a place where unconventional students could learn and grow, where the rigid hierarchies of other cultivation communities didn't apply. Wei Liang read the account carefully, noting how the first Grand Elder had specifically built the sect to be different, deliberately establishing policies to accept disciples who had been rejected elsewhere. The sect was supposed to be a refuge, a place where fractured roots didn't condemn you to failure, where individual understanding could substitute for overwhelming power, where different paths were not just tolerated but actively encouraged and celebrated. Somehow, over the centuries, that original vision had been gradually lost in a slow drift that nobody had quite noticed. The sect had gradually shifted toward valuing power above all else, toward creating rigid hierarchies that mimicked the very structures the founders had rejected, toward dismissing any cultivator whose path didn't fit the standard patterns. It had become the very thing it was founded to oppose. "I think I've been trying to restore what was always supposed to be here," Wei Liang said to Elder Qing as they reviewed the founding documents together in her private study, surrounded by the artifacts of a century of scholarship. "No," Elder Qing said, setting down her notes carefully. "You've been trying to reimagine what could be here. The founding vision was good, yes, but the world changes. Societies evolve. The sect has to evolve. What you're doing isn't restoring the past. It's building something new that honors the values of the past while adapting to the present and future. It's synthesis rather than restoration." Wei Liang understood that Elder Qing was giving him permission to see his work as legitimate, not just as correction of historical drift, but as genuine creation. It was an important distinction because it freed him from the pressure to be correct historically and allowed him to simply be effective in the present. Chapter 17. The Challenge from Above. The first real external threat to Wei Liang's position came 8 months later, in the form of a visitor from the Heavenly Peak sect. The Heavenly Peak sect was one of the major cultivation powers in the region, known for producing incredibly strong individual cultivators who dominated cultivation competitions and tournaments. But they were also known for their rigid hierarchies and their harsh treatment of disciples who didn't meet their exacting standards of power and obedience. The visitor's name was Master Ling, and she carried herself with the confidence of someone who had spent decades at the apex of power within a fiercely competitive structure. She was perhaps 2 centuries old, with hands that showed the marks of centuries of cultivation work. Above her head, the countdown read, 213 years remaining. A very long time, and enough time to do virtually anything she wanted. "I've heard interesting reports from the Bloodthorn sect," Master Ling said during a formal banquet, speaking directly to Wei Liang with the casual directness of someone so powerful that she didn't need to worry about social niceties. "I've heard that you've been teaching an unconventional cultivation method that allows people with weak roots to become powerful. I've heard that your sect is becoming deliberately more inclusive rather than maintaining the rigorous standards that separate truly exceptional cultivators from the mediocre. I'd like to understand your reasoning for this apparent softening." Wei Liang met her gaze calmly, knowing that she was testing him. The original function of the infinite comprehension method was to provide pathways for cultivators whose roots didn't fit conventional patterns. But more broadly, I've come to believe that the standard approach to cultivation, measuring worth purely through power and speed of advancement, is unnecessarily limiting. There are many ways to be valuable to the sect. Not everyone needs to be a master-level combatant. "That sounds very noble," Master Ling said, and there was something sharp in her voice that suggested she didn't quite believe him. "But I suspect it's also convenient for you. By teaching an unconventional method, by building a school around it, by positioning yourself as the teacher and guide for this new approach, you've created followers who are loyal to you rather than to the sect. You've built a power base disguised as philosophy. You've created disciples who depend on you for their understanding of cultivation." The words struck exactly at Wei Liang's deepest fears about his own motivations, the doubts he still carried about whether he'd truly changed or simply become more sophisticated in his manipulation. He knew that part of what Master Ling was saying was true. Even now, even after months of working on letting go of control and manipulation, he was still the center of a network of relationships, still wielding influence, still creating loyalty in others. The method had changed, the intent had shifted, but perhaps the underlying impulse hadn't been entirely transformed. "That's partially true," Wei Liang said, and he could see the surprise in Master Ling's eyes at his honesty. I did initially use the school as a way to consolidate power and create a base of loyal followers. I was deliberately manipulating people and arranging situations to benefit myself. But over time, I've tried to shift toward actually helping people rather than building loyalty to myself. That's an ongoing process. I still struggle with it. I still sometimes find myself making suggestions that are designed to reinforce people's dependence on me rather than pushing them toward independence. Master Ling smiled, and it was a genuine smile this time, reflecting actual appreciation. That honesty is worth something. Most powerful people would have lied to me, would have convinced themselves that their motivations were pure, would have created a narrative that allowed them to see themselves as benevolent. You're admitting your own complicity in power dynamics, admitting that you're still working on your own corruption. I respect that. However, Master Ling's visit wasn't just a social call or a test of Wei Liang's character. Over the following weeks, as she remained at the sect as an observer and honored guest, she made it increasingly clear that she was interested in challenging Wei Liang's influence within the Bloodthorn sect structure. She suggested publicly that the sect was becoming weaker, that they should return to more traditional standards of cultivation and harder discipline. She recommended that several of Wei Liang's key students be transferred to the Heavenly Peak sect for advanced training, a suggestion that everyone understood meant they would be incorporated into Heavenly Peak structure and might never return to the Bloodthorn sect. It was a direct threat to everything Wei Liang had built, but it was also a test of whether he truly changed. Wei Liang understood, watching the events unfold with the clear vision that came from knowing Master Ling's countdown, that he was being given the opportunity to respond the way he'd used to respond to challenges. He could manipulate outcomes with surgical precision. He could find ways to force Master Ling's hand, to make her regret her challenge. He could use his knowledge of her remaining centuries of life against her, could predict her moves years in advance and position countermeasures. He possessed knowledge of her countdown that she didn't have, and he could potentially use that knowledge to predict her future moves and counter them before they happened. Instead, Wei Liang did something entirely different. He went to the council and explained the situation honestly. He presented Master Ling's concerns as legitimate criticisms, acknowledged that some of them had validity, and asked for the council's decision about how to proceed. He allowed the outcome to be determined by genuine choice rather than by his careful manipulation. Do you have students who want to go to the Heavenly Peak sect? Zhan Hu asked during the council session. No, Wei Liang said, but I won't force them to stay. If they want to go, they should be allowed to. I want them to make that choice freely, not because I've arranged circumstances to bind them here. To Wei Liang's surprise, none of his students chose to leave, despite Master Ling's extensive efforts to recruit them. Huang Mei, when asked directly if she was tempted by the offer, simply said, "This is where I want to study. This is where my path is taking me." The Heavenly Peak sect values power. The Bloodthorn sect values understanding. I choose understanding. Master Ling, when she saw that her challenge had failed, left the sect quietly. But before she departed, she asked to speak with Wei Liang one last time. I was testing you, she said. Testing to see if you'd respond the way most people with power do, by trying to control the situation, by using your advantages to force the outcome you wanted. You didn't. You let the outcome be decided by actual choice rather than by manipulation. That makes you dangerous in a different way than I expected. Is that good or bad? Wei Liang asked. It's honest, Master Ling said. And honesty, in my experience, is far more dangerous than power. Power can be opposed, can be matched with greater power, can be defeated. But how do you oppose someone who is genuinely trying to do the right thing? How do you argue against someone who admits their flaws and keeps trying to improve? Chapter 18, The Cascade of Change. In the years following Master Ling's challenge, the changes Wei Liang had initiated began to compound in unexpected ways. Disciples trained in the infinite comprehension method began to graduate and take positions throughout the sect. They brought with them a different approach to problems, a flexibility and adaptability that solved issues in new ways that conventional training had never achieved. The sect's relationship with the surrounding communities changed as well. Where before the sect had been somewhat isolated, a distant power that people respected but didn't truly understand, now disciples began to take teaching positions in nearby towns, spreading knowledge of the infinite comprehension method to people outside the formal sect structure. This created a broader network of support for the sect and also expanded the potential pool of future disciples. Young cultivators with fractured roots who might never have sought out the Bloodthorn sect before began arriving, asking to join specifically because they'd heard about the school and wanted to study with Wei Liang's students. Huang Mei, now a fully developed master in her own right at only 25 years old, began to establish her own teaching lineage within the sect. She specialized in helping young disciples find their own unique approach to cultivation rather than forcing them into conventional patterns. Her students revered her not just for her power, which was considerable, but for her wisdom and her genuine care for their development as people, not just as cultivators. Wei Liang found himself with less direct influence on the sect's day-to-day operations than he had at his peak of power, but paradoxically, his influence on the sect's fundamental values became deeper. The ideas he'd promoted, understanding over power, inclusivity over exclusion, personal growth over hierarchical advancement, compassion over domination, had taken root in ways that went beyond any single person's control. They'd become part of the sect's culture. Songrun, now a senior master himself after years of genuine cultivation work, approached Wei Liang one day with a proposal that surprised him. "I want to establish a council of conflict resolution," Songrun said. "A formal position within the sect structure dedicated to mediating disputes and helping people work through difficulties before they escalate to formal challenges or violence. I want you to help me develop the structure and principles, but I want to implement it and make the actual decisions. Would you be willing to step back into that kind of advisory position, even though it's different from the direct authority you've had?" Wei Liang considered this carefully, thinking about what Songrun was really asking. "What would my role be? How much authority would I have?" "Advisor," Songrun said, "not decision-maker. You would help me understand the principles, would offer counsel and wisdom drawn from your experience, but I would implement them and make the actual decisions. I would be responsible for outcomes. Would you be willing to live with that kind of limitation?" Wei Liang said yes. He understood that what Songrun was asking for was the continuation of everything Wei Liang had been trying to learn over the past years. How to offer guidance without demanding control, how to help without dominating, how to be influential without being authoritative, how to mentor someone toward power while remaining a trusted advisor rather than a hidden authority. The Conflict Resolution Council, once established, became one of the most valued institutions in the sect. Songrun's genius for understanding people, developed partly through years of watching Wei Liang's methods and predictions, and partly through his own natural aptitude, made him exceptionally skilled at helping people find common ground and work through difficulties without resorting to violence or formal challenges that could divide the sect. Chapter 19. The Weight of Legacy. 7 years after Wei Liang's initial transformation, after 7 years of working within oversight and constraints, after 7 years of genuinely trying to help people rather than control them, the sect master called him to a private meeting. Wei Liang went, wondering what the summons meant. Zhan, who seemed older now, his face lined with the weight of decades of leadership. The countdown above his head showed only 43 years remaining, a relatively short time for a cultivator at his level of power. "I'm going to retire from the position of sect master," Zhan, who said without preamble, getting straight to the point. "Not immediately, but within the next 5 years. I'm going to recommend that Master Chen take over as my successor." Wei Liang understood the implications immediately and completely. Master Chen, who had been Grand Elder for years now and who had proven himself to be an effective administrator and wise leader, would move into the sect master position. Master Chen's countdown showed another 150 years remaining. He would guide the sect for multiple human lifetimes, would be able to implement long-term vision and strategy in ways that wouldn't be possible with Zhan, whose limited remaining lifespan. "Why are you telling me this?" Wei Liang asked. "This is a decision for the council to make, for the sect to decide. Why do you need my approval or input?" "Because I want to know if you're all right with it," Zhan, who said directly. "Because your influence has shaped the direction this sect has taken over the past years, and I want to ensure that you understand what comes next and that you support the transition." Wei Liang realized, in that moment, that Zhan, who understood something about Wei Liang that even Wei Liang himself had only recently come to terms with, that Wei Liang would never not be influential in the sect, that his power might be constrained by council oversight. His authority might be checked by formal structures, but his fundamental influence on how the sect thought about itself would persist because it had become baked into the sect's values and culture. I think Master Qin will be a good sect master, Wei Liang said after careful consideration. He has the strength to lead the sect through external challenges, the intelligence to understand nuance and complexity, and enough remaining lifespan to implement lasting changes and see them through to completion. And honestly, he will be better at actual governance than I would be. I prefer to teach and advise rather than rule. That's a mature answer, Zhanhu said. And I believe it's sincere. You've learned something important, Wei Liang. You've learned the difference between power and influence, and you've chosen to use your influence for good rather than for domination. That's rarer than you might think. As Wei Liang walked back to his quarters that evening, through the sect's gardens where moonlight was painting everything in shades of silver and shadow, he found himself reflecting on how far he'd come. 7 years ago, he'd been a person willing to manipulate individuals for strategic advantage. Now he was someone who tried, not always successfully, but genuinely, to help people become their best selves. Chapter 20. The Infinite Comprehension on the Anniversary of Kang Shi's Death. Now 7 years passed, a full rotation through the calendar. Wei Liang held a meditation session dedicated to remembering those who had passed away while studying the Infinite Comprehension method. The session drew hundreds of participants, not just disciples currently studying the method, but also those who had trained with it in the past, who had learned its principles and carried them forward in their own lives and teachings. Among the participants was Huang Mei, now recognized as a master teacher in her own right, training the next generation of practitioners in the subtle arts of understanding and flexible cultivation. There was Song Run, who had brought the principles of understanding and harmony to his work in conflict resolution, fundamentally changing how disputes were handled within the sect. There were countless disciples whose names Wei Liang didn't know, but whose faces he recognized from teaching sessions, from small acts of kindness observed in passing, from moments of genuine growth witnessed and supported. As Wei Liang looked out at the assembled people, as he felt the weight of collective presence in the meditation chamber, he understood something profound. The infinite comprehension method was no longer just his method. It had become something larger, something that belonged to all of them. It had evolved through their contributions, shaped and refined by each person's unique understanding and creative adaptation. The method was alive in a way that transcended any individual person's vision. The countdown numbers floated above every head, unchanged in their essential reality, showing time's steady progression toward the inevitable end. Some of the younger disciples there would live for only a few more decades. Some, like Wei Liang himself, might have 50 or 100 years remaining. Some of the masters might have several centuries. But the numbers were all ticking downward, all pointing toward the same ultimate destination. But Wei Liang no longer looked at those numbers with fear or with the desire to manipulate. He looked at them with understanding. The understanding that time was precious precisely because it was limited, that mortality gave meaning to the brief span of consciousness and choice that each person possessed. That knowledge of the end didn't diminish life, it intensified it. After the meditation, as disciples were leaving the chamber and walking out into the night, as the physical space was emptying but the spiritual resonance of their presence remained, Huang Mei approached Wei Liang. "I've been thinking about what you taught me," Huang Mei said, her voice carrying the confidence of someone who had moved past student status into genuine mastery. "About the countdowns. About using knowledge without trying to control outcomes. And I realized something important. The infinite comprehension method isn't really about cultivation at all, not fundamentally. It's about understanding that our time is limited and choosing to use that time for something meaningful." "That's exactly right," Wei Liang said. "You've understood the core principle more deeply than I understood it for years. So the method isn't really about power," Huang Mei continued, working through her own understanding. "It's about meaning. About understanding that we are mortal, that we will die, and that makes everything we do matter. It makes our choices matter. It makes our relationships matter." Wei Liang smiled. "You're becoming a better teacher than I ever was." That night, alone in his quarters, surrounded by scrolls and texts and the accumulated knowledge of centuries of cultivation, Wei Liang opened the journal of Grand Elder Zhua, and wrote an entry of his own, continuing the conversation that had spanned decades of reflection. I have spent years trying to understand mortality and meaning. I was given an ability to see the countdowns above every head, to know exactly when death would come for each person. I initially believed this was a gift, a way to perfect my understanding and control outcomes perfectly. But I have come to realize that the true gift isn't the knowledge of death itself. The true gift is the recognition that mortality is universal, that it makes us all equal in the face of time, and that it gives meaning to the time we have. I have made serious mistakes in how I used this knowledge. I have manipulated people and arranged outcomes. I have believed that my understanding justified my control. But I have also learned something crucial, that the best use of knowledge is not to control others, but to help them understand themselves. That power is best used to create opportunities for others rather than to consolidate authority. If there is a cultivator in the future who receives a similar ability to see the countdowns, who is given access to knowledge of mortality that others don't possess, I would tell them this. The countdowns don't matter as much as the choices people make while the countdown ticks. Help others choose well. Don't try to make the choice for them. Don't use knowledge to dominate. Use it to illuminate. Wei Liang closed the journal and meditated on the mountains above the sect, watching the stars emerge as darkness fell, each one a distant flame burning in the void. The countdowns remained visible even in the dark, red numerals floating above every sleeping disciple in the sect, measuring the distance between now and the ending that would come for each of them. But now, Wei Liang understood that the countdowns weren't the enemy. They weren't something to resist or manipulate against or try to reverse. They were simply the truth of existence, that everything that lived would one day cease to live, that every flame would eventually be extinguished, that all time flows toward an end. And that truth, properly understood, was the foundation for a life lived with purpose, with meaning, with genuine care for the people who shared this brief moment of consciousness with you. 7 years after nearly dying on that cliff, after the tribulation that should have killed him, after awakening to an ability that had nearly corrupted him, after years of learning and unlearning and relearning how to live with knowledge of mortality, Wei Liang had finally found peace. Not the peace of control, but the peace of acceptance. Not the peace of certainty, but the peace of genuine connection. He had risen from an outer disciple deemed worthless to someone whose influence shaped the entire sect's culture and future. But his greatest achievement wasn't in his cultivation advancement or his political maneuvering. His greatest achievement was in learning to live with knowledge of mortality without being paralyzed by it, without using it to harm others, and in finding meaning in the brief lives of those around him. The infinite comprehension method would outlast him. The school he'd founded would continue after his death. The principles he'd helped establish would guide the sect for centuries to come. These were the legacies that mattered, not monuments or power, but the ongoing work of helping people understand themselves and each other, generation after generation. As Wei Liang settled into meditation, feeling the spiritual energy flow through his meridian network with the ease of decades of practice, he understood that his journey was far from over. There were decades ahead, perhaps a full century if his own countdown was accurate. But those decades would be spent in service, in teaching, in the quiet work of helping others become who they could be. And that was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. In the months that followed, Wei Liang began to formalize his teachings into written texts that could be preserved and studied long after he was gone. He worked with Huang Mei and several other master teachers to create a comprehensive manual of the infinite comprehension method, not just the techniques, but the philosophy underlying them, the way of thinking that allowed people to understand cultivation on a fundamental level. The work was painstaking and slow. Wei Liang had to constantly remind himself not to arrange things, not to smooth the path for the people working on this project. Instead, he had to let them struggle with difficult passages, debate philosophical points, disagree with his interpretations, and fight for their own understanding. It was harder than simply telling them what to write. But the texts that emerged from this process were far richer than anything Wei Liang could have written alone. They contained multiple perspectives, different approaches to the same principles, acknowledgement of competing ideas. The infinite comprehension method as it was being documented was more complex, more nuanced, and more real than the personal vision Wei Liang had originally held. He began to teach new students in his final years of active instruction, taking on perhaps a dozen disciples who showed particular aptitude or unusual root configurations. Among them was a girl named Mei Chun, with a countdown that showed 41 years remaining, meaning she would have enough time to become a full master and teach others in turn. Another was a boy named Lao Tian who showed extraordinary insight into spiritual philosophy despite having almost completely blocked meridians. Wei Liang taught them not just the techniques of the infinite comprehension method, but also the most important lesson he'd learned, that the ability to see the countdowns, the knowledge of mortality, was most valuable not as a tool for control, but as a reminder of what truly mattered. Every person you teach, he told them, will one day die. Some in decades, some in centuries, but all of them eventually. That's not sad. That's just true. But because it's true, your responsibility as a teacher becomes very clear. Help them become the best version of themselves while they're here. Don't waste their time. Don't make them smaller or more dependent on you. Make them bigger, freer, more capable of becoming what they could be. On his 70th birthday, celebrated quietly with a small gathering of his closest students and friends, Wei Liang reflected on the man he'd been when he started. That younger Wei Liang would have been horrified at how he'd wasted his power, how he'd stepped back from influence, how he'd allowed others to make decisions he could have orchestrated perfectly. That younger Wei Liang would have seen contentment in service as a form of defeat. But the Wei Liang of now understood that the path he'd taken was the only path that had ever been worth taking. The power to control had been an illusion. Real power, the power to change people's lives, to shape how they thought about themselves and the world, came from humility, from genuine connection, from allowing others to be free. The countdowns continued their remorseless ticking. Wei Liang's own countdown showed approximately 27 years remaining. It was enough time to complete the great work he'd begun, to ensure that the principles of the infinite comprehension method would be preserved and transmitted to future generations. It was enough time to see some of his students become teachers, to watch the ripples of his influence extend beyond his lifetime. But more importantly, it was enough time to be fully present in each moment, to genuinely help the people around him, to live the principles he'd learned rather than just teaching them. On a clear evening, as Wei Liang walked through the sect's gardens, now expanded and more beautiful than they'd ever been, maintained by disciples who took pride in creating spaces of peace and reflection, Songren caught up with him. The council is considering a new position, Songren said. They want to create a formal archive of the sect's history and philosophy, a place where the fundamental principles that guide us are preserved and studied. They're asking if you'd be willing to oversee it, not as an authority figure, but as an elder who has lived through decades of the sect's transformation. Wei Liang considered the offer carefully. It was asking him to step away from direct teaching, to take on a more passive, archival role. It was also asking him to allow others to learn from the work of preservation and documentation, rather than trying to control exactly how the sect's history was presented. Yes, Wei Liang said, I'll do it, but with conditions. I choose a successor immediately, someone who will eventually take over and improve on the work I do. And I'll be documented alongside the history, including my mistakes and what I learned from them. I don't want future disciples to think I was always wise. I want them to know that even someone who could see the countdowns, even someone with supernatural knowledge, could still be foolish and could still learn. Songren smiled. That's exactly what we hoped you'd say. In his final years, Wei Liang worked on this archive, helping to document the sect's transformation. He wrote about his own journey, not hiding his earlier manipulations, but explaining them, analyzing what had driven him to those choices and what he'd learned from recognizing his own flaws. He worked with other senior masters to preserve their perspectives and teachings, and he waited for his own countdown to reach zero, not with fear, but with acceptance. He'd lived a good life, a meaningful life. He'd made mistakes and had grown from them. He'd helped many people become better versions of themselves. When his final days came, much sooner than expected, due to an accident during meditation that revealed a weakness in his meridian structure that had been building for years, Wei Liang faced them with the peace of someone who had no regrets. Huang Mei sat by his bedside during those final hours, her eyes red from crying, but her presence calm and steady. She held Wei Liang's hand as his breathing became shallower, as the life force that had animated him for so many decades began to dim. Thank you, Wei Liang said, his voice barely more than a whisper now, for becoming better than I ever was, for taking what I taught and making it your own, for becoming a teacher who helps people rather than controls them. I learned from the best, Huang Mei said. Even when you were trying to control things, you were teaching me how to be better. And then you showed me something more important, how to let go. Wei Liang closed his eyes. Above Huang Mei's head, the countdown showed she had another 50 years to live, another 50 years to teach and grow, and become even more than she was now. That made him happy, truly, genuinely happy, in a way that all of his previous conquests and manipulations had never managed. The countdowns above all the heads in the sect continued their relentless progression. But Wei Liang, who had spent his entire cultivation career obsessed with those countdowns, could finally look at his own final moments and see them not as an ending, but as a completion. His story wasn't ending. It was being preserved in the people he'd taught, the principles he'd established, the legacy of genuine human connection and meaningful growth. As the numbers above his head reached zero, as consciousness faded, and the vast weight of existence finally released him, Wei Liang's final thought was not of power or influence or control. It was of gratitude, gratitude for the chance to learn, to grow, to help others become who they could be. And that gratitude, more than any cultivation technique or supernatural ability, was the truest measure of a life well lived. In the weeks following Wei Liang's death, the entire sect went through a period of profound reflection. His funeral was attended by hundreds of disciples and masters, people he'd taught, people whose lives he'd touched, people whose paths he'd helped illuminate. Songs were sung, stories were told. Disciples wept not just for the loss of Wei Liang, but for what they'd learned from him. Master Chun, now fully established as the sect master, wrote a memorial that would be inscribed in the sect's archive. Wei Liang came to us as an outcast, deemed worthless by those in power. He rose not through domination, but through understanding. He wielded knowledge like a teacher wields wisdom, not to control, but to illuminate. He showed us that the greatest power is not power at all, but the ability to help others become more than they were. His absence will be felt, but his influence will guide us for generations. Huang Mei took over the teaching of the advanced infinite comprehension method students, and under her guidance, the method evolved further, incorporating new insights that students brought to the work. The living tradition that Wei Liang had created would continue long after his death, changing and adapting while maintaining its core principles. In the archives, in a sealed chamber preserved for posterity, Wei Liang's journals were carefully maintained, including the final entry he'd written the night before he died. It read simply, "I see the death countdown above every head. I have always seen it, but I have finally learned what those numbers truly mean. Not that we should be afraid, but that we should be grateful. Not that we should try to control the future, but that we should be fully present in each moment we have." To those who read this, your countdown is ticking too. Every moment that passes is a moment you cannot recover. Use your time wisely. Help others become who they could be. Don't waste your life trying to control what cannot be controlled. Be present. Be kind. Be genuine. And know that your life, no matter how long it lasts, matters more than you can possibly imagine. This was Wei Liang's true legacy. Not the position he'd achieved, not the disciples he'd taught, not even the method that would continue in his name. His true legacy was the understanding that mortality was not something to fear or control, but something to honor. That time was precious precisely because it was limited. That the greatest power was the power to help others live fully in whatever time they had. Chapter 21. The inner sanctum. The transition from outer to inner disciple happened in silence. There were no ceremonies, no sect-wide announcements. Only a simple administrative log that redistributed Wei Liang's quarterly cultivation allowance and assigned him a cell in the inner mountain dormitory. He ascended the steep stone stairs carved into the cliff face, his new jade token catching the afternoon sun, and felt the weight of what he had done settle into his chest like a second heart. The inner mountain was another world, where the outer sect bustled with the low hum of competition and desperation. The inner sanctum breathed with a different kind of hunger, one born from having already proven oneself. The disciples here moved with the confidence of those who had passed through the first great filter. They studied advanced arrays, trained in elemental fusion, and had access to cultivation chambers that amplified spiritual density. Wei Liang could feel it in the air itself, a thickness to the qi that made each breath more nourishing than 10 breaths outside. His quarters were modest compared to what a few of the senior inner disciples enjoyed, but they were immaculate. A sleeping chamber, a meditation room, and a small study with shelves carved into the stone walls. The windows faced east toward the hidden peaks, where morning light broke over the ridges like molten gold. He stood at the threshold for nearly an hour, simply absorbing the silence. Death's sight had evolved with his advancement. When he looked at the other inner disciples passing in the corridors, the countdowns were no longer blocky red numerals, but flowing, almost liquid digits, as though his ability to perceive death had grown more refined. Some numbers flashed steadily. Others flickered with subtle variations as they walked, meditated, or trained. He began to understand that the timers were responsive to behavior. A disciple who meditated appeared stable. One who overexerted themselves showed a slight acceleration. The first elder of the inner sect was named Jian Meng, a thin, precise man of 93 years whose countdown hung above his head like a sword. For years, 7 months, 12 days. Wei Liang watched him move through the sect facilities with the gait of someone still commanding respect despite his obvious frailty. He taught the advanced theory of meridian alignment and had accumulated a private library of forbidden texts on array theory. When Wei Liang requested to attend his lectures, Jian Meng's weathered face softened with something like approval. The new disciple who inherited the Grand Elder's cave, Jian Meng said, tapping his brush against his desk. His voice was thin but sharp. You showed cunning in that negotiation. Desperate, perhaps, but cunning nonetheless. Attend my lectures. Study hard. The Grand Elder left behind more secrets than just a cave. Wei Liang bowed deeply, feeling the first threads of a plan take shape in his mind. Not yet fully formed, but beginning to crystallize. If Jian Meng had less than 5 years, and if that cave had contained valuable techniques, then there might be others. Other elders, other caves, other legacies waiting to fall to someone patient enough to position himself correctly. He began mapping the deaths. Not the distant ones. Those were statistical noise, 5 and 10 and 15 years away. But the ones within striking distance. The second elder of the inner sect, Lu Chun, had 2 years, 3 months, 8 days. The array master, Gong Yu, had 1 year, 11 months, 14 days. And deep in the high tower, the poison master Su held his secrets close while his countdown read 3 years, 6 months, 2 days. It was not cruel to observe them. It was not cruel to position himself in their orbits. They were dying whether he watched or not. If his presence in their final years brought them comfort, brought them students worthy of their knowledge, then perhaps he was offering them a gift. The rationalization came easily now, smoother than it had in the beginning. His mind had learned to shape itself around necessity. The other inner disciples regarded him with curiosity rather than hostility. He was an outlier, ascended too quickly, came from nowhere, carried himself with a quietness that suggested hidden depths. Some were intrigued. Others simply accepted his presence as they accepted the presence of the mountains. He studied with Jian Meng 3 times a week, learning the language of arrays and the resonance between intent and structure. The array theory was beautiful in a way that surprised him. It was mathematics and poetry combined, the skeleton of magic made visible. But it was also isolating. The inner disciples had formed their alliances over years. They knew each other's weaknesses, strengths, the precise angle of ambition that drove each one. Wei Liang was an unknown quantity. He was studied but not embraced. He was present but not included. That changed on his 15th day, when a senior inner disciple named Ran Tao invited him to meditate in one of the deep chambers, spaces carved so far into the mountain that the ambient qi became almost solid. Ran Tao had 8 years, for months, 19 days. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with the kind of open face that came naturally to people accustomed to being liked. I wanted to know what you were really after, Ran Tao said as they descended the spiral staircase into the lower levels. Being friendly with Jian Meng won't help you survive your advancement to the next level. The real power in the sect lies in networks. Alliances. The disciples who will watch your back when you attempt your breakthrough. Wei Liang considered this. It was true enough, though the real power, as far as he could see, lay in knowing when people would die. What are you offering? A spot in the cultivator's circle. 7 of us meet once a month to share techniques and resources. It's not official. The sect doesn't know about it, and would probably discourage it if they did. But it's useful. Information flows through us before it reaches the general population. We help each other advance. We don't betray each other, not under ordinary circumstances. The conditional phrase was interesting. Not under ordinary circumstances. Wei Liang cataloged it and filed it away. He accepted. What choice did he have? Continued isolation would eventually breed suspicion. He needed to be visible, embedded, trusted enough that his movements would seem natural. The deep chamber was vast and spherical, with luminous stones embedded in the walls at intervals, creating archipelagos of light across the darkness. The air was heavy. He could feel it pressing against his skin, a sensation like descending underwater. The chi here was undiluted, raw, almost violent in its potency. Even standing still, he could feel it battering against his defenses, trying to force itself into his meridians. The other 6 disciples arrived over the next hour. There was Ran Tao, obviously the social glue. There was Lin Yu, a woman with sharp features and sharper eyes who specialized in weapon forging. There was Feng Ku, round-faced and cheerful, who cultivated the earth element and had built an expertise in terrain control. There was Shun Wu, austere and almost dour, who had taken a temporary vow of silence, but communicated through characters he wrote in the air with his chi. There was Ming Jiao, the youngest, whose bright nature and quick laugh masked a calculating intelligence. And finally, there was Chaoang. Chaoang was the one Wei Liang immediately recognized as dangerous. He was lean and whipcord strong, with pale eyes that tracked everything. He carried himself like someone who had survived encounters that should have killed him and had been sharpened by every single one. His countdown read 12 years, 6 months, 8 days, which was comfortable, but the way he moved suggested he would do his utmost to make that count. When he looked at Wei Liang, there was a moment of absolute clarity, a recognition that the newest member of their circle was also the one carrying the most carefully hidden cards. "Welcome to the archive," Chaoang said, his voice smooth and warm and utterly false. "We're all friends here. Everyone's secrets are safe with us, aren't they?" It was not a question. It was a promise dressed as a question, and the promise was made of iron. Wei Liang smiled and said, "I expect nothing less." But he made a mental note. Chaoang was watching him. And if Chaoang was watching, then Wei Liang needed to be twice as careful, twice as measured, twice as certain that his moves appeared to be the moves of an ordinary disciple chasing ordinary ambitions. The meditation session began. The 7 of them positioned themselves around the chamber's central platform and began cycling their chi in synchronized patterns, allowing their individual energies to interweave and reinforce each other. It was a technique designed to accelerate cultivation while remaining hidden. The sect's monitoring arrays were attuned to individual cultivation spikes, but they would miss the pattern of 7 disciples producing a combined effect. Wei Liang felt his own advancement surge forward as the combined pool of chi supported his ascent. His meridians drank it in. His foundations solidified. For the first time since awakening Death's Sight, he felt something like peace, the simple, ancient comfort of cultivation, the body and spirit moving toward greater strength. But in the back of his mind, underneath the satisfaction, was a cold and growing anxiety. Chaoang's eyes in the darkness. Chaoang's question, dressed as a promise. The knowledge that he had just stepped into a circle where questions would eventually be asked, where scrutiny would eventually turn in his direction. He was no longer simply ascending. He was being watched now by someone with the vision to see him clearly. And that, Wei Liang understood, was a problem that would require very careful handling. Chapter 22. The mechanism of inheritance. The Death Sight had rules, though Wei Liang was only now beginning to understand them fully. It was not simple prophecy. It was something more mechanical, more subject to the laws of cause and effect. He discovered this almost by accident, while walking the terrace gardens that belonged to Elder Lu Chun, the aging sword master. Lu Chun had 2 years, 3 months, 8 days. Wei Liang had cultivated a friendship with him over 3 weeks, attending his sword demonstrations, asking intelligent questions about form and intent. Lu Chun was a perfectionist who had spent 70 years refining his blade technique into something approaching art. He was also bitterly lonely. His previous students either ascended to outer positions or dead, his name fading into the sect's history even as he still lived. On this particular afternoon, Lu Chun had offered to spar with him in the private garden, an honor that would have been unthinkable 3 months ago. They moved through sequences, Wei Liang deliberately losing more often than winning, reading the precise moments when Lu Chen's technique was strongest. He had learned that the counters he employed didn't actually make sense to use. Instead, he used them to demonstrate that he understood the beauty of what Lu Chen was teaching. The old man paused mid-sequence, breathing heavily. His countdown flickered. It always flickered slightly after exertion, as though heavy cultivation was burning through his time more rapidly. But then, as he sat and caught his breath, the number stabilized. 2 years, 3 months, 7 days, and 23 hours. The granular countdown had advanced by slightly less than what he had actually expended through exercise. "You move like someone who appreciates precision," Lu Chen said, setting down his blade. "Most young disciples slash and thrust with their whole bodies. They think strength is in the limbs. It's not. Strength is in the mind deciding where every finger will be. Every breath decides whether you live another year or whether the heavens collect on their debt." The way he phrased it was chilling, as though he, too, felt the invisible weight of time pressing against him. Wei Liang wondered if other cultivators experienced death as a presence, a constant negotiation between their vitality and the universe's hunger. "How do you not go mad?" Wei Liang asked, "knowing what you know about mortality." Lu Chen's smile was ancient. "By refusing to count. The heavens know the total. That's sufficient. For us, it's only meaningful in the moment. This breath, this technique, this moment with a disciple who actually cares to learn. That's where the living happens." Wei Liang accepted this and filed it away, but it wasn't quite his philosophy. He wanted to count. He wanted to know precisely what he was working with, what margins he had. But the real revelation came 3 days later, in a section of the sect library where he was researching advanced cultivation techniques. He found a reference in one of the forbidden texts, a barely annotated passage about the nature of causality and how the future could be altered through sufficient application of will and power. The author suggested that powerful cultivators, upon reaching certain thresholds of understanding, could begin to perceive not just the fixed pathways of fate, but the branching possibilities that existed in moments of choice. Wei Liang reread that passage 7 times. In moments of choice, he thought about the moment when he had decided to comfort the injured child in the outer courtyard, back when he was still nothing. The child's countdown had read 7 days, a swift certainty. But then Wei Liang had used his own qi to seal the child's wounds, to support her failing spirit, and he watched the countdown rewind and extend. It didn't extend by the amount of qi he had spent. It extended by far more, as though his choice to save her had altered the very fabric of her future. As though by deciding to act against her approaching death, he had actually shifted the probabilities. That meant death was not entirely fixed. It was a default, a trajectory, but trajectories could be altered. Wei Liang sat in the dusty library for hours, turning this concept over in his mind. If deaths could be altered, then the countdowns he watched were not prophecies. They were probability maps, paths of least resistance, assuming everyone continued exactly as they were. But cultivators were not passive creatures. They advanced by struggling against the natural order. They meditated to extend their lifespans, trained to exceed their limits, made choices that sent ripples outward, which meant that an astute observer could begin to map not just how people would die, but how they might be prevented from dying. And if you could prevent death, you could create obligation, gratitude, loyalty that went beyond reason because it was rooted in the fact that you had been their instrument of salvation. He began to isolate which disciples were most at risk, not from imminent death in the next few months or years, but from patterns that suggested they were courting it. There was a young core formation aspirant named Tao Ming whose aggressive cultivation technique was burning through his qi faster than his spirit roots could replenish it. At his current pace, his countdown would accelerate from 9 years to something far more urgent within 6 months. Wei Liang arranged a casual encounter in the meditation gardens and mentioned, very carefully, that he had been reading about cultivators whose spirit roots operated on a different resonance frequency, that sometimes a shift in breathing technique could unlock more efficient pathways. He taught Tao Ming a modification, not his own, just a variation he had found in the library. Within 2 weeks, Tao Ming's countdown stabilized and began to extend. The gratitude was profound and immediate. Tao Ming began treating Wei Liang like a mentor, like someone who understood something that others didn't. This was the mechanism. This was how you built power without displaying power. You saw the deaths that were coming and you stepped in at exactly the moment when intervention would seem like coincidence, like luck, like the natural result of paying attention in the sect's library or asking the right question at the right time. The system rewarded patience. It rewarded observation. It rewarded a willingness to act on information that others couldn't see. By the end of his first month as an inner disciple, Wei Liang had accumulated 7 small debts. 7 disciples who believed that he had seen something in them, understood something about them, and helped them forward. They were not yet fiercely loyal. Loyalty took time to root, but they were grateful. And gratitude was the seedbed from which loyalty grew. Chaoang noticed. Wei Liang was certain of it. In the cultivator's circle that met monthly in the deep chamber, Chaoang's attention had sharpened. The pale-eyed disciple watched how the others reacted to Wei Liang, tracked the patterns of who seemed newly grateful, who seemed to have benefited from proximity to him. And Chaoang was intelligent enough to recognize that something was being orchestrated, even if he couldn't quite see the mechanism. One evening, after a meditation session, Chaoang walked Wei Liang back through the sect's residential corridors. "You're building something," Chaoang said, not as an accusation, but as an observation. "I'm curious what it is." "I'm simply making friends," Wei Liang replied. "The way you suggested at our first meeting." "No," Chaoang said, and there was almost admiration in his voice. "What you're doing is something else. You're creating a web of obligation. People who feel like they owe you. People who will move in directions you point because they've already accepted the idea that you're worth following. It's sophisticated. I respect it." Wei Liang felt his heartbeat shift. This was the moment where the careful performance could collapse, where everything he had built could unravel if he played it wrong. "You see things," Wei Liang said carefully. "That's your gift, I think. You notice patterns." "I do," Chaoang agreed. "And the pattern I'm noticing is that you know something. Something about people. Some way of reading them that the rest of us aren't capable of. The question is, are you a threat to the circle, or are you an asset?" It was the question beneath the question. Will you betray us, or can we use you? "Neither," Wei Liang said. "I'm simply trying to survive and advance. The same as everyone. But I'm doing it carefully. And I'm trying to do it in a way that doesn't come at the expense of others." Chaoang smiled. It was a genuine smile, which was somehow more frightening than a false one. That's exactly the kind of lie a dangerous person would tell. But it's a useful lie. Keep telling it. And keep doing what you're doing, but understand that I'm watching. Not as a threat, as an observer. Because eventually I want to know what you actually are. He departed, leaving Wei Liang alone in the corridor with the weight of being seen pressing against his shoulders. The situation had become more complex. He was no longer simply advancing through the natural order of the sect. He was being studied, analyzed, cataloged. And the person doing the studying was intelligent, observant, and powerful enough to constitute a genuine threat. Wei Liang returned to his quarters and sat in meditation, cycling his qi through patterns designed to calm and focus. Tomorrow he would need to accelerate his cultivation. The advancement to core formation suddenly felt not like a distant milestone, but like a necessity. Because if Chaoang was going to keep watching, then Wei Liang needed to reach a level where the watching became irrelevant. He needed to become strong enough that his secrets didn't matter because they couldn't be used against him. It was a race now, though only one participant was aware of the finish line. Chapter 23. The inheritance accelerates. 3 more elders entered Wei Liang's sphere of influence over the following weeks. The first was Elder Shen Quan, the master of formations, who had 3 years, 11 months, for days floating above his head in digits that seemed to glimmer with a faint blue light. Shen Quan had built the sect's defensive arrays and spent his evenings cataloging the underlying principles in a journal that he kept locked in his private study. The second was Lady Cultivator Mei Lin, the herb master, whose countdown read 4 years, 2 months, 19 days, and who had spent 60 years developing a greenhouse where rare spirit plants grew in conditions that mimicked the deep earth. She rarely left her domain of plants and crystal-fed soil, But Wei Liang cultivated an interest in herbal supplementation for foundation strengthening and suddenly found himself invited to walk her rows and hear her theories on medicinal resonance. The third was an unexpected contact, Elder Guolong, who held the position of sect treasurer and wielded control over the distribution of rare resources. His countdown read 5 years, 6 months, 1 day, and he was, by all accounts, bored out of his mind. He had spent decades in adventure and conflict and had accepted the position of treasurer only because the sect leadership required him to do something with his status. Wei Liang appealed to him by treating him as a person who had earned rest, and then very gradually suggested that perhaps resource allocation itself could be an art form, that the patterns of distribution could create strategic advantages. Guolong had started listening, and listening had become discussion, and discussion had become a shared evening per week where they reviewed the sect's resource allocations and theorized about how they might be optimized. "You're not subtle," Lin Yu said one afternoon, cornering him after a weapons training session in the outer courtyard. She was small and compact, with the kind of strength that came from having to prove herself in a world that assumed women couldn't break steel with their hands. Her countdown read 7 years, 8 months, 12 days, which meant she had some comfort, but she carried herself like someone who didn't expect comfort to last. Chaoang brought it up to the circle. The fact that you're systematically cultivating relationships with every elder who's even slightly vulnerable. Wei Liang's defenses were sharp enough that he didn't betray surprise. "I'm learning from masters. The sect encourages that." "The sect encourages it in moderation," Lin Yu said. "You're not being moderate. You're being predatory. The only question is what you want from them." "To learn," Wei Liang said simply. "The elders have accumulated decades of knowledge. I have perhaps 1 lifetime to absorb as much of it as I can. The fact that they won't live forever makes the work urgent." Lin Yu studied him for a moment, her sharp eyes moving across his face as if she could see directly into the structure of his intentions. "That's the most honest thing I've heard you say, but it's also why Chaoang is convinced you're dangerous. You're openly admitting that you see people as resources. Most disciples at least pretend that's not what they're doing. Are you going to report me? To whom? The sect leadership? They'd ask what exactly you've done wrong. You've broken no rules. You've harmed no one. You've positioned yourself to learn from those who are dying anyway. That's not a crime. That's just accurate observation combined with good timing." She paused, and something shifted in her expression. It wasn't quite kindness, but it was something adjacent. "I'm telling you because I think you're capable of being useful to the circle, and also because I think Chaoang might decide to move against you before you're ready. He doesn't like unknowns. He's going to push on your secrets until something breaks." "What would he do?" "Depends on what you're actually hiding," Lin Yu said. "But knowing Chaoang, it would involve putting you in a position where you have to either reveal yourself or choose between self-preservation and loyalty. He's tested me the same way 3 times. I'm still here because I passed. You need to decide in advance what you're willing to reveal and what you'll die to protect. Otherwise, he'll choose for you." She walked away before Wei Liang could respond, leaving him alone with the weight of that assessment. The revelation was useful, but it didn't change his trajectory. If anything, it accelerated it. He needed to advance to core formation before Chaoang's probing became too precise. He needed to cross into the next tier of power where defensive questions became less important because the questioner would be physically outmatched. His cultivation pace increased. He spent the deep chamber sessions pushing harder, cycling chi faster, attempting techniques that previous disciples had abandoned as too risky. Within 6 weeks, his foundation establishment reached the limits of what that realm could contain. His meridians were beginning to reject additional chi. To retain any more energy would require a fundamental restructuring of his spiritual anatomy. It was time for the breakthrough. Wei Liang prepared by spending 3 days in unbroken meditation, cycling through every technique he had learned from Jianming and Lu Chun and Xin Quan. He reinforced his intent, sharpened his focus, and set himself toward the fundamental shift that would allow him to ascend from foundation establishment into the first stage of core formation. The breakthrough happened on the night of a new moon, when the heavens were still and the ambient qi seemed to pause in its usual circulation. Wei Liang sat in his meditation chamber and began the process, expanding his consciousness outward, pulling energy from the deep reserves of his spiritual roots and feeding it against the barriers that had started to crystallize within his core. The first barrier shattered almost immediately. His power had been building for months, and he had prepared the ground carefully. But the second barrier was more resistant. It was the barrier between who he had been and who he would become. It resisted because that transition required death, the dissolution of the old self, the unification of the new. Pain unlike anything he had experienced before raced through his meridians. Every cell in his body screamed as his spiritual anatomy restructured itself. New pathways opened up. Old barriers dissolved. He felt his consciousness fragmenting and reforming, a rhythm like waves against stone. And then something shifted. He felt death sight change with him. The countdowns above imagined had suddenly appeared not as simple numerals, but as waves of probability, trees of possibility that branched and reformed based on choices and circumstances. He could see not just the endpoint, but the pathways that led toward it, the moments where interventions could reshape the trajectory. For a moment, just a fraction of a second, he perceived the universe as a thing that could be negotiated with, not controlled, but influenced. Every death was not a single fixed point, but a conversation between the person dying and the vast machinery of fate. And he had the ability to see both sides of that conversation. Then the moment collapsed, and he was simply Wei Liang again, sitting in his meditation chamber, his clothes soaked with sweat, his body trembling with the exertion of restructuring itself from the foundation up. His countdown, for he could see it now, reflected in the polished bronze on his wall, read 67 years, 3 months, 14 days. He had 67 years to live, assuming nothing intervened. It was far longer than most people could expect. It was enough time to build an empire. It was enough time to achieve things that would outlast him. It was enough time to become something that mattered. The congratulations came swiftly. The sect acknowledged his advancement formally, updating his status and assigning him a higher cultivation allowance. But the real acknowledgement came from the elders. Shun Quan requested his presence in the formation tower. Mei Lin offered him access to a restricted section of her greenhouse, where rare immortal plants grew. Guolong suddenly had access to a treasury of resources that had been locked away for precisely this kind of advancement. And Xiaoong arrived at his quarters with wine and a simple statement. Congratulations. You've made the leap. Now we see what you actually do with it. The cultivator's circle met that evening in the deep chamber, and Wei Liang felt the difference immediately. He was no longer the newest member. He was one of them, a core formation cultivator with genuine power. The circle's dynamic shifted around him like water reforming after a stone falls through it. But more importantly, he had crossed a threshold. He had advanced beyond the point where being observed was a threat. His strength was now manifest, visible, undeniable. Any move Xiaoong made against him would be a direct confrontation between two core formation cultivators, and Wei Liang was no longer certain that Xiaoong would be certain of victory. The advantage had shifted, and with that shift came something that Wei Liang had not fully anticipated: loneliness. Because now that he had built the power structure, now that he had positioned himself to inherit the legacies of dying elders, he realized that none of it had actually brought him closer to anyone. He was stronger, more secure, better positioned to survive. But he was also more isolated. Every elder he cultivated a relationship with he knew was finite. Every disciple who owed him gratitude would eventually move on or ascend beyond his influence. He was building a kingdom, but he was building it entirely alone. That night, after the circle dispersed, Wei Liang walked the inner mountain's highest terrace and looked out over the valley. Somewhere below, in the outer sect, disciples were training and competing and believing that advancement meant something. Here, in the inner sanctum, everyone knew better. Advancement was just a slower descent toward oblivion. The only question was how you filled the time between now and then. And Wei Liang was beginning to realize that he had no clear answer. Chapter 24. The first infinite 3 weeks after his advancement to core formation, Wei Liang encountered something that shattered his understanding of how the world actually worked. It happened in the Immortal Peak Archive, the deepest library of the sect where the oldest texts were stored. He had been granted rare access by Shun Quan, who wanted him to research a specific array principle that had been documented only in texts that predated the current sect incarnation. The archive was humid and cold, protected by preservation arrays that kept the humidity stable and the temperature constant, even in the heat of summer. Wei Liang was alone, or so he thought, until he turned a corner between two towering shelves and came face to face with an elder he didn't recognize. The elder was striking, tall and angular, with hair that had gone white but maintained the texture and movement of silk. He wore the robes of a sect member, but they were ancient, embroidered with symbols that predated the current sect hierarchy by centuries. He was reading a text that glowed with a faint luminescence, holding it as though the pages themselves were precious beyond measure. Wei Liang's instinct was to bow and retreat, but something made him pause. The elder had no countdown. Not a countdown that read 1,000 years or 10,000 years. Not an extended number like some cultivators who had devoted themselves to lifespan extension. Not even the absence of a number that would suggest someone immortal. Instead, there was simply nothing. Where every other person's forehead carried digits, this elder's space was blank, void, unmeasurable. It was the first time Wei Liang had encountered absolute mystery. The death sight, which had always provided answers, suddenly provided nothing. It was like looking at a painting of a window and then trying to look through the window itself. The perspective collapsed entirely. Wei Liang felt something close to vertigo. He had built his entire understanding of the sect, his entire strategy, on the principle that everyone eventually died. That death was the only guaranteed commonality. But here was someone who seemed to exist outside of that framework entirely. "You can see me," the elder said. He didn't look up from his text. "Actually see me, not just look in my direction. There's a difference." Wei Liang's mouth was dry. "I can." "That's interesting," the elder said. He turned a page of his glowing text. "I haven't been truly seen in approximately 340 years. You're only the 5th person to notice that I exist at all." Wei Liang had no response to that. He was still trying to process the idea of someone living for 3 centuries and existing outside the normal hierarchies of the sect. "I'm going to tell you something," the elder continued, "and then I'm going to ask you to forget this conversation. If you refuse, I will need to eliminate you, and I would prefer not to. The reason I would prefer not to is that you have the ability to see me, which suggests you have a gift that's rare enough to be valuable, and killing the rare is generally inefficient." The threat was delivered with absolute casualness, as though he was discussing the weather. "I'm listening," Wei Liang said. "The sect you serve was founded by a man who discovered that death could be transcended. Not evaded, transcended. Not through immortality arrays or lifespan extension, or any of the standard methods that your foundational understanding includes, but through a different mechanism entirely. A way of moving through the universe such that death becomes simply another location you can choose to visit or not visit." The elder closed his book, and the glow faded. He finally looked at Wei Liang directly, and his eyes were older than his physical form suggested. They contained the weight of centuries. "That founder? I knew him. I helped him develop the technique. And I have spent the intervening centuries watching the sect he founded reduce his great work into a dozen simplified cultivation methods and some basic lifespan extension protocols. It's watching someone's masterpiece turned into a child's game. What does this have to do with me?" Wei Liang managed. "You have the capacity to perceive death directly. That's a gift that very few people are born with. It suggests that in you, there might be the potential for the founder's work. The real work, not the simplified version. But potential is not realization." The elder stood, and Wei Liang felt a pressure settle over the archive, a weight that came from the simple fact of his presence. "I'm telling you this because in a few months, or perhaps a few years, forces are going to begin moving against you. Someone in the sect has noticed that you see things they don't. Someone is going to try to extract the method behind your perception. Someone might even try to kill you to prevent the method from spreading." "Why would they care about my ability?" Wei Liang asked. "Because power is a ladder," the elder said. "Every rung above you is threatened by the next rung that develops below. You're a new form of sight that threatens the established hierarchies. That makes you valuable or dangerous depending on whether you're controlled or free." The elder moved toward the shelf and pulled down a text that Wei Liang hadn't noticed before. It was wrapped in silk and clearly ancient. "This is a book called The Discourse on Seeing. It discusses the perception of death and the ways that perception can be expanded. I can't teach you directly. I've taken a vow of silence regarding the founder's methods. But you can read. And if you're intelligent enough, you'll find the gaps in the argument and fill them yourself." He pressed the book into Wei Liang's hands. It was warm, as though it had been sitting by a fire, though Wei Liang knew that was impossible. Now forget this conversation. Tell yourself you met an elder you didn't know, had a brief discussion about archive procedures, and received a text recommendation. The human mind is excellent at simplification when it's convenient. Use that. Before Wei Liang could respond, the elder was moving toward the far shelf, disappearing into the stacks with a grace that suggested he had learned to move through libraries the way other people moved through the air. Wei Liang stood alone in the cold humidity, the ancient text warm against his chest, and felt his entire map of reality shift. Everything he had believed about the sect, about advancement, about death and power and the nature of immortality, suddenly seemed like a sketch drawn by someone who had only heard descriptions of the territory and never actually walked it. He waited until evening to open the text, secure in his quarters with the doors barred and the walls inscribed with privacy arrays. The discourse on seeing was written in an archaic form of the imperial script, with annotations in multiple different hands across centuries. The core argument suggested that death was not actually something external that happened to people. It was something internal, a fundamental acceptance of limitation that people carried with them. A cultivator who learned to reject that internal acceptance could begin to see death not as fate, but as option, not as a force acting upon them, but as a tool they could choose to use or not use. The implications made his head spin. All of his careful observation of countdowns, his use of death sight to build advantage, it was all based on the principle that death was fixed, that it was information to be exploited. But what if death wasn't actually fixed at all? What if the countdowns he saw were simply the default pathways, the roads that people would walk if they never learned to walk anything else? What if someone could actually learn to walk away from their own death? Wei Liang read until dawn, and then he read again the next night, and the night after that. The text became the center of his attention, more important than his studies with Jian Meng, or his work in the deep chamber, or even his relationship building with the dying elders. And all the while, a question grew in his mind, quiet but insistent. If I learn what this text is teaching, if I cross that threshold, will I become like the elder I met? Will I spend 3 centuries watching the world beneath me, untouched by death, unmeasured by time? Asterisk, asterisk, and more importantly, would that be a blessing or a curse? Chapter 25. The rival's gambit. Chao Ong made his move on the night of a blood moon, when the sky turned copper and the qi itself seemed to shift into a different frequency. He came to Wei Liang's quarters with 4 other cultivators, not members of the inner circle, but allies from outside it, and demanded that Wei Liang come with them for a private discussion. Wei Liang had learned enough about the sect's politics to know that this was not actually a request. He packed a small bag with the discourse on seeing and followed them up the mountain, toward the high tower where the most dangerous array work was done and where privacy was guaranteed by the sheer isolation of the location. The room they selected was at the tower's apex, where 7 different cultivators had attempted different breakthrough techniques and failed, leaving layers of disrupted qi that hung in the air like old trauma. It was the perfect location for a confrontation because it was the one place in the sect where what happened would never be witnessed by normal detection arrays. "You're hiding something," Chaoong said without preamble. They had barred the door and sealed the windows. The 5 of them surrounded Wei Liang at careful distance, close enough to attack, far enough apart that he couldn't take them all simultaneously. "And I've spent the last 3 months trying to understand what it is. But I don't think I'm going to be able to figure it out through observation alone. So now we test you instead." "What are you testing for?" Wei Liang asked. His hand was already moving toward the discourse on seeing, which he had kept with him. "Capability," Chaoong said. "You've been advancing faster than is natural. You've been cultivating relationships with the dying elders in a way that suggests you can predict their deaths. You've been making decisions that consistently position you in the right place at the right time. That level of prescience doesn't happen by accident. So what is it? Prophecy? A connection to some outside force? A secret technique you found in the archives?" Wei Liang calculated distances and angles, assessment of power, and probable outcomes. Chaoong was stronger than him in raw power. His cultivation base was deeper, his control more refined. But he wasn't that much stronger, and the 4 allies appeared to be mid-core formation cultivators, capable but not exceptional. If it came to a fight, Wei Liang might actually be able to win. But it wouldn't come to a fight, not really. Because Chaoang was intelligent enough to know that an actual battle in this location might result in anyone's death, including his own. He was testing Wei Liang to see if he would break under pressure, if he would reveal something that would give Chaoang leverage. What would you do with that information? Wei Liang asked instead of answering. That depends on what it is, Chaoang said. If you found a way to predict death, that's a technique worth controlling. If you have a connection to some external power source, then I want to understand if that source could be accessed by others or if it's unique to you. And if you're simply operating on a level of observation that exceeds ours, then we need to ensure you're not a threat to the circle itself. And if I refuse to tell you, then I report you to the sect leadership as a suspected practitioner of prohibited techniques. We have the evidence, the pattern of your movements, the testimonies of disciples who've been mysteriously helped at exactly the moment they needed help, the way you've positioned yourself with the dying elders. Reasonable sect leadership would at minimum investigate. An investigation would mean your access to the archives is revoked, your cultivation is monitored, your freedom is significantly restricted. It was a clean threat. Report him or reveal himself. The third option, attempt to fight and risk an escalation that could draw the attention of the sect's peak cultivators, was too costly. Wei Liang thought about the discourse on seeing hidden in his bag, about the elder who had warned him that forces would begin to move against him, about the fact that he had been naive to think that he could operate with impunity in a sect full of intelligent cultivators. I see people's deaths, Wei Liang said finally. Not prophecy exactly, but I can perceive a kind of certainty about when people will die. Not absolute. The countdowns can be altered through intervention, but sufficiently reliable that I can use that information to position myself strategically. Chaoang's expression didn't change, but something shifted in the energy of the room. The four allies looked at each other with a mixture of shock and calculation. How far does the perception extend? Chaoang asked. I can see anyone whose face I can perceive, whose presence I can register. Distance doesn't matter. Volume does. If there are too many people at once, the information becomes noise. But one person, even a stranger, I can see how long they have. And the accuracy? Better than 90%. The deaths that are truly fixed, the ones that can't be altered through intervention. The others vary. Some can be shifted significantly, some only slightly. Chaoang walked a slow circle around Wei Liang. Do you see my death? Yes. You have 12 years and 6 months remaining. You've made choices that have extended your original trajectory by approximately 2 years from where it started. Your cultivation technique is efficient, but you push yourself too hard. You'll probably die from an internal injury that accumulates over time. The others had shifted, recognizing that they were in the presence of something genuinely unusual. One of them, a woman named Chen Lu, stepped forward. Can you alter deaths? She asked. Like you said, through intervention? Sometimes, Wei Liang said. If I know the mechanism. If I can implement something that addresses the actual cause. With some people, I can extend their lives significantly. With others, the death is too fixed, too central to their path. Chaoang stopped his circling. If I asked you to extend my timeline, could you do it? It was a test of honesty. Chaoang was asking if Wei Liang would promise something he couldn't deliver to save himself. I don't know, Wei Liang said. I could try. I could spend time learning the precise mechanism of your internal injuries and attempt an intervention. But I don't even know if I have the capability to alter your death significantly. It's not something I've attempted with someone this powerful. Chaoang smiled, and it was genuine. That's a good answer. You didn't promise what you couldn't deliver. You acknowledged uncertainty. He signaled the others, and they stepped back. The tension in the room relaxed incrementally. Here's what we're going to do, Chaoang said. You're going to come to the circle meetings, and you're going to share this information strategically. Nothing about us directly, unless we ask, but information about disciples, about elders, about the patterns you see. In exchange, the circle protects you. If the sect leadership comes asking questions, we deny everything. If someone tries to move against you, they answer to us. And what do you get from this? Wei Liang asked. Advantage, Chaoang said simply. Knowing which disciples are going to die young means we can identify who's worth investing time in. Knowing which elders have limited time means we can position ourselves to inherit their knowledge. And having someone who can see death means we're always going to be a step ahead of everyone else in the sect. Wei Liang considered it. It was a trap of sorts, binding him to the circle, making his ability a shared resource. But it was also protection. And it was honest, in a way that Chaoang's threats weren't dishonest exactly, but weren't entirely transparent either. If I do this, Wei Liang said, I need something in exchange. Name it, Chaoang said. I need complete protection from investigation, from scrutiny, from being questioned about my methods. The sect leadership leaves me alone. Chaoang laughed, actually laughed, delighted. That's a bigger ask than you realize. But yes, I think we can manage it. We have enough influence in enough places that if we decide you're just another fortunate disciple, that narrative will stick. They shook hands, and Wei Liang felt something shift in his relationship to the sect itself. He was no longer an independent operator building his own advantage. He was part of something larger now, part of the circle that Chaoang had built, part of a conspiracy that was already in place, already embedded in the structure of power. Later, walking back to his quarters in the darkness, Wei Liang realized that the revelation had been the point all along. Chaoang hadn't needed to threaten him. He just needed to confirm that Wei Liang's advantage was real and then offer him the choice between continued isolation with constant risk or integration into an existing power structure. It was a clean move. Chaoang was genuinely dangerous, and Wei Liang had just agreed to work for him. But he had also, he realized, been given something valuable, legitimacy. The circle would protect him because he was now useful. The sect leadership wouldn't investigate him because the circle wouldn't allow it. He had traded autonomy for security. Whether it was a good trade remained to be seen. But for now, at least, the heat had decreased. The immediate threat had passed, and Wei Liang could return to studying the discourse on seeing, learning how to perceive death not just as a measurement, but as a doorway to something beyond death entirely. The game had changed, but he was still alive to play it. That, for now, was enough. Chapter 26. The inheritance web with the protection of the circle secured. Wei Liang accelerated his cultivation of the dying elders. The strategy became less subtle and more efficient. He no longer needed to pretend that chance had brought him into their orbits. He could simply be present, attentive, and helpful in a way that acknowledged that time was limited and therefore precious. The first major inheritance came from Lu Chen. The old sword master had fallen ill during the autumn cultivation season. Nothing dramatic, just a slow decline in his qi circulation and a weakening of his physical form. His countdown, which had hovered around 2 years, suddenly shifted downward in rapid increments. 6 months remaining. 4 months remaining. 2 months. Wei Liang was with him constantly in the final weeks. He brought medicines that slowed the deterioration of Lu Chen's spirit root. He practiced sword forms with him even as the old master's movements became sluggish and imprecise. And in the last days, when Lu Chen could barely move, Wei Liang simply sat beside him and listened to the stories of a life spent pursuing excellence. On the night before his death, Lu Chen made a bequest. His legacy technique, the sword form that had taken him 70 years to perfect, was not recorded anywhere. It existed only in the movements, in the muscle memory of someone who had spent nearly a century refining it. And on that final night, he taught all of it to Wei Liang, pouring 7 decades of accumulated mastery into a single, crystalline transfer. When Lu Chen died the next morning, his countdown simply ceased. It didn't tick down to 0, it simply vanished, like a candle snuffed out. And Wei Liang found himself the inheritor of not just the technique, but of Lu Chen's reputation. He was now known as the disciple who had earned the old master's favor, who had carried forward his legacy. The inheritance from Shen Quan came more formally. The master of formations grew weak from a prolonged imbalance in his qi circulation. His meridians had begun to calcify slightly, a slow process that affected cultivators with extremely high density of spiritual energy. It was untreatable. All that remained was to document his knowledge before the deterioration became complete. Shen Quan began keeping Wei Liang as his primary assistant for his final project, a complete mapping of the sect's defensive arrays with annotations about how to modify or enhance them. It was work that would have taken most cultivators decades to complete, but Wei Liang's rapid advancement had given him the capability to process complex array information quickly. And Shen Quan, facing the end of his life, poured his knowledge into the work with an urgency that bypassed normal pedagogical pacing. When Shun Quan finally passed, his countdown reading 3 weeks remaining, 1 week remaining, 2 days remaining, he left behind not just techniques, but entire systems. The sect's defensive capabilities were now documented in Wei Liang's understanding. More importantly, several array concepts that Shun Quan had kept private were now part of Wei Liang's knowledge base. The circle noticed. Chaoyang mentioned it directly in one of their monthly meetings. "You're accumulating power faster than expected," Chaoyang said. He wasn't accusing, simply observing. "The elders are clearly impressed by you. The younger disciples look to you for guidance. And the sect leadership is starting to mention your name in conversations about succession planning. Is that a problem?" Wei Liang asked. "Not yet," Chaoyang said. "But eventually, power consolidated in one person becomes a threat to everyone else's power. We'll need to have a conversation about ensuring that your rise benefits the circle and not just yourself." It was a gentle warning. Wei Liang acknowledged it and adjusted his approach. He began ensuring that the knowledge he inherited was gradually shared among the circle members. He taught Lin Yu some of Lu Chen's sword techniques. He shared Shun Quan's array modifications with Feng Ku, knowing that Feng Ku would find practical applications for terrain manipulation. But he kept the most dangerous knowledge for himself, what he was learning from the discourse on seeing, and the implications of the conversations he had overheard about death being transcendable rather than inevitable. Guolong's death came in winter, sudden and almost dramatic. The old treasurer had pushed himself during a cultivation session in the deep chamber, cycling qi faster than his aged body could process. The strain triggered a cascade of damage through his meridians. He collapsed, and the healers brought him back to stability, but his countdown had shifted dramatically. 3 months remaining. 1 month remaining. 1 week. *** in his final days, Guolong transferred control of the sect's resource allocations to Wei Liang. Not officially. That would have required sect approval. But practically, the treasurer's seal, the documents that authorized resource distribution, the understanding of how to leverage the treasury for political advantage. It all flowed to Wei Liang as though it had always been meant for him. 3 major inheritances in 8 months. 3 legacies consolidated into 1 disciple. The pattern was becoming visible, and while the sect leadership didn't explicitly question it, Wei Liang could feel the scrutiny increasing. Investigators would eventually ask questions. Suspicions would eventually crystallize into action. But by then, he calculated, he would have already crossed the next threshold. By then, he would be powerful enough that questions didn't matter. His cultivation advanced rapidly as winter turned to spring. The combination of inherited techniques and the understanding from the discourse on seeing created a synergistic effect. He could perceive death more clearly now. He could see the exact moment when someone's trajectory was fixed and unchangeable, and the moments when intervention could still shift the path. And more importantly, he was beginning to understand the ancient secret that the elder in the archive had hinted at. Death was not something that happened to you. It was something you accepted. A cultivator who learned to refuse that acceptance, who learned to treat death as a thing external rather than fundamental, could begin to step outside of the normal progression toward the inevitable end. It required a different kind of cultivation. Not stronger, but different. A cultivation of will rather than power. An assertion of self that went beyond spiritual strength and into something more metaphysical. Wei Liang began experimenting with those principles, carefully, in the privacy of his quarters. He would project his perception outward and deliberately ignore the countdown floating above his own head. It was a strange sensation, a kind of cognitive dissonance where he could still see the number but refused to acknowledge it as truth. The number didn't change, but his relationship to it did. It became information about someone else's death rather than a prediction of his own. It was subtle, but it mattered. It felt like freedom. Mei Lin died in early spring, her countdown reaching 0 as her spirit roots finally failed completely. Unlike the others, she had no dramatic final bequest. She simply spent her last weeks tending her garden, ensuring that each rare plant was properly documented and each seed properly stored. And when Wei Liang visited on her final day, she simply smiled and told him that she was grateful he had learned to see the world the way she did. "What way is that?" Wei Liang asked. "As something beautiful precisely because it's temporary," Mei Lin said. "Everything dies, but everything also grows. The garden teaches you both, if you're patient enough to listen." Her death was the gentlest of all of them. No struggle, no fighting against the inevitable. Just a simple release, like a hand unclenching. And when she died, Wei Liang felt something shift inside him. The elder in the archive had spoken of 3 centuries spent watching the world beneath him, untouched by the normal cycle of life and death. Wei Liang was beginning to understand that that particular path required a kind of distance that he wasn't certain he wanted. Mei Lin had lived 73 years and had accepted her death with peace. There was something in that acceptance that was stronger than 3 centuries of distance would ever be. Chapter 27. The rival ascending Chaoang made a breakthrough to the next stage of core formation cultivation faster than Wei Liang had anticipated. The transition happened during summer, on a night when the heavens aligned in a particular configuration that enhanced power cultivation. Chaoang emerged from his breakthrough chamber transformed, his presence suddenly carrying more weight, his power suddenly more manifest. The circle convened to acknowledge the advancement, but there was tension in the deep chamber that hadn't been present before. Chaoang's cultivation had crossed a threshold, and he was no longer simply the leader of the circle through cleverness and charisma. He was now the strongest cultivator in their group, and that kind of power had its own politics. "I've been considering our long-term strategy," Chaoang said, once the congratulations had finished and the energy of his breakthrough had settled into his form. "We've accumulated significant advantage over the past year. But advantage is only valuable if we can convert it into something more permanent. Position, authority, the ability to shape the sect's direction rather than simply profiting from its current shape." "What are you suggesting?" Rantao asked. Of all the circle members, Rantao remained closest to what Wei Liang would call genuine friendship. The others were allies, strategic partners, people bound by mutual benefit. But Rantao seemed to actually enjoy Wei Liang's presence, beyond the calculation. "We position someone for the next Elder Council," Chaoang said. "The Elder Council makes the decisions about succession, about resource distribution, about which techniques are permitted and which are forbidden. Right now, it's mostly older cultivators who are resistant to change. Within 5 years, some of them will be retiring or dying. We position a circle member into one of those seats. We control the sect's direction from within rather than from below." It was ambitious, and it was dangerous. An Elder Council position would require both enormous power and significant political backing. It would also require the kind of visibility that made hiding secrets impossible. "Who?" Lin Yu asked. "Me," Wei Liang said suddenly. The words came out before he had fully thought them through, but the moment they did, he understood they were correct. "Or actually, not directly me. But I could help you position someone." Everyone looked at him. Chaoang's expression shifted. Interest, calculation, assessment. "Explain," Chaoang said. "You asked how I position myself to inherit knowledge and resources from dying elders. The answer is that I know when people are going to die, and I position myself to be valuable to them before they do. But there's another application. I can identify which current council members are nearing the end of their useful tenure. I can help you understand which ones are most vulnerable to pressure, most likely to be persuaded to retire. And then you can position yourself as the natural replacement." It was true, and it was also terrifyingly practical. Wei Liang was essentially offering to provide a detailed roadmap for ascending to power. "And what do you want in exchange?" Chaoang asked. "What I've always wanted. The protection to continue my work. The resources I need to advance further. And eventually, when the time is right, the freedom to move away from the circle's sphere entirely, without it being considered a betrayal." Chaoang smiled. It was a real smile, the kind that suggested genuine respect. "You're asking me to help build the framework for your own independence. I like that. It suggests you're thinking far enough ahead that you expect to be powerful enough to not need us eventually." "If I never become that powerful, then I never leave," Wei Liang said. "And if the circle has benefited from my service by then, you'll have no reason to stop me." "Agreed," Chaoang said, and the circle acknowledged it. Over the following months, Wei Liang provided detailed assessments of each Elder Council member. He documented their health trajectories, the decline in their cultivation efficiency, the subtle signs that suggested they were ready to step back from active leadership. It was clinical and cruel, and it was also completely accurate. 3 of the 7 council members had countdowns that read within 5 years. 2 of them were already talking about retirement. 1 was being managed more carefully, His death was further away, but his power was declining. The other four had comfortable timelines, but Wei Liang identified patterns in their political preferences that suggested they could be maneuvered. Chaoang used the information methodically. He positioned himself as a protege of the three council members with shorter timelines, ensuring he was present for their most important decisions and demonstrations of power. He cultivated relationships with the four council members with longer lives, providing them with advantages that made them grateful for his presence. And he began having conversations with the sect's peak cultivators about succession planning, working the narrative so that his name appeared natural as a candidate. It was beautiful to watch, in a terrible way. Chaoang was a master of the kind of social manipulation that Wei Liang had only ever attempted at a small scale. He made power consolidation look almost inevitable, like the natural result of his own excellence rather than a calculation. But Wei Liang could see what others couldn't, that Chaoang was accelerating towards something that he himself might not fully understand. The pursuit of power had its own momentum. Once you started ascending, it became nearly impossible to stop. You had to keep climbing because the only alternative was to fall. It was around this time that Chaoang began asking more specific questions about Wei Liang's death site. "Can you see how people will die?" he asked one evening, after a circle gathering. They were walking the upper terraces, watching the sun set over the valley. "Not just when, but how." "Sometimes," Wei Liang said, "if I focus carefully, it's harder to see the methodology than the timing. But certain deaths are very clear. Someone with damage to their spirit root will fail during a breakthrough. Someone with internal imbalance will eventually have that imbalance cascade. Someone cultivating a forbidden technique will be destroyed by the karmic weight of that technique." "And me?" Chaoang asked. Wei Liang focused on Chaoang's countdown, which had extended slightly since his breakthrough. 12 years, 8 months remaining. He let his perception deepen, searching for the mechanism of death beneath the simple temporal measurement. What he found was complex. Chaoang's death was not a simple thing. It was entangled with his choices, his ambitions, his fundamental nature. The elevated cultivation he had achieved through his breakthrough had actually altered the mechanism of his death, making it more acute, but less certain. "You'll die from the weight of your own advancement," Wei Liang said finally. "You're pushing yourself toward power so deliberately that the pursuit itself is becoming the danger. At some point, you'll reach for something beyond what you can control, and the attempt to control it will break you." Chaoang was quiet for a long time. "That's a poetic way of saying I'm going to get myself killed through overreach." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "Can you prevent it?" Chaoang asked. "I don't know. I could try, but it would require you to stop pushing, to be satisfied with what you've achieved. And I don't think you're capable of that." "No," Chaoang agreed. "I'm not." They stood in silence as the sun finished setting, and the stars began to emerge in the darkening sky. Wei Liang felt a strange kinship with Chaoang in that moment. They were both bound to trajectories that would eventually destroy them. The only difference was that Wei Liang was beginning to understand ways to escape his trajectory, while Chaoang was rushing toward his with open eyes. "If I die," Chaoang said suddenly, "promise me you'll protect the circle. Ensure that the others survive and advance. Don't let my death unravel what we've built." "I promise," Wei Liang said. And he meant it. Not out of loyalty, he was beyond that, but out of something like respect. Chaoang was living authentically, pursuing what he wanted with full knowledge of the cost. That kind of integrity deserved honor. Chapter 28. The council seat. Chaoang achieved his elder council seat faster than Wei Liang had predicted. One of the council members, Elder Wu, who had approximately 3 years remaining in his countdown, was offered a position as a representative at the Inter-Sect Summit. It was ostensibly an honor, but it was also effectively a removal from the council's active decision-making. Chaoang's name emerged naturally as the replacement, and the vote was nearly unanimous. The promotion changed the circle's dynamic. Chaoang was no longer simply a strong cultivator operating within the sect. He was now part of its governance structure. He had access to information, resources, and decision-making authority that the others didn't possess. It elevated the circle, but also created new tensions. Ming Jiao, the youngest member, became noticeably more nervous. His countdown read 73 years remaining, which should have given him comfort. But having a council member watching the circle created a feeling of increased scrutiny. Wei Liang noticed that Ming Jiao began calculating more carefully, speaking less, positioning himself as less visible within their gatherings. It was good instinct. Visibility became dangerous when power started to concentrate. Wei Liang's own cultivation continued to accelerate. He was now at the mid-stage of core formation, and his power was visible enough that disciples outside the circle had started to notice him. Some sought his mentorship. Others avoided him, sensing something unusual in his presence. The sect leadership had begun to ask questions again, subtle ones, about how he had advanced so quickly, whether he had discovered new cultivation techniques. Wei Liang's answer was always the same: dedication, good luck, mentorship from talented elders. It was technically true. More significant than the increased visibility was the change in his perception. Through continued study of the discourse on seeing, and through his own experiments with cognitive resistance to death awareness, Wei Liang had begun to develop a more sophisticated understanding of how countdowns actually worked. They were not predictions. They were probabilities made manifest. Every person carried with them a web of potentials, futures that branched based on their choices, their cultivation, their moment-by-moment decisions. The countdown he saw was the most likely pathway, the trajectory that would result if the person continued on their current course with no major interventions or deviations. But every person was actually capable of walking off that path. It just required a kind of consciousness that most people never developed, a refusal to accept the default, an assertion of will that went beyond spiritual cultivation and into something deeper. Wei Liang had begun teaching this principle to a small group of disciples outside the circle. Not explicitly. He couldn't reveal his death sight directly without drawing unwanted investigation. But he could teach meditation techniques designed to increase self-awareness, to develop the capacity to perceive one's own future as something malleable rather than fixed. Most disciples didn't understand what he was teaching them, but a few did. A few began to show signs of actual advancement in their ability to shape their own destinies. And Wei Liang watched with fascination as their countdowns began to shift in nonlinear ways, responding to their altered perception of themselves. One of those disciples was a young woman named Luo Xian. She was from the outer sect, working toward inner disciple status, and she had an unusual quality of mind, a clarity that suggested she was intelligent in ways that raw cultivation couldn't measure. Her countdown read 41 years remaining, but Wei Liang could see the branching potentials beneath the number. If she lived normally, she would die at 41. But if she learned to see her own death the way he was learning to see others, those branches could extend far beyond the normal trajectory. "You see something in me," Luo Xian said to him one day, after a meditation session. It wasn't a question. "I do," Wei Liang admitted. "I see someone capable of becoming something beyond what the sect expects." "What would that cost?" she asked. "Everything," Wei Liang said. "You would have to give up the normal path. You would have to refuse security and embrace uncertainty. You would have to become comfortable with isolation, because people who see what you would see are always alone." Luo Xian nodded as though this was exactly what she had expected to hear. "Teach me," she said. Wei Liang began to work with her more directly. He couldn't teach her about her own countdown. Revealing death sight directly would raise too many questions. But he could teach her the principles from the discourse on seeing, could guide her toward the kind of consciousness that would allow her to perceive her own future and reject the paths she didn't want to walk. It took months, but gradually, something shifted in her. Her countdown began to change, to extend. More importantly, she developed a quality of presence that was unusual for someone her age. She moved through the sect with a kind of confidence that suggested she knew something others didn't. Chaoang noticed, as Chaoang noticed everything. "You're teaching someone," he said to Wei Liang, in one of their private conversations. "I don't know what, but you're teaching someone something that's creating visible changes in them. It's not a cultivation technique. I would have recognized that. It's something else. Philosophy," Wei Liang said. "A way of thinking about one's place in the world that creates more efficient advancement. Can you teach it to the circle?" Chaoang asked. "No," Wei Liang said. "Some knowledge only works if the student comes to it independently. If I try to force it onto someone else, it becomes distorted, useless." Chaoang accepted this, but Wei Liang could see that it bothered him. Chaoang had spent his entire life accumulating power, and now he had encountered something that couldn't be simply taken or taught, that had to be discovered. It made him hungry. And hunger, Wei Liang was beginning to understand, was exactly the thing that would eventually kill him. The autumn cultivation season arrived, and with it, the council began planning the next round of advancements and resources. Chaoong was now influential enough that his recommendations were seriously considered. He had shaped some of Wei Liang's work into proposals for the sect, structured meditation techniques, resource allocation frameworks, strategies for identifying talented disciples earlier in their training. The sect had begun to benefit from Chaoong's position, which meant they had begun to benefit from Wei Liang's insights, even though Wei Liang's name appeared nowhere in any official documentation. It was good work, in a way. The sect was becoming stronger. More disciples were being helped. The overall level of cultivation was increasing, and Wei Liang was becoming increasingly invisible. That invisibility felt like power, but sometimes late at night in his quarters, he wondered if it was actually just isolation dressed up as advantage. He had built a position where he could shape the sect from behind the scenes, but he had done so at the cost of ever being seen, ever being acknowledged, ever being anything other than a useful tool in Chaoong's ascending career. He had traded visibility for power, and now he was beginning to wonder if the trade had been wise. But there was no path back from that now. He was committed to the trajectory. All he could do was continue forward and hope that the end point justified the isolation it required. Chapter 29. The breaking point. Wei Liang's relationship with the discourse on seeing reached a critical moment during the winter cultivation season. He had been meditating on its principles for nearly a year, applying its teachings to his own consciousness, and the results were becoming more pronounced. He could now choose to perceive his own death or choose not to perceive it. He could step in and out of death awareness the way most people walked through doorways. It gave him a peculiar kind of freedom, but it also created an existential problem. If he wasn't bound by his own countdown, if his death was genuinely optional rather than inevitable, then what was the basis of his fear, his caution, his need to accumulate power and secure himself against an uncertain future? The answer was, there wasn't one. Not really. All of his careful positioning, all of his strategic inheritance of legacies, all of his work to embed himself in the sect's structure, it was all built on the principle that death was something to be feared, that power was the way to delay or prevent it. But if death was optional, then power became something else. Not a shield against the inevitable, but a tool for achieving particular goals while you still inhabited a physical body. This realization produced a crisis. Wei Liang found himself unable to continue the careful work of positioning and manipulation. The small deceits felt suddenly intolerable. The constant calculation felt like a prison rather than a game. He spent a week in complete isolation, meditating in the deepest chamber available to him, and emerged with the understanding that he needed to change his approach fundamentally. The first change was to Luo Xian. He told her the truth. "I can see death," he told her, in a private room shielded from the sect's detection arrays. "Not through prophecy, but through a direct perception that shows me how long each person has remaining. That's what I've been teaching you toward. The ability to see your own death clearly and choose whether to accept it or whether to walk away from it." Luo Xian's reaction was not shock or fear. She simply nodded, as though she had been expecting this revelation. "For how long have you had this ability?" she asked. "Since I arrived at the sect," Wei Liang said. "Since before I was even an outer disciple." "And what do you see for me?" she asked. Wei Liang focused on her countdown. It had changed significantly from when he first noticed her. 67 years remaining. The number had extended by more than 2 decades, shifted by her practice of the principles, her assertion of will over default fate. "I see someone who is learning to walk away from her default death," Wei Liang said. "I see someone who will eventually be capable of transcending it entirely." "Like you?" Luo Xian asked. "I don't know if I've transcended it yet," Wei Liang said. "I've learned to reject it. I've learned to stand outside of it. But I don't know if that's actual transcendence or just a sophisticated form of denial." "Why are you telling me this?" Luo Xian asked. "Because I've realized that the way I was using this knowledge was wrong. I was using it to manipulate people, to position myself for advantage. I was building something that looks impressive, but that's actually built on exploitation. And I'm tired of that." The second change was to Chaoong. Wei Liang requested a private conversation, and when they met on the high terraces, he told Chaoong what he had told Luo Xian. "So you've been lying to us," Chaoong said. "Not accusatory, just stating fact." "I've been incomplete," Wei Liang corrected. I told you what I could perceive, but I didn't tell you the full implications. I told you I could see when people would die, but I didn't tell you that death is actually a choice. That people's countdowns can be altered not just through my intervention, but through their own conscious will. Chaoang walked to the edge of the terrace and looked out over the valley for a long time. Why are you telling me this now? Because I think you need to understand it, Wei Liang said. Your countdown shows a death coming from overreach, from pushing yourself beyond what you can actually handle. But that countdown is only fixed if you accept it as fixed. If you stepped back now, if you stopped pushing quite so hard, if you accepted that you've already achieved more than most cultivators ever will, you could alter that trajectory. But you don't think I will, Chaoang said. No, Wei Liang said. I don't think you will. I think the hunger for power is too fundamental to you. I think you'll keep pushing until the pushing kills you. And I wanted you to know that it was a choice, and that you made it consciously. Chaoang turned back to face Wei Liang. His expression was calm, but Wei Liang could see the calculation moving behind his eyes. The realization that his goal of immortality, of transcending death through pure power, was actually something he could pursue directly, without the need for external support or permission. If I died, Chaoang said, would you take my place on the council? Probably, Wei Liang said. Eventually, if the circle decided I should. And would you do better than I have? Chaoang asked. I would do differently, Wei Liang said. Whether differently is better depends on what you value. I would be less ambitious, less visible. I would try to move the sect in directions that create less suffering. But that might be less effective than your approach. Chaoang smiled. You're an interesting person, Wei Liang. And I respect the fact that you're being honest with me now, even if the honesty is coming a bit late. It is, Wei Liang agreed. I'm going to continue pursuing what I'm pursuing, Chaoang said. I'm going to push as hard as I can. I'm going to reach for transcendence through power, and if it kills me, then it kills me. But I'm doing it now with the full knowledge that I'm making a choice. And that's worth something. The third change was to the circle. Wei Liang called them together in the deep chamber and told them the same things he had told Chaoang and Luo Xian. The reactions varied. Lin Yu was angry at first. The deception bothered her more than the actual revelation. Ran Tao was simply fascinated, peppering Wei Liang with questions about how the death perception worked. Fang Ke was concerned about the implications for terrain control and life extension arrays. Shen Wu, despite his vow of silence, clearly had many thoughts he couldn't articulate with his limited communication methods. And Mingjiu? Mingjiu looked relieved. I knew you were hiding something, Mingjiu said. And I've been terrified that when it came out, it would be something that threatened me. But this is actually useful. This means I'm not trapped by my trajectory either. I can actually change what happens to me. Wei Liang saw in Mingjiu's expression the beginning of a different kind of power. Not the power that came from accumulation and control, but the power that came from accepting freedom and choosing to walk a path that you actually wanted to walk. That night, after the circle dispersed, Wei Liang walked the sect's gardens and realized that he had just made a decision that might fundamentally alter his position in the sect. By being honest, he had given up the leverage that secrecy had provided. People would now adjust their behavior based on what they knew. They would pursue transcendence more aggressively or retreat more cautiously, and either way, the delicate balance that Wei Liang had maintained was going to shift. But the shift felt necessary. Felt right in a way that his previous careful manipulations hadn't. He had 4 more months until his advancement to the next stage of core formation. 4 months to see what would happen with this new transparency, this new honesty, this new willingness to let others see him more completely. For months to see if freedom was actually possible, or if it was just another kind of trap. Chapter 30. The ascent continues. Wei Liang's advancement to the next stage of core formation came almost anticlimactically. There was no dramatic breakthrough, no moment of transformation. Instead, his power simply continued to accumulate at an accelerated pace until one evening. He sat in meditation and realized that he had crossed the threshold sometime during the previous week without even noticing. He was now in the later stages of core formation cultivation. He was stronger than all but the peak cultivators of the sect. He was, by most measures, approaching the level where he could eventually attempt the dangerous breakthrough to immortal ascension. The final transformation that would allow a cultivator to transcend the normal limitations of physical form. The advancement changed his position in the sect again. The council began to ask more directly about his cultivation techniques. Disciples who had previously kept their distance began to approach him for guidance. The sect leadership started discussing him as a potential candidate for positions of authority, despite his youth and his relatively short time as an inner disciple. Wei Liang deflected most of it. He gave vague answers to questions about his techniques. He provided guidance to younger disciples, but was careful not to create a formal mentorship structure. He made it clear that he had no interest in council positions or formal authority. What he did was continue the work with Luo Xian and slowly begin to extend it to others who showed the capacity to learn. He developed a subtle methodology for teaching depth perception without ever explicitly revealing his ability. He framed it as meditation techniques and consciousness cultivation, which was technically true, even if it was a significant simplification of what was actually happening. By the end of the spring cultivation season, there were 7 disciples besides Luo Xian who had shown signs of developing their own capacity to perceive and influence their death countdowns. They weren't all progressing at the same pace, and some were resisting more than others, but the potential was there. Chaoang noticed the pattern, as Wei Liang had known he would. "You're building a second circle," Chaoang said to him one evening. "A group of disciples who are learning your technique, who are developing the ability to transcend death through consciousness rather than power." "I'm teaching a methodology," Wei Liang said. "What people do with it is their choice." "You're creating a faction," Chaoang said, "and that faction has the potential to become quite powerful. The question is, are you building it as something independent from the circle, or as something that will eventually support the circle?" "Neither," Wei Liang said. "I'm building it as something that exists for its own sake. The circle is free to benefit from it or not, as they choose. The disciples I'm teaching are free to remain connected to the circle or move beyond it, as they choose." Chaoang was quiet for a long moment. "You've changed," he said finally. The Wei Liang who agreed to join the circle would never have said something like that. The Wei Liang from a year ago would have been calculating exactly how to make this faction serve his interests. "I know," Wei Liang said. "I've realized that calculation was making me smaller rather than larger, that the pursuit of control was limiting rather than liberating." "And you're happy with that change?" Chaoang asked. "No," Wei Liang said. "I'm uncertain about it. But the uncertainty feels more honest than the certainty did." Chaoang smiled. "That's a very Taoist thing to say, which I suppose makes sense, given that you're learning to walk away from the fundamental principle that has driven all of us. Death is the ultimate pressure. It's what makes everything else matter. If you're learning to transcend it, then you're learning to live in a realm beyond pressure, beyond urgency, beyond the things that make people strive and compete and build empires." "Is that dangerous?" Wei Liang asked. "Possibly," Chaoang said. "I don't yet know, but I'm interested to see where it leads." By the end of the Step 2 arc, Wei Liang had achieved most of the goals that he had set for himself when he arrived at the sect. He was a powerful cultivator, respected by his peers and feared by his superiors. He had inherited multiple legacies from the dying elders. He had built alliances that gave him security and protection. He had positioned himself as indispensable to the sect's functioning, even if most people didn't realize it. But he had also become something else. He had become someone who was beginning to understand that power and security weren't actually what he was searching for, that the real goal, the thing that had been driving him from the beginning, was freedom. Not freedom from responsibility or commitment, but freedom from the tyranny of fear. Freedom from the need to constantly calculate and strategize. Freedom to simply exist and act based on genuine choice rather than defensive necessity. Luo Xian had achieved a remarkable transformation in the 9 months since Wei Liang had begun teaching her directly. Her countdown had extended to 72 years, but more importantly, she had developed a kind of consciousness that allowed her to touch the space beyond death, to know it and not fear it. She was beginning to cultivate techniques that would eventually allow her to choose her own path beyond the natural span of human existence. The other disciples he was teaching were at various stages of development, but all of them showed the potential to eventually reach that same understanding. The circle had benefited enormously from Wei Liang's work, even if they didn't fully understand the source of those benefits. The sect had become stronger, more efficient, better positioned to handle the challenges that lay ahead. Chaoang had achieved the position of elder council member, and was beginning to consolidate power in ways that would eventually make him one of the most influential figures in the sect's hierarchy. And Wei Liang had arrived at a place where he could finally ask himself, what do I actually want? The answer wasn't immediately clear, but for the first time, he felt like he had the freedom to actually discover it. As the Step 2 arc concluded and he approached the final stage of his cultivation before the next major advancement, Wei Liang found himself not anxious about what lay ahead, but curious. He was powerful enough that he could survive almost anything the sect threw at him. He had built enough relationships and enough leverage that he had options. He had accumulated enough knowledge that he understood how the world actually worked, beneath the surface narratives and hidden power structures. What remained was to discover who he actually was, separated from the defensive mechanisms he had built to survive. That discovery would take longer than the remaining chapters of his story would allow. But for now, at least, he was on the path toward it. And sometimes, a path toward genuine self-knowledge was worth far more than a kingdom built on fear and calculation. Chapter 31. The Infinite Elder returns. The discourse on seeing had been sitting on Wei Liang's shelf for nearly a year, but he had not yet fully integrated its most radical propositions. The elder who had given it to him appeared one evening in his quarters without any warning, walking through the sealed doors as though they were mist. Wei Liang's first instinct was to fight. His second instinct was to flee. His third instinct, which actually won out, was to remain completely still and acknowledge that he was in the presence of something far beyond his current level of power. I've been monitoring your progress, the elder said, moving to the window and gazing out over the valley. You've learned the basics. You can perceive death and reject its governance of your consciousness. You've taught others to do the same. That's commendable, but it's not yet transcendence. It's defense against transcendence. What's the difference? Wei Liang asked. Defense implies that you're trying to protect yourself from something external, the elder said. But death isn't actually external. It's internal. It's a choice you make every moment, either consciously or unconsciously. Most people choose it without knowing they're choosing. They accept the narrative that life is bounded, that the body is finite, that time is a river they're floating down. That acceptance is what creates the death they fear. The elder turned to face Wei Liang. His eyes were ancient beyond measure. They carried the weight of centuries, and yet they were also luminous with something that looked like joy. To transcend death, you don't fight against it. You step sideways from it. You develop a consciousness that exists parallel to the narrative of death, that can observe the narrative without being controlled by it. You become like me, present in the world but not subject to its rules. How long did that take you? Wei Liang asked. Approximately 200 years of dedicated practice, the elder said. Though time becomes slippery when you're no longer bound to aging. From my perspective, it felt like 30 years or so. From the perspective of an observer watching it happen, it took centuries. Wei Liang felt the weight of that statement settle into him. 200 years of cultivation, of conscious effort, of holding two realities in mind simultaneously. It was incomprehensible to someone who had lived only 20 years. Is it worth it? Wei Liang asked. The elder smiled. That's the wrong question. The question isn't whether it's worth it to me. I clearly think it is, given that I'm still here. The question is whether it's worth it to you. And only you can answer that. If I started now, Wei Liang said, how long would it take me? You have a gift that I didn't have when I started, the elder said. You can already perceive death directly. That took me the first 50 years to develop. So conservatively, you could accomplish what I've accomplished in roughly 150 years. Maybe less, if you're cleverer than I was. Wei Liang did the mental math. 150 years would take him well past 200 years old, assuming he didn't die in some accident before then. It would mean spending a century and a half in constant cultivation, in the pursuit of a goal that might not even be worth achieving. I came to tell you something else, the elder said. In the next year or so, the sect is going to be tested. There are forces moving in the world that you don't yet perceive. There are cultivators from other sects, cultivators with their own agendas, cultivators who are interested in you specifically because of your death perception ability. Why would they be interested in that? Wei Liang asked. Because death perception is rare, and the ability to transcend death is rarer still. And the people who can teach others to do both are rarest of all. There are individuals who have spent centuries hunting people like you. The elder moved toward the door, which opened for him as though it had been waiting for his passage the entire time. I'm telling you this because you may have to make a choice very soon about who you're willing to be. The path of transcendence requires isolation. It requires stepping back from the normal world and its dramas. But if you choose that path, you'll be abandoning the people you've grown connected to, the disciples you're teaching, the circle that depends on you, the sect that relies on your influence. And if I don't choose it, Wei Liang asked, then you'll probably be killed by someone who wants your knowledge, the elders said. Eventually, in 10 years or 30 or 70. But the killing will come because knowledge like this is too dangerous to leave loose in the world. The elder paused at the threshold. Choose wisely, Wei Liang. The choice you make will echo for centuries. Then he was gone, and Wei Liang was alone again, with only the echo of the elder's presence to confirm that the conversation had actually happened. Wei Liang didn't sleep that night. Instead, he sat in meditation and contemplated the two paths that had opened before him. The path of isolation and transcendence, which would take him beyond death, but require him to abandon everything he had built and everyone he had grown to care about. And the path of integration, of remaining connected to the world and the sect, which would eventually result in his death, but would allow him to continue the work of helping others understand their own freedom. Neither path was actually appealing. Both required enormous sacrifice. The only difference was whether he was sacrificing his life or his identity. By dawn, he still hadn't decided. But he had accepted that the decision would need to be made soon. Chapter 32. The faction solidifies over the following weeks. Wei Liang's teaching became more explicit. He began to openly acknowledge to Luo Xin and the other advanced disciples that what he was teaching was a method for transcending death, not through immortality techniques or power cultivation, but through consciousness itself. The reaction was mixed. Some disciples withdrew from the teaching, finding it too heretical, too contrary to the sect's foundational approach. But others, particularly Luo Xin and two others named Jianming and Suyin, became more deeply committed to the work. If this is true, Luo Xin said to him during a private session, then everything the sect teaches is built on a lie. They claim that advancement through cultivation is the path to immortality, but if you're right, then immortality is just a decision about consciousness. The cultivation is unnecessary. Not unnecessary, Wei Liang corrected. Helpful, perhaps, but not required. A body cultivated to high level makes it easier to maintain the physical form while your consciousness is engaged in transcendence work. But consciousness itself doesn't require cultivation. It requires only the decision to perceive itself differently. Then why don't the sect elders teach this? Jianming asked. He was a quiet disciple who specialized in meditation and internal cultivation. If this knowledge is real and it's more efficient than what they're teaching, why hide it? Because admitting it would destroy the justification for the sect's existence, Wei Liang said. If disciples understood that immortality was possible through consciousness alone, they would stop working to increase their power. They would stop competing, stop advancing, stop pursuing the hierarchies that the sect is built on. The sect would collapse. So the sect is built on a lie, Suyin said. She was a combative personality, always looking for the weakness in arguments. That's helpful to know. Does that mean we should abandon it? I don't know, Wei Liang said. I'm still trying to figure out whether the lie is necessary or whether it's just convenient. Whether the sect structure serves some purpose beyond accumulating power for its leadership. The conversation was dangerous to be having inside the sect, and all of them knew it. If the leadership learned that Wei Liang was teaching a philosophy that questioned the fundamental justification for the sect's existence, he would be eliminated. Not killed exactly. The sect avoided open violence when possible, but removed. Cast out. Declared heretical. So Wei Liang and his small faction began to be more careful about where they met and what they discussed. They established a space deep within the mountain that wasn't technically part of the sect's monitored territory, a cave system that had been abandoned centuries ago and was now overgrown with wild vegetation and old energy. It became their sanctuary, a place where they could openly explore the implications of death transcendence without fear of discovery. Chaoang noticed the shift immediately. You're separating from the sect, he said to Wei Liang, not as an accusation, but as a simple observation of fact. Not physically, but mentally. You're building something that exists in opposition to the sect's foundational principles. I'm building something that exists parallel to the sect, Wei Liang said. Not in opposition. But yes, it's something that couldn't be formally acknowledged without causing problems. That's a problem for me, Xiaolong said. They were walking the high terraces, as they often did for these conversations. I've positioned myself to advance within the sect's power structure. If you're building a faction that questions the sect's fundamental legitimacy, that creates instability, that undermines the structure I've spent a year constructing. I know, Wei Liang said, and I'm sorry for that, but I can't stop what I'm doing. I'm not asking you to stop, Xiaolong said. I'm asking you to be clear about what you're building. Is it something that will eventually challenge the sect? Or is it something that can coexist with the sect indefinitely? I don't know yet, Wei Liang said. It depends on whether the sect is worth preserving, and I haven't decided that. Xiaolong was quiet for a long time. They walked nearly the entire perimeter of the mountain before he spoke again. I've invested a lot in you, Xiaolong said finally. I've protected you, given you access to opportunities, helped you advance. I did it because I believed you were someone who would help me build something powerful. But you've changed. And now I'm not sure what you're building, or whether it's something I want to be associated with. What are you asking me to do? Wei Liang said. Choose, Xiaolong said. Either commit fully to the circle, to the sect, to the structure we're building together. Or separate completely. Build your faction openly. Take your people, establish yourselves somewhere else. But don't exist in this liminal space where you're part of the sect structure, but also undermining it. If I choose to separate, Wei Liang asked, what would you do? Initially? Nothing, Xiaolong said. I would let you go? But eventually, once I had consolidated enough power, I would probably come looking for you. Because the knowledge you're developing is too valuable to leave independent. If I can't control it, I'd need to eliminate it. I understand, Wei Liang said. So choose, Xiaolong said. Not today, if you need more time. But soon, before I'm forced to choose for you. That conversation crystallized something that had been forming in Wei Liang's mind for weeks. He couldn't stay in the sect indefinitely. The two paths the Infinite Elder had presented were real, and one of them had to be chosen. Either he ascended to isolated transcendence and eventually became like the Elder, untouched by the world's affairs, but also fundamentally separated from it. Or he remained connected to the world and the sect, which meant eventually being hunted and killed for the knowledge he possessed. There was a third option that had been forming in his consciousness. Establish himself and his faction somewhere the sect couldn't reach him. Become independent. Become a rival rather than a subordinate. But that would require resources, followers, strength that he didn't yet possess. Chapter 33. The eclipse. The crucial catalyst came in the form of a complete lunar eclipse, an astronomical event of tremendous significance in cultivation circles. The eclipse would last for 6 hours, during which time the ambient qi would shift dramatically, and cultivators would have unprecedented opportunity to advance their power through the disrupted energy flow. The sect planned for the eclipse carefully, positioning its peak cultivators to harvest the maximum amount of chaotic qi and consolidate it into the sect's resources. It was a preparation that had taken weeks, and that represented one of the sect's major power consolidation opportunities. Wei Liang used the eclipse differently. Rather than connecting to the sect's harvesting arrays, he opened himself completely to the unfiltered qi flow. He and Luo Xin and the other disciples in his faction did the same, creating a parallel cultivation effort that wasn't tapped into the sect's infrastructure. What happened during those 6 hours was unprecedented. The unfiltered qi created an environment where consciousness could expand without the normal constraints of physical form. Wei Liang found himself able to perceive dimensions of reality that were normally hidden. He could see the threads of causality that connected different events. He could perceive the intentions of other cultivators. He could see the structure of the sect itself as a kind of organism, with its own form of consciousness and its own agenda. And most importantly, he could see the countdowns of everyone in the sect simultaneously, a vast web of approaching deaths, branching timelines, moments where the future could be altered. It was overwhelming and beautiful and terrifying. When the eclipse ended and normal qi flow resumed, Wei Liang found himself fundamentally changed. His cultivation had advanced by months in a single night. But more importantly, his understanding of what was possible had expanded dramatically. He could now see how to do what the Infinite Elder did. Not the full execution of it. That still required centuries of practice, but the conceptual framework. He understood the mechanics of transcendence. He understood how to teach it to others in a way that would accelerate their development. And he understood that the sect's days were numbered. The council would not tolerate the existence of a faction that existed outside the sect's control indefinitely. Eventually, they would move against him. Eventually, they would demand that he submit to the sect's authority or be eliminated. The question was how long eventually actually was, and what he could accomplish in the time remaining. Wei Liang called the expanded faction together 2 days after the eclipse. There were now nearly 20 disciples who had shown capacity for transcendence work, including several from the outer sect who had managed to access his teaching despite its informal nature. He laid out the situation clearly. "We have perhaps 1 year before the sect's leadership moves against us," he said. "We can try to remain hidden, but they will eventually find us. Or we can establish ourselves openly somewhere outside the sect's control." "Where would we go?" Suyin asked. "There are territories in the borderlands that the sect has no control over," Wei Liang said. "Regions where independent cultivators operate without answering to any sect hierarchy. We could establish ourselves there, build a community, develop the transcendence techniques openly." "That sounds dangerous," Jianming said. "There's a reason the borderlands are lawless. Because they're filled with cultivators who were too dangerous or unstable to remain in sect structures." "It is dangerous," Wei Liang agreed. "But I think the danger is worth it. Because staying here means eventually dying at the sect's hands after having spent our lives in secret. Moving means we might face external dangers, but at least we'll be free." "Would Chaoang allow us to leave?" Luo Xian asked. "He would probably let us leave," Wei Liang said. "But he would also come for us eventually, once we had developed far enough that we posed a threat to his power. So leaving is only a delay of conflict, not an avoidance of it." "So what's the point?" Suyin asked. "The point is that leaving gives us time to develop," Wei Liang said. "To build something strong enough to defend itself. To establish communities that can survive even if the sect comes for us. And to prove that the transcendence methods actually work, that they're not just theories or hopes." The discussion continued for hours, but by the end, the consensus was clear. They would prepare to leave. They would establish themselves in the borderlands. They would build something new. Chaoang found out within days. He called Wei Liang to meet him in the high tower, and this time there was no casual conversation, no measured discussion. "You're leaving?" Chaoang said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "When?" 3 months. "We need time to gather resources, to prepare the disciples, to make arrangements." "And you're taking Luo Xian and the others," Chaoang said. "Yes." Chaoang walked to the window and looked out over the sect. His expression was complex: anger, disappointment, but also something that might have been respect. "I should kill you," Chaoang said. "I should eliminate you and everyone you've trained before you can become a threat." "You could," Wei Liang said. "But you won't." "Why not?" Chaoang asked. "Because you recognize that what I'm building is important," Wei Liang said. "Because you know that the sect's methods are incomplete, even if you're not ready to admit it. And because you know that I'll fight you to the death if you try to stop me, and despite my growth, you're still stronger than I am. The outcome is uncertain." Chaoang turned back to face him. "You're right. I'm not going to stop you. But I want something in exchange." "What?" Wei Liang asked. "When you reach transcendence," Chaoang said, "when you've gone far enough to truly transcend death and step outside the normal rules, I want you to come back. I want you to teach me what you've learned." Wei Liang understood then the thing that had been driving Chaoang all along. It wasn't the need for power exactly. It was the need to transcend, to become something beyond the normal limitations of existence. "If I reach transcendence," Wei Liang said, "I might not be able to come back. I might become like the infinite elder, present in the world but not really of it." "But you might still be able to teach," Chaoang said. "And that's what I'm asking for." "I'll consider it," Wei Liang said. "If I reach that point, I'll consider it." "That's all I can ask," Chaoang said. Wei Liang left the high tower knowing that he had just passed a turning point. The sect was no longer his home, and it was no longer unclear that the sect recognized this. In 3 months, everything would change. Chapter 34. The final cultivation. In the time before his departure, Wei Liang undertook one final cultivation push within the sect. He needed to reach the absolute peak of what the sect structure could provide. He needed to cross from later-stage core formation into early-stage immortal ascension, that dangerous territory where cultivators began to separate from normal human existence. The breakthrough would require a cultivation event more powerful than anything he had previously attempted. It would require entering a tribulation chamber where the heavens themselves would test whether he was worthy of ascending to immortal status. The sect had 2 tribulation chambers. The first chamber was relatively forgiving. It was designed to test cultivators who were genuinely strong but still firmly rooted in the normal world. The second chamber was far more dangerous, designed for cultivators who were pushing the boundaries of what was possible, who were trying to exceed the normal limits of their cultivation base. Wei Liang petitioned to use the second chamber. The council approved it with some hesitation. Xiaoong, as an elder council member, had to officially endorse the petition, which he did without comment. On the eve of the breakthrough attempt, Wei Liang went to visit Luo Xian in the secret sanctuary they had established in the abandoned caves. "Are you afraid?" she asked him. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "The tribulation is legitimately dangerous. People die in those chambers. People lose their minds. People ascend to immortal status and immediately shatter their foundation because they push too hard. But you're going to try anyway," Luo Xian said. "I'm going to try," Wei Liang agreed. "Because if I don't make this advance before we leave, I won't be strong enough to protect the faction once we're in the borderlands. And I will not lead people into danger that I'm not capable of defending them from." "What if you don't come out?" Luo Xian asked. "Then you take leadership of the faction," Wei Liang said. "You have the strength and the understanding. You'll guide them well." He handed her a journal, the complete notes from his study of the discourse on seeing, marked up with his own interpretations and extensions. "If I don't come back, teach from this. Teach the others what I've taught you. And continue the work of understanding transcendence, whether I'm here or not." The tribulation chamber was a vast cylindrical space carved deep within the mountain. The floor was made of a special crystal that could contain and amplify the qi used in the breakdown of physical reality. The walls were inscribed with arrays designed to both protect the surrounding sect from the chaotic energy and prevent the cultivator inside from escaping mid-tribulation. Wei Liang entered at midnight, when the heavens were in their most receptive alignment for the tribulation process. He seated himself at the chamber's center and began to cycle his qi, opening himself to the testing that the heavens would impose. The tribulation came in waves. First, a testing of raw power. The heavens sent pulses of degrading energy designed to break down the cultivator's defenses. Wei Liang's cultivation was strong enough to weather this, but it was exhausting, requiring constant reinforcement of his barriers against the assault. Second came a testing of will. The heavens created illusions, visions of alternate paths, scenarios where the cultivation failed and the cultivator died. Wei Liang had to maintain focus on his actual goal, refusing to be seduced by the illusions or broken by the fears they induced. Third came the most dangerous part, the testing of self. The heavens reached into the cultivator's consciousness and forced them to examine every doubt, every fear, every moment of weakness or compromise. It exposed the parts of themselves that the cultivator had been hiding from, even from their own conscious awareness. For Wei Liang, that meant facing the truth of his manipulation, his exploitation of the dying elders, his use of people to advance his own position. It meant confronting the fact that even now, even as he claimed to be building a faction for liberation, he was still positioning himself as the leader, still maintaining control, still operating from the premise that he needed to be in charge. The revelation was devastating. For a moment, his cultivation faltered. The heavens' testing energy surged through the breach, and he felt himself beginning to fragment. But then something shifted. He accepted the truth about himself. He didn't reject it or rationalize it away or try to change it through force of will. He simply acknowledged it. "I am someone who has used people. I am someone who has exploited the approaching deaths of others for my own gain. I am someone who still wants control and power, even as I claim to be pursuing liberation." And in that acceptance, something released. The fragmentation stopped. The cultivation stabilized. And a new understanding formed. That immortality, true transcendence, wasn't about becoming a perfect version of yourself. It was about accepting all aspects of yourself, including the parts you didn't like, and continuing to grow anyway. The tribulation eased. The heavens seemed to acknowledge that the test was complete, and Wei Liang felt his entire being restructure. His meridians shifted. His spirit root transformed. His consciousness expanded to encompass perceptions that had previously been impossible. He had crossed the threshold. He was now a mortal ascension stage, a cultivator who had begun to separate from the normal rules of existence. When he emerged from the tribulation chamber 6 hours later, the morning sun was rising over the sect. He walked into that light changed, transformed, no longer entirely bound to the normal progression of time and mortality. The council congratulated him on the advancement. Chaoang smiled and said nothing. The sect's peak cultivators acknowledged that a new force had emerged in their ranks. But Wei Liang felt none of that. What he felt was the weight of what came next. The departure, the establishment of the faction in the borderlands, the inevitable conflict with the sect that would eventually come. He had 45 days until he needed to leave. 45 days to prepare everything, to gather the resources, to ensure that the people he was taking with him had the best chance of surviving what lay ahead. 45 days to be ready for the rest of his life. Chapter 35. The point of no return. The final weeks before departure were a strange balance between normal sect life and clandestine preparation. Wei Liang attended lectures with the elders, participated in cultivation sessions, maintained the appearance that he was still an integrated member of the sect structure. But simultaneously, he and Luo Xian were organizing supplies, arranging for guides to the borderlands, preparing the other disciples for the life they would be stepping into. The deception was dangerous. Multiple times, Wei Liang sensed that he was being watched more closely than usual. That suspicion was forming. But each time, he deflected it through careful positioning and calculated visibility. Chaoang was aware of everything, of course. The elder council member could have exposed them at any moment. But he maintained his silence, and Wei Liang understood that this was a form of gift. Chaoang was giving him the opportunity to leave cleanly, without a conflict that would force him to either kill other sect members or be killed in the attempt. On the final evening, before the planned departure the next morning, Wei Liang attended a private dinner with Chaoang in the council chambers. It was formal and tense, the conversation of two people who had been allies and who were now becoming rivals. "You'll be back," Chaoang said at one point, without preamble. Not as a prediction, but as a statement of certainty. "I don't think so," Wei Liang said. "There's nothing for me here anymore." "There is," Chaoang said. "Eventually, you'll want to come back and settle things. And when you do, I'll be waiting." "If that happens," Wei Liang said, "I hope we can find a way to coexist rather than fight." "We won't," Chaoang said, "because what you're building and what I'm building are fundamentally opposed. You're trying to transcend power and control. I'm trying to perfect them. Eventually, one of those paths will have to win out." Wei Liang didn't respond, because he understood that Chaoang was right. The sect and the faction could not indefinitely coexist. One would eventually absorb the other, or they would destroy each other in the attempt. "I do have a final request," Chaoang said. "The elder who comes to you sometimes, the infinite one who gave you the discourse. Tell him that I'm waiting. Tell him that when I reach transcendence, I'm coming for him. Tell him that 3 centuries is long enough to hide." Wei Liang understood then that Chaoang's real ambition had never been to rule the sect. It had been to surpass the elders entirely, to step beyond them into something they hadn't achieved. The sect was just the stepping stone. "I'll tell him," Wei Liang said. At dawn, Wei Liang walked out of the sect with 20 disciples, carrying supplies enough for 3 months of independent cultivation and all the knowledge needed to build something new from nothing. Behind them, the sect remained, unchanged on the surface but fundamentally altered by what had been taken from it. Chaoang watched from the high tower as they descended the mountain, and Wei Liang knew that he would not see the sect again for many years, if ever. The path ahead was unclear. The borderlands were genuinely dangerous, filled with cultivators who had escaped other sects or who had chosen to exist outside of any sect structure. There would be conflicts. There would be losses. There would be moments of profound uncertainty about whether the choice had been wise. But there would also be freedom. And for the first time since awakening Death's Sight, Wei Liang realized that freedom was actually what he had been seeking all along. Not power, not security, not even transcendence. Simply the freedom to choose his own path, to walk away from the default narrative, to refuse the death that the heavens had written for him. As they descended the last steps of the mountain, Wei Liang stopped and looked back at the sect one final time. He could see the structure of it clearly now, with his newly advanced perception. He could see the fears that drove it, the wisdom it contained, the limitations of its philosophy. And he could see something else, the possibility that it might change, that Chaoyang might eventually transform it into something new, that the sect itself might become a place where transcendence was studied openly rather than hidden in shadows. But that was a future that belonged to others now. Wei Liang's future lay ahead, in the borderlands, with the faction he had gathered. He turned away from the sect and walked forward into the unknown. And somewhere in the mountains, in a place between times and spaces, the infinite elder watched and smiled, knowing that the real work was only just beginning. The distance from the sect's territory to the borderlands was a journey of 7 days through increasingly wild terrain. The first 2 days took them through cultivated land, passing villages and farms where ordinary people went about their lives unaware of the currents of power flowing above them. Wei Liang led the faction through as invisibly as possible, keeping the group moving during twilight hours and resting in hidden camps during the day. By the 3rd day, the landscape began to shift. The gentle rolling hills gave way to mountains that seemed to resist human presence, with slopes too steep and forests too dense for easy passage. The ambient chi became wilder, less refined, more resistant to the kind of cultivation methodology that the sect taught. This is where the sect's influence ends, Wei Liang told the group during an evening rest. They were camped in a small canyon, sheltered from the wind and hidden from casual observation. Beyond tomorrow, we'll be in territory where no sect exercises control, where the rules we've lived by for months cease to apply. What happens if people from the sect come after us? Renyu asked. She was one of the younger disciples, barely at inner disciple level, but she had shown genuine capability for the transcendence work. Can they follow us? They can, Wei Liang said, but they'll be operating in enemy territory. They'll have no support structure, no array systems, no advantage. If they come, we'll be on equal footing or better. And will they come? Another disciple, Long Chun, asked. Long Chun was quieter than the others, someone who had attached himself to the faction because he recognized something true in the teachings, not because he was seeking power or position. Eventually, Wei Liang said, probably not immediately. Chaoyang will wait until we've established ourselves, until we're no longer fleeing but actually building. And then he'll send someone to investigate, to gauge our strength, to determine whether we're a genuine threat or just an inconvenience. And are we a threat? Luo Xian asked. She was sitting slightly apart from the others, as the faction had subtly arranged itself with Luo Xian as second in command. The structure had emerged naturally, without Wei Liang imposing it, which was exactly how he wanted it to be. Not yet, Wei Liang said. But we will be. In 1 year, maybe 2, we'll be strong enough that the sect will have to decide whether to eliminate us or coexist with us. And I'm working under the assumption that coexistence is the option we'll need to fight for. Why? Suyin asked. She had become even more combative since leaving the sect, as though the absence of institutional structure had freed her to be fully herself. Why should we negotiate? Why not just become strong enough that they can't touch us? Because strength alone is never stable, Wei Liang said. Eventually, the sect will produce someone stronger, or we'll make an enemy of another sect, or we'll face a threat we can't predict. If we're going to survive long-term, we need to exist in some kind of sustainable relationship with the established powers. That sounds like you want to become a subject sect, Longchen said. Like we're building this to eventually bow to the sect's authority anyway. No, Wei Liang said. I want us to become an alternative, a different way of doing things. Something that the sect can't absorb because we operate on fundamentally different principles. But that alternative has to coexist somehow. It can't exist purely in opposition. The conversation continued into the night, and Wei Liang realized that he was facing his first real challenge as a leader of independent disciples. The sect had provided structure, authority, clear rules about advancement and hierarchy. Outside the sect, all of that was gone. He had to maintain cohesion and direction through force of personality and through the genuine value of what he was teaching. It was exhausting and terrifying, and also, he had to admit, exhilarating. The following day, they crossed into the borderlands proper. The landscape shifted immediately. The cultivated chi that had characterized the sect's territory disappeared entirely, replaced by something wilder, more volatile, less subject to the kind of meditation and control that sect-trained cultivators practiced. Several of the younger disciples felt it immediately, a sense of disorientation as their cultivation techniques suddenly became less effective. Wei Liang had prepared for this. He spent the evening teaching them a meditation technique specifically designed for wild qi environments, a method that didn't try to control or refine the qi, but rather to move with it, to dance with its rhythms rather than impose order upon them. It was a fundamentally different approach from what the sect taught, and by morning, the disciples had adapted. Some of them were already showing signs of preference for this new method, a sense that moving with wild qi was more authentic than imposing order upon it. By the 5th day, they reached the first settlement of the borderlands. It was a sprawling collection of buildings carved into and around a large rock formation, with cultivators of all descriptions moving through its streets. Some were clearly from destroyed sects, bearing the remnants of old robes and cultivation styles. Others seemed to be native to the borderlands, born and raised in this lawless territory. Still others looked like Wei Liang and his faction, refugees from established structures, seeking a different way to live. The settlement's leader was a woman named Kusu, a cultivator who had apparently been powerful enough to break free from her original sect and establish authority in the borderlands through a combination of strength, charisma, and brutal pragmatism. She had agreed, through intermediaries, to allow Wei Liang's faction temporary shelter in exchange for service, guards, cultivation support, help with various projects. "You're young to be leading a faction," Kusu said during their first meeting in her residence. She was older, perhaps in her 2nd century, with the bearing of someone who had fought her way to authority and had no illusions about what power actually required. "Most leaders I see are older, with more experience managing people." "I have the experience," Wei Liang said. "It's just that I came by it through different circumstances." "You have the smell of a sect survivor," Kusu said. "Someone who escaped after becoming too powerful for the sect to fully control." "Am I right?" "Approximately," Wei Liang said. "What were you in the sect?" Kusu asked. "An inner disciple on the path to advance power," Wei Liang said. "Someone with unusual abilities that made me valuable and also threatening." Kusu smiled. "And now you're building something to protect yourself and anyone foolish enough to follow you into the borderlands. That's ambitious. Most sect refugees just try to survive. You're trying to build a civilization. I'm trying to build a different kind of society," Wei Liang said, "where advancement is based on consciousness and understanding rather than pure power accumulation. Whether that constitutes civilization or just a cult depends on your perspective." "Then I'm interested in observing which one it becomes," Kusu said. "You can stay. Your people can work. And we'll see if your grand ideas survive the first season of actual hardship." And so Wei Liang's faction was established in the borderlands, in a settlement that was halfway between a city and a fortress, surrounded by wild mountains and populated by cultivators who had chosen to step outside the normal sect systems. The real testing was only just beginning. Chapter 36. The first season in the borderlands was harder than Wei Liang had anticipated. The settlement provided shelter and access to established infrastructure, but it also provided friction. Other faction leaders in the borderlands viewed Wei Liang's group with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Kusu's authority maintained a kind of peace, but that peace was always one provocation away from violence. More challenging than the political situation was the simple reality of cultivation in the borderlands. The wild qi that Wei Liang had theorized about was genuine, but its wildness proved difficult to work with. The meditation techniques he had developed helped, but they were imperfect. Several of his disciples found themselves struggling with basic cultivation cycles, their spirit roots struggling to harmonize with the chaotic energy patterns. By the 4th week, one of the younger disciples, a boy named Tao who had been barely inner disciple level when they left the sect, suffered a meridian rupture during an unsupervised meditation session. His spirit root simply shattered under the strain of trying to process wild qi that his training had never prepared him to encounter. Wei Liang healed him, barely, but the damage was permanent. Tao would never again be able to cultivate beyond a certain threshold. His body carried scar tissue in its spiritual anatomy that made advanced cultivation impossible. The incident sent a shock through the faction. For the first time, they were facing the reality that leaving the sect had consequences beyond politics. It had consequences for people's actual bodies, their actual lives. "This is what we signed up for," Luo Xian said during a private conversation with Wei Liang. She was processing the incident herself, trying to understand whether Wei Liang bore responsibility. "We left the sect knowing it would be dangerous." Tao knew the risks. He knew intellectually, Wei Liang said. "But knowing and understanding are different things. I should have enforced stricter protocols. Should have prevented unsupervised meditation until everyone was better adjusted." "And how would you have done that without reverting to the same control structures the sect uses?" Luo Xian asked. "Without becoming what we left behind." Wei Liang had no answer. It was a fundamental problem with his philosophy of freedom. That freedom necessarily implied the ability to make mistakes, including mistakes that resulted in permanent harm to one's body or life. He began to develop more sophisticated meditation techniques specifically designed for wild qi, ones that used the chaotic energy as a teaching tool rather than something to be resisted. The techniques were slower, less efficient than the sect's refined methods, but they were safer. And gradually, the disciples adjusted. By the end of the second season, the faction had stabilized. The disciples were beginning to show measurable advancement, not in the standard power metrics, but in their capacity for consciousness expansion and depth perception. Several of them had begun to show the early signs of the transcendence work that Wei Liang was attempting. The ability to perceive their own mortality and begin to choose a different relationship with it. Tao, despite his injury, had actually made significant progress. His damaged spirit root had forced him to develop meditation techniques that relied less on power and more on pure consciousness. In a strange way, his injury had turned him into one of Wei Liang's most capable students in the transcendence work. "I think the damage saved my life," Tao said to Wei Liang one evening. "In the sect, I would have just been another disciple trying to advance through power. Here, I had to find a different way. And that different way is actually more interesting." Wei Liang began to see a pattern. The Borderlands environment, which was initially presenting as purely hostile, was actually a teaching tool. It forced disciples to abandon the sect's methodology and develop something more genuine. It created challenges that couldn't be solved through pure power, which meant they had to be solved through understanding and adaptation. By the autumn of the first year, Wei Liang's faction had integrated itself into the settlement structure. They had proved themselves capable through their work, through their genuine desire to help rather than exploit, through the stability that Wei Liang's leadership provided. Several of Ku Su's original disciples had actually requested to join Wei Liang's faction, interested in the transcendence work that was becoming increasingly visible. "You're changing them," Ku Su said to Wei Liang during one of their periodic meetings. "The people who follow you don't move like ordinary cultivators. They move like they're having a conversation with themselves, like they're conducting some kind of internal debate about existence itself." "That's approximately accurate," Wei Liang said. "I'm teaching them to question what they take for granted, including their own deaths." "That's dangerous," Ku Su said. "Most people need to take their deaths for granted. The awareness of it destabilizes them." "Some people," Wei Liang agreed. "Others are strengthened by it. Others are freed by it." "And your disciples, which category are they?" Ku Su asked. "A mixture," Wei Liang said. "But all of them are alive now in a way they weren't before. Whether that's worth the cost of the uncertainty, only they can decide." Chapter 37. The investigation. In the spring of the second year, Chaoang sent his investigators. They arrived not as a military force, but as a small group of 3 cultivators, strong but not peak tier, capable enough to evaluate a situation but not capable of winning a direct confrontation with Wei Liang if it came to violence. Their names were Jun Tai, Mei Xiao, and Xin Chao, and they arrived with the kind of casual air that suggested they were simply travelers passing through the settlement. Wei Liang identified them immediately. There was no mistaking the sect's cultivation style, even when it was being deliberately subdued. And there was no mistaking the precision with which they began to move through the settlement, apparently casually, but actually systematically documenting everything about the faction. He called a meeting with Luo Xin and the other senior disciples. Chaoang's investigators are here, he said simply. They're evaluating our strength and our intentions. How we respond to their presence will determine what they report back to the sect, and that will determine what kind of response the sect makes. Do we fight them? Su Yin asked immediately. Her hand was already on the hilt of her blade. No, Wei Liang said. If we fight them, we prove that we're hostile and defensive, that we're a threat that needs to be eliminated. Instead, we show them that we're not a threat, that we're something different, something that coexists with the sect rather than opposing it. How? Longchen asked. We invite them to observe, Wei Liang said. We show them our training. We let them see what we're doing. We're not hiding anything that can't be hidden. The transcendence work is invisible to someone not trained to perceive it. But we show them our discipline, our structure, our capability. That evening, Wei Liang arranged a training session in the settlement's central training ground. The faction demonstrated their cultivation techniques, their sword work, their array construction. To a casual observer, it would have appeared that they were simply a well-trained group of independent cultivators, disciplined but not particularly exceptional. But to someone like Jun Tai, the lead investigator, it must have been clear that something unusual was happening. The disciples moved with a kind of consciousness that wasn't typical for sect exiles. They showed a coordination that suggested genuine group cohesion rather than the temporary alliances that usually held borderland factions together. After the demonstration, Wei Liang invited the investigators to dinner. We know who you are and why you're here, Wei Liang said directly. He didn't see the point in pretending. You're here to evaluate whether the faction I've established poses a threat to the sect. The answer is, not to the sect itself. We're here to develop something different, not to oppose what exists. Then why did you leave? Mei Xiu asked. She was quieter than Jun Tai, but sharper, asking the right questions from the beginning. Because the sect's methods are incomplete, Wei Liang said. They teach advancement through power, but they don't teach the deeper work of consciousness that's necessary for genuine transcendence. I left to pursue that deeper work without the constraints of the sect's foundational assumptions. And you're teaching this to your disciples? Juntai asked. Yes, Wei Liang said. And how is that not a threat to the sect's authority? Mei Xiu asked. Because we're not claiming that the sect's methods are wrong, Wei Liang said. We're claiming they're incomplete. Someone who wants to advance through power can do so through the sect. Someone who wants to advance through consciousness can do so with us. The two methods aren't mutually exclusive. Jun Tai exchanged a look with Mei Xiu. Wei Liang could see them making a calculation, assessing whether they believed what he was saying. Chaoang believes you have the ability to see when people will die, Jun Tai said suddenly. That you can perceive death directly in a way that normal cultivators can't. Is that true? Wei Liang considered how to answer. A lie would be worse than the truth, because these were trained investigators who would see through an obvious deception. But the full truth was dangerous. I have developed a meditation technique that allows advanced consciousness awareness, Wei Liang said. Whether that constitutes perceiving death directly depends on how you define it. I can see things about people's trajectories that others can't. But it's a learned skill, not an inherent gift. It was true, as far as it went. And you're teaching this skill to your disciples? Mei Xiu asked. I'm teaching them the methodology to develop it themselves, Wei Liang said. Whether they actually develop the capacity depends on their natural aptitude and their willingness to commit to the practice. Juntai seemed satisfied with this answer. We'll report to Chaoang that the faction poses no immediate threat to the sect's authority. That you've established a legitimate alternative cultivation method that doesn't directly oppose what the sect teaches. Thank you, Wei Liang said. But understand, Mei Xiu added, that this assessment is temporary. If the faction begins to grow beyond what's sustainable in the borderlands, if you start recruiting disciples from the sect directly, if you become visibly powerful enough to threaten the sect's control over a region, then the assessment will change. I understand, Wei Liang said. The investigators left 3 days later, and their departure came with a kind of relief. The first serious test had been passed. The sect would not immediately move against the faction, which meant Wei Liang had at least a few years to consolidate his position. But more importantly, the investigators' visit had forced Wei Liang to clarify his own position. He was genuinely not trying to destroy or replace the sect. He was trying to create something different that could coexist with it. It was a more modest ambition than his initial grand theories had suggested, but it was also more sustainable. Chapter 38. The second transformation. In the third season of the second year, Wei Liang underwent another internal transformation. It was not as dramatic as his breakthrough to immortal ascension, but it was significant. He had been studying the discourse on seeing continuously, had been experimenting with consciousness expansion, and had begun to develop a methodology that allowed him to perceive not just individual deaths, but the web of connections between deaths, the way one person's death affected another's trajectory. The insight changed everything. Death wasn't an isolated event. Every death was entangled with the deaths of everyone connected to that person. A mother's death altered her children's trajectories. A mentor's death changed their student's path. A friend's departure shifted the survivor's entire future. This meant that transcending death wasn't an individual achievement. It was something that required acknowledgement of connection, of interdependence, of the fact that immortality purchased through isolation was a hollow thing. Wei Liang called the senior disciples together to share this understanding. I've been teaching you that death is a choice, that transcendence is possible through consciousness, he said. But I've been incomplete. What I've realized is that transcendence doesn't make you separate from the world. It makes you more connected to it, more aware of how your existence resonates with everyone else's. What does that mean practically? Luo Xian asked. It means that the way to transcendence isn't isolation, Wei Liang said. It's deepening connection. It's becoming so aware of the interconnections between yourself and everything else that death becomes impossible because you understand that your death is already part of countless other people's futures. You can't step outside that web, so instead, you become the web. It was abstract, but some of the disciples understood immediately. Others needed weeks of meditation and discussion before it began to make sense. But the effect on the faction was profound. The work became less about individual advancement and more about collective transformation. The disciples began to support each other's cultivation in a way they hadn't before, understanding that advancing one person meant advancing the entire network. Within months, the faction's power had increased dramatically, not through any single member becoming more powerful, but through the synergistic effect of their coordinated consciousness work. Kusu noticed immediately. Something's changed, she said to Wei Liang. Your people are moving differently. There's a quality of power to them now that wasn't there before. It's subtle, but it's definite. We've deepened our understanding, Wei Liang said. Of consciousness? Kusu asked. Or of each other? Both, Wei Liang said. They're the same thing, ultimately. Kusu considered this. You're building something genuine, she said finally. Something that has actual power because it's built on actual connection. I was skeptical of you when you arrived. But you've proven yourself to be exactly what you said, someone building something different, something that works. Will you join us? Wei Liang asked. Kusu laughed. I'm too old and too cynical for transcendence work, but I'm thinking about it for some of my younger disciples. If you'll teach them. By the end of the second year, Wei Liang's faction had grown to include more than 50 disciples, some originally his own, others transferred from Kusu's group, and several who had simply arrived in the settlement and requested to join. The faction had also begun to develop a kind of reputation in the borderlands. Other settlements and independent cultivators heard about the group that was teaching consciousness work, that claimed to be finding pathways to transcendence that didn't require the sect's power hierarchy. Some were curious. Some were hostile. Some tried to infiltrate the group to steal the techniques. Wei Liang handled each situation with care and pragmatism. He rejected the hostile approaches without violence. He welcomed the curious with genuine openness. He expelled the infiltrators gently but firmly. The faction was beginning to become a genuine political force in the borderlands, not through military power, but through the genuine value of what it offered. Chapter 39. The return. In the fourth season of the second year, Chaoang arrived in person. It was not a surprise. Wei Liang had seen it coming in the probability patterns that the more advanced disciples had learned to perceive. But it was still disorienting to see his former ally stepping off a vessel that had carried him from the sect's territory, moving through the settlement toward Wei Liang's primary meditation chamber. Chaoang was different. His advancement had continued, and he carried the presence of someone who had reached the later stages of immortal ascension. He was more powerful than Wei Liang now, though not overwhelmingly so. The gap between them was measurable, but not insurmountable. "You've built something impressive," Chaoang said as a greeting. They stood in the meditation chamber together, with only Luo Xian present as a witness. "It's exactly what I expected you would build, but seeing it is different from imagining it. I was wondering when you would come," Wei Liang said. "I wanted to let you establish yourself first," Chaoang said. "I wanted to see if your grand theories about consciousness and transcendence would actually work in practice. I wanted to observe whether the faction would be a sustainable alternative to the sect's methods or just another failed experiment." "And what have you concluded?" Wei Liang asked. "That it might actually work," Chaoang said. "That there might actually be something to this transcendence work that I've been dismissing as philosophy. But before I commit to learning it, I need to understand it from someone I trust. And you're the only person in the world who I trust with something this fundamental." It was an admission that cost him something. Wei Liang could see. Chaoang had never admitted to needing anything, much less to trusting someone completely. "I'll teach you," Wei Liang said. "Will I have to stay here?" Chaoang asked. "It would be better if you did," Wei Liang said. "Consciousness work requires sustained practice and immersion. If you're dividing your attention between the sect and the faction, your progress will be slow." Chaoang nodded. "Then I'll stay. I'll resign from my position on the council and relocate to the borderlands. The sect can find another representative." "What will they do?" Luo Xian asked. "They'll be angry," Chaoang said. "And they'll probably come looking for me eventually. But they won't come for at least a year, because they'll assume I'm being held against my will. They'll try diplomacy first. And by the time they realize I've actually chosen this, I'll be far enough into the transcendence work that it won't matter." That evening, Wei Liang's faction gained not just a new member, but a new teacher. Chaoang brought with him knowledge from the sect that no one else had. Knowledge about advanced cultivation, about the peaks that cultivators could theoretically reach, about the secret histories of the sect's founders. He also brought with him a presence that shifted something fundamental in the faction structure. Chaoang was used to leadership, used to command, and his arrival changed the hierarchy slightly. Wei Liang found himself having to navigate a situation where he was no longer the unquestioned leader, but rather one of two senior figures with different approaches and perspectives. It was uncomfortable and also, Wei Liang had to admit, exactly what the faction probably needed. Chapter 40. The new arc begins. The final chapter of Wei Liang's second arc was not a conclusion, but a transformation into something new. As the third year of his independent existence began, he found himself no longer the sole architect of the faction's direction, but rather one voice in a growing chorus of capable cultivators. Luo Xian had developed into a genuine leader, capable of making decisions about faction structure and membership. Su Yin's combat prowess had made her invaluable for defending the settlement against external threats. Long Chen's philosophical approach had created a kind of counterbalance to Wei Liang's more pragmatic tendencies. And Chaoang's presence had introduced a level of sophistication to their understanding of cultivation theory that they couldn't have achieved on their own. The faction was no longer Wei Liang's project. It was becoming a genuine community. On the evening of the spring equinox, Wei Liang sat alone in the deepest meditation chamber and finally attempted to perceive his own death completely, without resistance or denial. What he found shocked him. His countdown, which had read 67 years, 3 months, 14 days when he first achieved immortal ascension, now read 347 years, 8 months, 22 days. The extension was not from any technique he had consciously applied. It had come from his continuous consciousness work, his deepening integration into the network of connections with the other disciples, his genuine commitment to something beyond his own advancement. By transcending his need to transcend, by releasing his attachment to achieving immortality, he had actually achieved something close to it. His lifespan had extended to a degree that would have taken hundreds of disciples pursuing the sect's traditional methods to match. Wei Liang emerged from that meditation with a profound understanding that the true path to transcendence wasn't pursuit but acceptance. It wasn't grasping but releasing. It wasn't becoming something greater, but becoming more fully what he already was. He found Chaoang waiting for him in the common area. "You've reached something," Chaoang said. It wasn't a question. Chaoang could see the shift in Wei Liang's presence. "I've realized that the work I've been doing isn't about transcendence," Wei Liang said. "It's about integration. integration with the people around me, with the world, with the reality of connection that I spent the first part of my life trying to escape. Chaoyang smiled. Then you've learned what I'm still working toward understanding. I came here looking for transcendence, and I'm beginning to realize that transcendence isn't an achievement. It's a homecoming. Welcome home, Wei Liang said. And as the third year of his independent journey began, Wei Liang realized that everything he had built, the faction, the community, the consciousness work, was only the beginning. The real journey, the one that would unfold across the centuries of his extended life, was only just starting. The sect continued in its way. The borderlands continued in their chaos and freedom. And in the settlement, a new kind of community was taking root, one that might eventually reshape the entire cultivation world. But that was a story for another time, another step of the journey, another arc of transformation. For now, Wei Liang had achieved what he had set out to achieve: freedom. Real, genuine, sustainable freedom. And with it, the possibility of becoming something more than he had ever imagined. The years that followed were a testament to what could be built when people chose connection over isolation, understanding over power. The faction expanded not through conquest, but through word of mouth, through the genuine transformation that cultivators experienced when they engaged with the consciousness work. Other settlements in the borderlands began to develop their own versions of Wei Liang's methods, adapted to their local contexts, but fundamentally aligned with the same principles. A network was forming, not a hierarchy, but a web of relationships and shared understanding. The sect, for its part, watched and waited. Chaoyang's defection had shocked the council, but it had also planted seeds of doubt about whether the sect's methods were actually the only path to advancement. Several younger council members began to quietly investigate the consciousness work, curious about what could move someone as ambitious as Chaoyang to abandon position and prestige. By the end of the third year, it was becoming clear that the cultivation world was on the verge of significant transformation. The sect's monopoly on advancement had been broken. The idea that power was the only metric of cultivation was beginning to be questioned, and the very nature of what transcendence meant was being reimagined. Wei Liang watched all of this with a mixture of satisfaction and humility. He had not become a sect leader. He had not built an empire. He had simply created a space where people could explore consciousness differently, and that simplicity had turned out to be more powerful than any aggressive accumulation of authority could have been. Luo Xin approached him one afternoon as he was meditating in the highest chamber of the settlement. "The disciples want to know if you're planning to formalize the faction structure," she said. "Right now we operate on consensus and good faith, but as we grow, some people are requesting more formal governance, clearer hierarchies, better defined advancement pathways." Wei Liang considered this. Part of him wanted to resist formalization, to maintain the flexibility and freedom that came from informal structures. But he recognized that Luo Xin was right. As the community grew, it would need some kind of structure, or the original principles would eventually be lost to entropy and ambition. "Create a council," he said finally. "Not a hierarchy, but a circle. 7 members, rotating annually, with decisions made by consensus. Let the disciples vote for who they think should serve, and build protocols into the structure to prevent any one person from accumulating too much authority." "Including yourself?" Luo Xin asked. "Especially including myself," Wei Liang said. "I started this work, but it doesn't belong to me anymore. It belongs to everyone who practices it." By the autumn of the third year, the faction had formally reorganized into what they called the Consciousness Circle, a deliberately non-hierarchical structure designed to preserve the principles of equality and shared understanding while providing enough organization to function as a genuine community. Wei Liang was elected to the first council, as expected, but Chaoyang was also elected. So was Luo Xin. And so were 4 others: Su Yin, Long Chun, Jian Ming, and a newer member named Qin Hua, who had shown remarkable aptitude for both consciousness work and practical administration. The council's first act was to formally document the consciousness methods, creating a teaching text that could be shared with the growing number of people who wanted to learn the work but didn't have direct access to Wei Liang or the other founding teachers. The documentation process was challenging. How do you write down something that is fundamentally about internal experience? How do you capture in language something that requires direct practice to understand? Wei Liang worked on this problem for months, eventually creating a text that was part instruction, part poetry, part meditation guide. It was imperfect, but it was also alive in a way that pure technical documentation would never be. When the text was complete, distributed, and beginning to be studied by circles throughout the borderlands, and even finding its way back to the sect, Wei Liang finally felt something like completion. He had arrived at the sect as a desperate, ambitious young disciple, driven by fear of death and hunger for power. He had learned to manipulate others and accumulate advantages. He had built a faction and achieved the cultivation levels that he had only dreamed of in his early years. But the real achievement, he now understood, was not any of those things individually. It was the journey itself, the process of learning, failing, transforming, and growing into someone who could help others find their own freedom. As winter approached at the end of the third year, Wei Liang walked the borderlands alone, observing the various settlements and communities that had begun to adopt versions of the consciousness work. He saw cultivators of all ages and backgrounds discovering that they didn't have to spend their entire lives pursuing power, that there were other paths, that immortality was not a destination to be achieved through conquest, but a state of being that could be cultivated through understanding. He thought of the infinite elder, who had given him the discourse on seeing 3 years ago. He wondered if the elder was still watching, still observing how the world was changing. He wondered if eventually they would meet again, and the elder would see that Wei Liang had not pursued transcendence in the way that the elder had, that he had found a different path, one that didn't require centuries of isolation, but rather centuries of deepening connection. And somewhere in the mountains, watching from the spaces between moments, the infinite elder did indeed observe. And he smiled, knowing that the real work of changing the world was not done through individual transcendence, but through the awakening of communities to their own capacity for freedom. The story of Wei Liang did not end there. It continued, branching into new territories, creating new challenges, bringing new teachers and new students into the expanding circle. But the second arc of his journey had reached its natural conclusion. He had transformed from a desperate, ambitious young disciple into the architect of a new way of being. He had learned that power without understanding was empty, that isolation without connection was a kind of death, that the path to true transcendence was not upward but inward, and that the deepest inward journey was always one shared with others. As he returned to the settlement to join the others in the evening meditation, Wei Liang felt the weight of his extended lifespan settle into him not as a burden, but as a gift. 347 years stretched before him, years that he could now spend not in the pursuit of greater power, but in the service of helping others find their own understanding. It was a fate he had not expected, but it was also a fate he had come to deeply desire. And in accepting that fate, he had finally transcended the one thing that had driven him since the beginning, the need to transcend. By the 4th year of his independent journey, Wei Liang had become something he had never anticipated being, a teacher in the fullest sense. Not because he had become all-knowing, quite the opposite. He had discovered that the deeper he went into consciousness work, the more he realized how much remained unknown, how vast the territory of possible understanding truly was. The infinite elder appeared to him again one evening, materializing in the meditation chamber with the same fluid ease as before. This time, Wei Liang didn't startle. He simply nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for the elder to sit. "You've made interesting choices," the elder said without preamble. "You've rejected the path of isolated transcendence and built something communal instead. I was watching to see if it would collapse. I'm surprised it hasn't." "Why are you surprised?" Wei Liang asked. "Because collective consciousness work is significantly harder than individual pursuit," the elder said. "It requires constant negotiation, constant compromise, constant acceptance of other people's limitations and different understandings. Most people find it unbearably inefficient." "It is inefficient," Wei Liang said. "But efficiency isn't the goal. Understanding is. And understanding is accelerated by diversity of perspective, not hindered by it." The elder studied him for a long moment. "You've changed since we last spoke. You're less driven, less hungry for achievement, more settled. Is that a bad thing?" Wei Liang asked. "No," the elder said. "It's actually the opposite. You've reached a point that I didn't reach until century 70 of my journey. You've understood that transcendence without groundedness is just another form of escape. Will you teach us? Wei Liang asked. Will you share what you've learned in your 300 years? The elder smiled sadly. I can't. I've taken vows that prevent me from directly teaching the ultimate transcendence methods to anyone. But I can observe, and I can occasionally offer guidance in the form of suggestions and provocations. And I can tell you this, you're on the right path. Not the fastest path. The fastest path is mind, isolation, and singular focus. But potentially a deeper path, one that might actually change the world in ways that my isolated transcendence never could. Thank you for that, Wei Liang said. Don't thank me yet, the elder said. There are still forces in the world that don't appreciate what you're building. There are cultivators from other sects who see your consciousness work as a threat. There are older powers, ones that have existed longer than the current sect, who are noticing the ripples you're creating. What should we do? Wei Liang asked. Continue, the elder said simply. Deepen the work. Strengthen the community. Prepare your people for conflict, but don't seek it. Some battles will come to you eventually, and when they do, you'll need to be strong enough to defend what you've created. The elder stood to leave, but paused at the threshold. One more thing, he said. Chaoang asked me about his path toward transcendence. He wanted to know if he would eventually reach the point I've reached. I told him that transcendence achieved through pursuit is always unstable, always requiring maintenance and constant effort. But transcendence achieved through surrender is stable, sustainable, and it grows stronger with time. He understood immediately. He's beginning to release his need to control everything, and when he does, he'll accelerate past most cultivators. Will he eventually leave? Wei Liang asked. Will he grow beyond this community? Probably not, the elder said. He's learned from watching you that community is not a limitation but an accelerant. He'll stay. He'll deepen his roots. And he'll become something remarkable, not despite his connection to your faction, but because of it. Then the elder was gone, and Wei Liang was alone again with only the echo of the conversation to confirm it had been real. Wei Liang spent the rest of that night in deep meditation, processing what the elder had said. The idea that there were older powers noticing their work, that they might face genuine external threats. It created a kind of urgency that he had to prevent from becoming the old ambition. In the morning, he called the council together and told them what the elder had said. We need to prepare for conflict, he said simply. Not seek it, but prepare for it. That means expanding our defensive capabilities. That means training disciples in combat techniques in addition to consciousness work. That means establishing relationships with other borderland settlements and communities that might ally with us if we're attacked. Su Yin was ready for this. She had always advocated for stronger defensive structures. Chaoang added his insight about how the sect would likely respond to external threats to their territory. Luo Xin raised the question of whether defensive preparation might eventually lead them back to the kind of power accumulation logic that they had rejected. It's a risk, Wei Liang acknowledged. We have to prepare for defense without letting preparation become the primary focus. We have to be willing to fight without building identity around conflict. It's a delicate balance. Like consciousness work itself, Longchen said. Always walking the line between extremes. Never fully releasing into one pole or the other. Exactly, Wei Liang said. And so Wei Liang's fourth year became a year of consolidation and careful expansion. The consciousness circle began to coordinate with other borderland communities, establishing protocols for mutual aid and defense. The disciples continued their consciousness work with the same dedication as before, but with a growing understanding that understanding had to be balanced by capability and willingness to act. Wei Liang himself spent increasing amounts of time in solo cultivation, not pursuing further advancement, but rather deepening his understanding of the consciousness techniques he had already learned. He discovered subtleties in the practice that he had missed before, layers of meaning in the discourse on seeing that became apparent only through hundreds of hours of careful attention. And gradually, he realized that this was the real work. Not the dramatic breakthroughs and transformations, but the slow, patient deepening of understanding. The willingness to spend centuries, if necessary, learning the infinite details of consciousness itself. It was work that would have horrified his younger self, the ambitious disciple who had wanted to achieve everything rapidly and then move on to the next goal. But his older self, still only in his 20s in chronological age, but ancient in accumulated experience, found it perfectly, completely satisfying. This was what it meant to transcend not upward, but inward. To become truly educated, not in the sense of acquiring credentials or positions, but in the sense of developing genuine understanding of the deepest nature of existence and consciousness. As the fourth year drew toward a close, Wei Liang found himself at a curious intersection. He was no longer the leader of the faction in any real sense. The council handled most governance. He was not the primary teacher anymore, though he still taught advanced classes. He was not in any position of special authority or privilege. Instead, he had become what the elder had suggested he might become, a genuine student of consciousness, using his extended lifespan not to accumulate power, but to accumulate understanding. And in that role, he had found the kind of peace that all his earlier striving had been seeking without knowing what it actually was. Chapter 41. The weight of numbers. Wei Liang stood in the market district of Jade Cloud sect, watching the merchant stalls spin with the day's commerce. Above every head, the countdown timers glowed in his vision. Verdant green for those with years remaining, amber for those with months, scarlet for those counting down in hours. An old woman selling paper talismans had a countdown of 73 days. The tea house owner across the street, 28 years. A child running past with fruit in her hands, 104. He had grown accustomed to the sight in the first year. By the third year, it had become merely background noise, like learning to ignore the weight of robes or the scent of incense. Now, in his sixth year of wielding the death sight, something had shifted inside him. The countdowns never stopped. Even when he closed his eyes and cultivated in meditation, the sight remained, overlaying every meditation chamber with the phantom timers of the monks around him. He had learned to filter them, to push them to the edges of his awareness like a merchant learns to ignore the noise of a busy marketplace. But filtering was not the same as forgetting. The numbers were still there. Always. Wei Liang had just advanced to the 10th stage of foundation establishment, standing at the precipice of core formation. His legacies were deepening. The celestial flame doctrine had given him mastery over fire, and the true intent manual was beginning to reveal how to weaponize intention itself. His reputation in the sect had grown to the point where disciples whispered his name in respect, and even elders nodded to him in the halls. But the countdowns were heavier now, sharper. At a cultivation conference 3 weeks ago, he had sat across from Elder Hu, a man he had long admired for his scholarship in the immortal records. Elder Hu's countdown read, 14 days. Wei Liang had watched the old man discuss the finer points of Qi architecture with genuine passion, completely unaware that in a fortnight, he would be dead. The casual nature of it had struck Wei Liang like a blade. 14 days. An elder who was planning a research expedition to the mountains. 14 days. And he was teaching junior disciples the principles of spirit stone carving. 14 days. And he spoke as though he had years ahead of him. Wei Liang had excused himself and walked for hours. The problem wasn't the knowledge of death itself. Cultivators understood mortality. The heavenly Tao yielded to no one, and even the oldest immortals knew that entropy eventually claimed all things. But knowing it in the abstract was different from watching it count down above every face. It was different when you could see that the woman who had just sold you a bundle of prayer incense would outlive 7 people in this marketplace, but not by much. When you could see that the young disciple who had challenged you to a sparring match 3 months ago was already halfway through the time he had left, and he didn't even know it. When you could see that your own master, the sword sage who had trained you since childhood, had a countdown that had shifted from abundant years to limited decades. Wei Liang had started having trouble sleeping. It was subtle at first. He would lie on his cultivation mat, and instead of sinking into the meditative trance that usually came easily, he would find his mind cataloging the countdowns of the monks sleeping in adjacent chambers. That one had 43 years. That one had 6 months. That one was troubled. 82 years, but with an erratic pattern, suggesting a heart condition that would likely strike within the next 3 years. He began avoiding crowded places when possible. The sect's assembly hall during major gatherings was the worst. Hundreds of disciples and elders gathered in one space, their countdowns a constellation of numbers spinning above their heads. He had made excuses to leave early, claiming meditation obligations or cultivation breakthroughs. But you couldn't avoid people entirely and remain a disciple of a major sect. Wei Liang had tried talking to the sword sage about it once, in the vaguest possible terms. He had mentioned that he found the knowledge of mortality troubling, that seeing the transience of all things was psychologically wearing. The sword sage had nodded thoughtfully and suggested that this was a normal stage of spiritual development. All cultivators eventually grappled with the impermanence of existence. It was part of the path, but the sword sage didn't have the death sight. He didn't have to watch it play out above every face, second after second. The real crisis came when Wei Liang realized that the countdowns were no longer just information. They had become a lens through which he viewed all human interaction. A disciple would come to him for advice about cultivation, and instead of focusing on their question, Wei Liang would find himself calculating how much time they had left, whether they would be alive to see the outcome of the path they were asking about. It made everything feel hollow. He had started making mistakes in cultivation, small ones at first, a moment of inattention during a meditation, a miscalibration in a chi channel that should have been automatic, then larger ones. During a sparring match with a senior disciple, Wei Liang had hesitated mid-strike because he had noticed the disciple's countdown was only 4 years. What if he inflicted an injury that accelerated it? The senior disciple had caught him off guard and knocked him backward. That was when Wei Liang understood. The death sight was beginning to compromise his judgment. It was whispering that if someone had only months left, their pain didn't matter as much. It was suggesting that he shouldn't invest energy in relationships with those nearing the end. It was quietly poisoning his ability to engage with the world as it actually was, rather than as his sight insisted it must be. And the worst part was that Wei Liang couldn't turn the sight off. He had tried. On the night after his loss in the sparring match, he had spent 6 hours in meditation, attempting every technique he could think of to suppress or disable the death sight. He had tried invoking other legacies to mask it, building walls of chi and tension around his perception, even deliberately damaging his spiritual sight, hoping it would reset the death sensitivity. Nothing worked. The countdowns were still there when he opened his eyes. Still glowing. Still counting down. Wei Liang left the market district and walked toward the outer mountains, where the sect's boundaries grew thin and the cultivator presence diminished. Up here, there were fewer countdowns to see. Mostly animals, whose deaths seemed somehow less weighted with meaning. He sat on a cliff overlooking the valley and watched the sun begin its descent. The silence was profound up here. The usual cacophony of sect activity, the murmur of disciples practicing their techniques, the clang of weapons in the training grounds, the chanting from the meditation halls, faded into a distant hum. Only the wind remained, carrying with it the scent of pine and the faint aroma of night flowers beginning to bloom. Wei Liang realized he had come to dread the populated areas of the sect, where once he had enjoyed the camaraderie of training with other disciples, shared meals in the communal halls, and casual conversations about cultivation breakthroughs. He now found himself increasingly withdrawn. Because with every face came a number, and with every number came an implicit judgment. The old cook in the kitchen sector had 40 days. The gardener who maintained the sect's medicinal plants had 3 years. The young disciple who had recently joined from the outer villages had 94 years, a genuinely long span, which had made Wei Liang irrationally envious. Why did that young man, with no exceptional talent or legacy, get so much more time than the brilliant elderly scholars who had contributed so much to the sect's knowledge? The math of life and death, as revealed by the sight, was brutally indifferent to fairness or merit. He realized, with a cold certainty, that the death sight was changing him in ways he couldn't control. His achievements were mounting, the legacies, the strength, the approaching core formation, but they felt increasingly fragile. Like he was building a magnificent tower on ground that was slowly becoming sand. He thought about his childhood, before the beggar's blessing. He had been a simpler person then, driven by clear ambitions and uncomplicated emotions. He wanted to be strong. He wanted to advance in cultivation. He wanted to prove himself to his master and to the sect. Those desires had seemed straightforward and noble, but the death sight had infected every aspect of those ambitions with doubt. What was the point of advancing in cultivation if every breakthrough only revealed more clearly the vast ocean of death that lay beneath and around all existence? What was the point of building strength if it was ultimately futile? If even the most powerful cultivators eventually met an end, Wei Liang found himself thinking often of the beggar these days. The old man's laugh, the casual way he had said, "I give you the gift of sight," as if he were offering a blessing rather than a curse. Had the beggar known what would happen? Had he intended this psychological torment, or had he genuinely believed he was helping a young boy? For the first time since the old beggar had blessed him 6 years ago, Wei Liang wondered if the death sight was a gift at all. Chapter 42. The mercy question. The plague came to Jade Cloud's sect in autumn. It started among the outer disciples, a persistent cough, fever, and a strange kind of exhaustion that didn't respond to normal healing techniques. The sect healers identified it quickly enough as a demonic plague, something that fed on life force rather than responding to conventional medicine. Within a week, 40 disciples had fallen ill. By the end of the second week, the number had tripled. The sect's leadership called an emergency council. Wei Liang attended because his strength had become too notable to exclude, even from senior deliberations. He sat in the back of the council chamber, watching Elder Jin present casualty projections to the gathered masters. "If the infection continues at the current rate," Elder Jin said, his voice tight with worry, "we will lose 30% of our outer disciples within a month. The inner disciples are more resistant. The illness progresses slower in them, but our healing resources are already depleted." The sword sage stood, his weathered hands gripping the council table. "Can the illness be contained?" "Not without abandoning the outer sect entirely," one of the lesser elders replied. "The plague responds to demonic purification, but only partially. And it spreads through proximity, not as aggressively as a common disease, but enough that isolating the sick isn't enough to prevent further transmission." Wei Liang listened and watched the countdowns. That was when he realized the true power of his sight. The plague had changed the distribution of death in the sect dramatically. Where before it had been relatively even, a few collapses each year, most disciples living out their full natural spans. Now the countdown timers of the infected glowed a terrible, urgent scarlet. He could see the progression of the illness written in numbers above their heads. The woman who had been coughing for 2 weeks had 47 days left. The disciple in the healing chamber who seemed to be recovering had 72 hours. The outer disciple whose fever had just broken yesterday, Wei Liang's sight showed 3 years remaining, when it should have been 30 or more. The plague had cut decades from her life. But there was something else. Wei Liang could see, with perfect clarity, which disciples would die from the plague and which would survive. The insight came to him like lightning. The countdowns told a story if you knew how to read them. The scarlet timers of those who would succumb to the plague had a specific pattern, a kind of flickering urgency, as if the deadline was being aggressively approached. Those who would survive, whose immune systems would eventually master the demonic infection, had different countdowns, green or amber, that remained relatively stable even as their bodies burned with fever. It was a medical classification written in the language of destiny itself. Wei Liang stood during a break in the council session and approached the sword sage. "Master," he said quietly, "I believe I can help identify which disciples will recover and which will not. It would allow us to allocate healing resources more efficiently." The sword sage studied him with ancient eyes. "How?" Wei Liang had prepared for this. "Through a meditation technique I've developed. It allows me to sense the qi compatibility of individuals with specific ailments. Those whose constitution will overcome the plague have a different resonance pattern than those whose bodies will be consumed by it." It was a lie built on a framework of truth. He was sensing something about who would live and who would die, just not in the way he was describing. "Show me," the sword sage said. Wei Liang led a team of healers through the outer disciple quarters, going from bed to bed. When he approached each sick disciple, he closed his eyes as if meditating, then quietly gave his assessment. This one would recover within 2 weeks. This one needed to be moved to the innermost healing chamber. The demonic infection had already compromised too much of her life force. This one would be gone by nightfall. Every assessment was correct. The sect reorganized its healing efforts based on Wei Liang's guidance. Resources that had been spread thin were now concentrated on those with the best chance of recovery. Disciples who had seemed like they might be saved were instead given comfort measures and peace. And it worked. The death rate began to stabilize. Instead of losing 40% of the outer disciples, they lost perhaps 12%. hundreds of lives saved. But Wei Liang found himself utterly destroyed by the experience. He had made the triage decisions not through medical expertise or spiritual insight, but by looking at the countdown timers and deciding who was worth saving. He had looked into the eyes of a young disciple whose timer read 2 hours remaining, and had nodded at the healer to let him go, to move on to someone with a longer countdown. He had watched a woman's grateful tears when he identified her as a survivor, knowing that he was only telling her what the numbers above her head already said. The worst part was that it had worked. By the standard metrics of survival and loss, Wei Liang's intervention had been a triumph. The sect leadership praised him. The sword sage placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "You have given our disciples a future. That is the highest calling of cultivation." Wei Liang had returned to his chamber and wept. Not from sadness exactly, though there was sadness, but from the realization that the death sight was evolving from knowledge into power. He could now see death with such precision that he could begin to control it. Not in the way that immortals controlled death, through cultivation techniques and extension of lifespan, but in a darker way. He could look at a person and decide whether they were worth saving. He could quantify their remaining time and make a judgment call. He had become an arbiter of life and death, wearing the face of mercy. That night, Wei Liang dreamed of the beggar's voice again, the old man who had first granted him the sight, back when Wei Liang had been a child of 9 years old. In the dream, the beggar was laughing, a sound like wind through a graveyard. "You see now," the beggar said. "You see what you've become?" Wei Liang woke without an answer. Chapter 43. The Infinite returns 3 days after the plague outbreak had been contained. Wei Liang walked the northern boundaries of the sect, moving through regions where few disciples ventured. His mind was fragmented. Part of him was still in the healing chambers, making those impossible choices. Another part was caught in the growing weight of the countdowns, which seemed heavier with each passing day. He was so lost in these thoughts that he almost didn't notice the figure sitting on a rock overlooking a deep chasm. The figure had no countdown. Wei Liang stopped, his instincts immediately flaring. In 6 years of carrying the death sight, he had encountered exactly one person whose timer didn't exist, a figure whose countdown read infinite, whose death was so distant it was functionally beyond the sight's ability to measure. It had terrified him then. It terrified him now. The figure turned, and Wei Liang recognized the face immediately. It was the immortal he had encountered in the Forbidden Archive years ago, a cultivator whose appearance hadn't changed in 6 years, whose youthful features suggested someone in their late 20s, but whose eyes carried millennia of weight. "Ah," the immortal said, "the young cultivator with the precious sight. I was wondering when we would meet again." Wei Liang's hand moved toward his sword hilt, then stopped. The immortal made no aggressive move. Instead, the ancient being merely smiled, an expression that seemed both kind and infinitely sad. "You've been using it differently," the immortal continued. "Not just seeing anymore. Deciding. Choosing who lives and who dies based on the numbers you see. Isn't that a curious use of the gift?" "What are you?" Wei Liang asked, his voice hard. "A cautionary tale," the immortal replied. "And a mirror, if you're willing to look. Come, sit. We should talk about the true cost of seeing." Wei Liang didn't sit, but he didn't leave either. Some part of him had been waiting for this conversation for 6 years. The immortal began to speak, their voice carrying the weight of ages. "The death sight is not a gift from the heavenly Tao, young one. It is a curse born from desperation. Centuries ago, a cultivator very much like you discovered that they could see the countdown of death above every living thing. They, too, thought it was a blessing. With it, they rose through the ranks of cultivation faster than anyone in their sect's history. They made fewer mistakes. They knew which battles to fight and which to avoid. They could even, as you have discovered, use it to save lives in times of crisis." The immortal paused, looking out over the chasm. "But there is a price," the being continued. "The sight itself drains you. Every second you use it, every moment you spend looking at those countdowns, you are spending fragments of your own lifespan. The sight doesn't simply reveal death. It feeds on your own mortality to fuel the revelation." Wei Liang felt something cold settle in his chest. "That's impossible. I would feel it." "You are feeling it," the immortal said gently. "You just don't recognize the sensation yet. The exhaustion that doesn't lift, even after sleep. The way your meditations feel slightly hollow, as if something is missing. The odd moments where you feel your own heartbeat too acutely, as if death is already beginning to whisper to you. These are the first signs. How long? Wei Liang asked, his voice barely steady. That depends on how heavily you use the sight. The cultivator I knew was moderate in his use. He would activate it deliberately, rather than maintaining it always as you appear to do. He lost roughly 1 month of his lifespan for every year he carried the sight. By the time he was your current age, he had already surrendered 3 years of his remaining time. Wei Liang's mind was reeling. There must be a way to reverse it. To stop using the sight. Yes, the immortal said. Stop looking. Close your eyes and never open them to death again. Become willfully blind to what the heavenly Tao has shown you. Most who carry the sight eventually choose this path. They live, they cultivate, and they accept the strange blindness that comes from choosing not to see. But you didn't, Wei Liang said. The immortal's smile was sad beyond measure. No, I became obsessed with understanding the mechanism. I wanted to master death itself, the way others master fire or earth. And in my pursuit, I used the sight so intensively, drew so deeply on its power, that I eventually exhausted my own lifespan entirely. Then how are you still alive? Because when a cultivator burns through all their natural lifespan through cultivation, the heavenly Tao offers a choice, the immortal said. You can accept death and move into whatever comes after. Or you can reject the natural order and cling to existence through sheer force of will. I chose the latter. And now I cannot die, cannot advance past a certain threshold, cannot truly cultivate. I am caught forever in this state of deathlessness, watching everyone and everything age while I remain unchanged. The immortal stood, and Wei Liang noticed for the first time the weariness in the movement. This being who appeared young was moving like someone exhausted by centuries. The other cultivators with the sight eventually made their peace with it. The immortal continued. They learned to use the knowledge without overusing the power. They managed their mortality like a resource. Some even advanced to ascension, eventually escaping the cycle of death entirely through legitimate cultivation breakthroughs. Is that possible? Wei Liang asked, hope flickering in his chest. For a few. Most burned out long before reaching that stage. The immortal extended a hand toward Wei Liang. But I didn't come here to tell you a sad story. I came to give you a choice. We are rare, you and I. Those who see death without hiding from the sight. Would you like to walk this path with knowledge, rather than stumbling through it in ignorance? Wei Liang hesitated, then clasped the immortal's hand. In that moment of contact, something shifted in his perception. The immortal released him, and Wei Liang staggered backward. For the first time in 6 years, he could feel the weight of the death sight, could sense it as a distinct force rather than a background constant. And more disturbing, he could now sense his own countdown. It was there, just at the edge of his perception, not visible as a timer like the ones he saw on others, but present as a kind of internal pressure, a clock ticking inside his own chest, counting down toward an endpoint that was rushing toward him faster than it should be. Now you know, the immortal said quietly, the burden and the gift. The question is no longer whether you can see death. The question is what you will do with the time you have left. Chapter 44. The cost measured. Wei Liang spent 2 days in a state of fractured awareness, unable to fully integrate what the immortal had told him. It felt like a dream, or a nightmare, that he couldn't quite wake from. He had gone through the motions of his duties in the sect, attended cultivation classes, sparred with junior disciples, reported to the sword sage on sect business. But his mind was elsewhere entirely. On the 3rd day, he forced himself to measure exactly what the immortal had claimed. He went to the sect's library and pulled records of his own cultivation. His breakthrough from chi condensation to foundation establishment had happened 6 years and 7 months ago, right after he had acquired the death sight. He cross-referenced this with medical records kept by the sect healers, records that tracked the lifespan extensions that typically came with advancement through the cultivation ranks. When a disciple advanced from chi condensation to foundation establishment, they typically gained somewhere between 5 and 10 years of natural lifespan extension, depending on their technique and understanding. Wei Liang had been healed and measured by the sect medics at the time of his breakthrough. They had recorded an extension of 9 years, quite impressive for someone at his level of development. But that was 6 years and 7 months ago. He should be able to feel those 9 years within him. Instead, When he examined his internal state with ruthless honesty, he could only sense about 3 years of the extension remaining. The math was stark: 6 years and 7 months of carrying the death sight, and he had burned through approximately 6 years of additional lifespan. Almost perfect correlation. Wei Liang pulled up the records of his next advancement, from foundation establishment to the edge of core formation, which had happened 3 years ago. That breakthrough had given him an extension of approximately 11 years. He checked his current state, trying to measure his remaining lifespan with the internal sensitivity the immortal had awakened in him. Only 5 years of that extension seemed to remain. The realization hit him like a physical blow. He had acquired approximately 17 years of lifespan extension through cultivation. In using the death sight actively over the past 6 years, he had burned through approximately 12 years of that extension. He had spent his cultivated lifespan like currency, and the price was staying alive enough to make it look like he was still advancing normally. Wei Liang left the library and walked out to the cliff where he had first encountered the immortal. The being was no longer there, but Wei Liang sat on the same rock and looked out over the chasm for hours, trying to reorganize his understanding of his own existence. The fundamental question was unavoidable. Had it been worth it? He had used the death sight to rise through the cultivation ranks. He had used it to detect threats before they materialized, to make battle decisions that kept him alive when less informed cultivators would have died. He had used it to save hundreds of people during the plague outbreak. He had used it to build a reputation, to position himself for advancement, to survive. And the price was that his natural lifespan was being stolen, second by second, like sand running through an hourglass. On impulse, Wei Liang decided to test something. He deliberately activated the death sight fully, pulling his perception down into the ability rather than letting it sit as a background constant. He opened himself to seeing every countdown in the sect, reading the deaths written into the heavenly Tao's ledger. Immediately, he felt the drain. His internal state seemed to shudder, as if some fundamental resource was being siphoned away at an accelerated rate. The site remained open for only 4 minutes before Wei Liang had to close it, gasping like he had been running at full speed. When he checked his internal state after closing the site, he could sense that approximately 3 days of his remaining lifespan had been consumed in those 4 minutes of intensive use. The ratio was clear. Intensive use burned his remaining time at a rate of approximately 1 day per minute of active site usage. Wei Liang understood, then, why the immortal had stopped advancing in cultivation. At a certain point, the cost of using the site would have become unsustainable. Every major breakthrough would have required intensive use of the death sight to navigate the dangers of ascension, and each use would have burned years of newly acquired lifespan. Eventually, the debt would catch up, and there would be no more lifespan to spend. The immortal had chosen, at some point, to stop advancing, to accept the role of the deathless, frozen at a threshold just shy of true immortality, unable to move forward and unwilling to move back. Wei Liang made a decision that night. He would not become like the immortal. He would not burn through his entire lifespan in pursuit of understanding death. But he also would not blind himself completely to the sight. Instead, he would be intentional. He would use the death sight carefully, deliberately, only when the benefit clearly outweighed the cost. He would moderate his use the way the immortal had suggested other cultivators had done, and he would work toward a breakthrough to core formation and beyond, advancing fast enough that the lifespan extension from cultivation would at least partially offset the drain of the sight. It was a dangerous game. Trying to cultivate faster than his own mortality could catch him. But Wei Liang had never been one to take the safe path. Over the next few weeks, Wei Liang changed his approach to cultivation fundamentally. Instead of maintaining the death sight passively all the time, he began activating it only for specific purposes. He would check the status of particular individuals when necessary. He would scan a group when he needed tactical information. But he stopped looking at every face he passed, stopped maintaining that constant awareness of all the countdowns around him. The relief was almost physical. The constant weight that had been pressing on his mind began to lift slightly. He slept better. His meditation deepened. And most importantly, the drain on his lifespan slowed dramatically. Wei Liang estimated that he was now burning through perhaps 1 month of lifespan for every 2 months of active use of the site, compared to the previous rate. It was still a cost, still a significant one, but it was manageable. It was a price he could pay, and in return, he gained something precious, the space to think clearly again, to engage with people without his perception being filtered entirely through countdown timers, to make decisions based on judgment and intent, rather than purely on the numerical information the site provided. It was a compromise, but Wei Liang found himself accepting it. The death site would always be part of him now, but he would not let it consume him entirely. Chapter 45. Breakthrough. Wei Liang's advancement to core formation came on a night when lightning split the sky above the sect's cultivation mountain, each bolt a brilliant white line against the darkness. The tribulation had begun at sunset and raged for 4 hours, each strike testing the boundaries of his cultivation, each moment pushing him to the edge of his endurance. He had prepared for months. The sword sage had guided him through the theoretical frameworks. The sect had provided the materials for a formal tribulation chamber. The inner elders had cleared the mountain to ensure no one would be injured by the lightning that missed their target. Everything was in place. What Wei Liang hadn't fully anticipated was the psychological weight of facing his own tribulation while carrying the death sight. Every time a bolt of lightning struck the chamber, he could feel his lifespan being tested, measured, assessed. The tribulation was not merely a test of cultivation technique. It was a test of whether he had the inherent vitality to continue existing at this new level. The heavenly Tao was examining him, counting down his worth, calculating whether his continued advancement was in balance with the time he had left. And Wei Liang could see that calculation reflected in what felt like his own internal countdown, glowing with a kind of terrible clarity. On the 6th strike, he nearly failed. The lightning hit him directly, and the pain was catastrophic, not just physical, but existential. It felt like his entire being was being unmade and remade in the span of a second. In that moment, he felt the heavenly Tao's judgment. He had burned too much of his lifespan already. He was advancing too fast, using up his mortality like a reckless cultivator who didn't understand the cost of power. Wei Liang made a decision in that split second of agony. He opened himself fully to the death sight, not to defend against the lightning, but to accept it. He allowed himself to see exactly how much lifespan the tribulation was going to cost him, and he surrendered to that cost. It was a kind of enlightenment, a moment where he stopped fighting against the fundamental mathematics of the death sight and instead aligned himself with it. He was not a being trying to escape death. He was a being trying to understand death, to navigate it intelligently, to use the knowledge of his own mortality as a tool rather than a burden. In accepting that, something shifted. The pain didn't stop, but Wei Liang's relationship to the pain changed. He was still being struck by lightning, still being tested by the tribulation, but he was no longer fighting against the existential weight of it. He was simply existing within it, allowing his cultivation to deepen in response. The 7th strike nearly killed him. His chi channels burned. His meridians seized. He felt his heartbeat falter, skip, then resume with a kind of desperate urgency. And in that moment of near death, his cultivation took a quantum leap. The chi that had been scattered through his body in the pattern of foundation establishment suddenly consolidated, rotating around a new center of gravity. His cultivation base wasn't just advancing, it was transforming. The energy that had been distributed across his entire body now spiraled around a focal point in his dantian, creating the characteristic structure of core formation. A core, an actual core, the manifestation of a cultivator's advancement into the true heights of power. The tribulation seemed to pause, almost as if the heavenly Tao was acknowledging the transformation. Then the final 3 strikes came, rapid and nearly simultaneous, less like tests and more like confirmation. Yes, this cultivator has advanced. This transformation is valid. This being may continue. When the lightning stopped and the sky cleared, Wei Liang collapsed on the tribulation chamber floor, gasping for breath, his body screaming with pain that seemed to reach into his very soul. The sword sage was waiting when the chamber doors opened. The old master took one look at Wei Liang's state and helped him to his feet, supporting him as they walked back toward the healing chambers. A difficult tribulation, the sword sage observed. The most difficult thing I've ever experienced, Wei Liang agreed, barely able to speak. The sword sage was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You look as if you've learned something, beyond just the mechanics of core formation." Wei Liang considered how to respond. Finally, he said, I learned that understanding my own mortality doesn't have to destroy me. It can actually help me understand my cultivation better. The sword sage seemed to consider this a wise insight for one so young. Hold on to that understanding. It will serve you well. 3 days later, after the healers had mended the worst of the damage from the tribulation, Wei Liang returned to the same cliff where he had met the immortal. He climbed to the highest point and allowed himself to check his own countdown for the first time with the full capability of his now advanced perception. The timer was there, glowing just at the edge of his awareness. It was dimmer than those of ordinary mortals. The advancement to core formation and the brief immortality it granted had extended his remaining time significantly. But it was visible, countable, real. Wei Liang now had approximately 147 years remaining, by his estimation. It was a good span of time, long enough to make significant progress in his cultivation. But it was no longer infinite. It was no longer abstract. And for the first time, Wei Liang accepted it fully. He was not a being trying to escape death. He was a cultivator learning to live within mortality, to use every moment intelligently, to understand that the finite nature of existence was not a curse. It was what gave meaning to the pursuit of cultivation in the first place. The death sight was still his burden, but it was also his gift. And now, finally, he understood how to carry both. Chapter 46. The hollow achievement. After his breakthrough to core formation, Wei Liang was invited to formal meetings with the sect's highest leadership. The sword sage brought him before the Council of Elders, the 6 most powerful cultivators in Jade Cloud sect, including the sect master herself, a woman named Elder Chui who had not been seen publicly in several years. Elder Chui was ancient, her face carved like limestone by decades of cultivation and political maneuvering. Her countdown read 72 years remaining, which for someone who had to be at least 150 years old suggested she had somehow extended her lifespan through unconventional means or possessed some form of partial immortality herself. Wei Liang, Elder Chui said, her voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. You have advanced to core formation at an age when most of your cohort are still struggling through the 10th stage of foundation establishment. Your cultivation progress is remarkable, and we hear that your insight during the plague outbreak was instrumental in preventing a far greater tragedy. Wei Liang bowed respectfully. I merely applied the knowledge I had gained through my studies. The true credit belongs to the sect's healers and the sword sage's leadership. False modesty. Another elder interjected, a man named Gao Chun whose countdown read only 14 years. We have reviewed the records. Your assessment was perfect. You identified survivors and the doomed with absolute accuracy. How did you develop such capability? Wei Liang had prepared for this question, crafted a response that was true enough to believe but vague enough to obfuscate the actual mechanism. Through intensive study of the relationship between qi patterns and disease progression, I developed a sensitivity to the way different constitutions respond to external threats. The elders seemed to accept this explanation, though Wei Liang could see the calculating look in their eyes. They understood that he was being less than fully forthcoming, but they also understood that pressing him for more detail would require pressuring someone whose cultivation was advancing remarkably quickly. Better to let him keep his secrets for now. We would like to offer you a formal position, Elder Chui continued. The sect physician position has been vacant for 18 months since Elder Wang's death. We believe you would be an excellent candidate. Wei Liang's stomach tightened. The sect physician was one of the highest-ranking positions for someone of his age and cultivation level. It would give him authority, resources, and the freedom to pursue his own research. It was, in objective terms, an incredible honor. It was also a position that would require him to use the death sight constantly, extensively, in ways he could not avoid or delegate. I am honored, Wei Liang said carefully, but I wonder if I am ready for such responsibility. I have only just broken through to core formation. Might there be someone with more experience who would be better suited? The sword sage intervened, his voice carrying a note of gentle rebuke. Wei Liang, you have earned this position through merit and achievement. It would be disrespectful to the sect to refuse it out of false humility. Wei Liang found himself trapped. To refuse would damage his reputation and create suspicion. To accept would mean binding himself to a path that would accelerate the drain on his lifespan. He thought of the immortal's warning. The more he used the sight, the faster he would burn through his time. I accept, Wei Liang heard himself say. I will serve the sect in this capacity. The elders nodded with satisfaction. Elder Chui even smiled, a thin, knowing expression. Excellent. You will begin your duties next month, after we have concluded the transition from the previous physician's successor preparation. Welcome to the inner circle, Wei Liang. Wei Liang left the meeting feeling like he had signed a contract with his own mortality. Over the next month, as he began his training for the sect physician position, Wei Liang came to understand the true scope of what he had agreed to. The sect physician was responsible for diagnosing illnesses among inner disciples, evaluating the health of senior cultivators, and maintaining the elaborate system of healing chambers and medicinal gardens that kept the sect functioning. It also meant that Wei Liang would see a constant stream of people seeking his expertise, and with each person came their countdown timer, their death written in numbers above their head. He found himself performing diagnoses through the death site without meaning to. A disciple would come to him complaining of chest pain, and Wei Liang would see the timer reading 18 months and understand immediately that the disciple had a heart condition that would kill him in approximately that time frame. Another would come with mysterious exhaustion, and the timer reading 3 years would tell Wei Liang that the disciple had contracted a slow-burning spiritual imbalance that would eventually consume him. The irony was bitter. Wei Liang had become exceptionally good at his job precisely because he was cheating, using a forbidden sight that nobody else possessed. Every diagnosis he made was perfect because he wasn't actually diagnosing. He was reading the answer directly from the heavenly Tao's ledger. But perfection came at a cost. For every person he examined thoroughly, Wei Liang could feel his own lifespan draining. The drain was less intense than when he actively pulled the site open, but it was constant, inexorable. The sect physician position was slowly bleeding him dry. 3 months into the role, Wei Liang had examined approximately 300 disciples and elders. He estimated that he had burned through between 1 and 2 years of his remaining lifespan doing so. At this rate, his extended lifespan would be exhausted within a few decades, leaving him dependent on further breakthroughs in cultivation just to survive. He found himself increasingly isolated. The disciples saw him as exceptionally wise and compassionate. He always seemed to know exactly what they needed, exactly which treatments would be most effective, exactly which cases were hopeless and should be given comfort measures. But Wei Liang felt increasingly fraudulent. He was not a healer. He was a reader of death, a prophet of doom wearing the mask of medicine. The sword sage seemed to notice his growing unease. One afternoon, the old master came to the healing chambers and found Wei Liang sitting alone in a meditation cell, supposedly studying the properties of healing herbs, but actually just staring at nothing. The position is proving more difficult than you anticipated, the sword sage observed, sitting beside him. It is, Wei Liang admitted. I am wondering if I made a mistake in accepting it. The sword sage was quiet for a moment. When I was your age, he said slowly, I also received a position I was not certain I could handle. The sect asked me to become one of the junior combat instructors, responsible for training new disciples in swordsmanship. I was barely 20 years old and already facing the weight of having lives depend on my judgment. Did you refuse? Wei Liang asked. No, the sword sage replied. I accepted, and I nearly destroyed myself in the process. I pushed too hard, demanded too much of myself, tried to be perfect in every interaction. It took me 3 years to understand that the goal was not perfection, it was excellence within my capacity. I learned to do my best and accept that my best was sufficient, not that it needed to be flawless. Wei Liang wanted to believe this, but he had already seen that his diagnoses were flawless. He didn't have the luxury of imperfection, not while carrying the death sight. What changed? Wei Liang asked. I met someone who taught me that perfection was a poison, the sword sage said, and I learned to let go of my need to be perfect, to simply be present and do what I could do. After the sword sage left, Wei Liang sat alone with his thoughts. He understood, on an intellectual level, that the old master was trying to help. But the fundamental problem remained. Wei Liang could not unsee the death timers. He could not unlearn the perfect diagnoses. He could not pretend to be uncertain when he possessed absolute knowledge. That night, Wei Liang made a decision. He would fulfill his duties as sect physician, but he would also begin, quietly and systematically, to search for a way out. Not out of cultivation. He had come too far for that, but out of the death sight itself. If the immortal could be created through the misuse of the sight, then perhaps there was a path to transform or transcend the sight altogether. It was a fragile hope, but it was all Wei Liang had left. Chapter 47. The breaking point. 6 months into his role as sect physician, Wei Liang treated a young disciple named Yin Chun, who would become the catalyst for everything that followed. Yin Chun was 17 years old, a talented cultivator from one of the sect's outer families, with genuine potential for advancement. He came to Wei Liang complaining of persistent headaches and occasional moments where his vision would blur inexplicably. Wei Liang examined him through the death sight and saw the timer reading 2 years. But when Wei Liang looked deeper, using the enhanced perception he had developed since becoming the sect physician, he saw something else. The countdown was fluctuating. Unlike the typical steady decline of a normal lifespan, Yin Chen's timer was stuttering, jumping forward and backward unpredictably. It suggested something in his condition was fundamentally unstable. Wei Liang performed extensive examinations without the sight, using purely conventional diagnostic techniques. He found a growth in Yin Chen's brain, a benign tumor, most likely, but one that was expanding and would eventually cause fatal complications if left untreated. By his estimations, Yin Chun had approximately 2 years before the tumor became critical. The growth can be removed, Wei Liang told the young disciple. The procedure is delicate and carries some risk, but I believe the probability of success is high. I recommend we schedule the surgery within the next month. Yin Chen's face had gone pale. How long do I have if I don't have the surgery? Approximately 2 years, Wei Liang said, not meeting the disciple's eyes. The young man was quiet for a long moment. Then he said something that would haunt Wei Liang for months afterward. Is that 2 years that I will be aware of my death approaching? Or 2 years where I still feel alive? Wei Liang didn't know how to answer. The surgery was scheduled for 3 weeks later. Wei Liang prepared extensively, consulting with the sect's most experienced surgeons, studying the anatomy of the brain through cultivation texts, preparing medicinal compounds that would help prevent infection and promote healing. On the morning of the surgery, Wei Liang arrived early to the operating chamber. Yin Chen was already there, sedated and prepared. Wei Liang looked at the young disciple's face and activated the death sight just enough to check the timer. The countdown read, approximately 24 hours. Wei Liang's heart stopped. He checked again, then again, his mind refusing to process the information. 24 hours. That was impossible. The surgery wasn't supposed to happen until later that afternoon. The young man should have days remaining, at the very least. Unless something was going to happen during the surgery. Wei Liang immediately went to the surgical team and began asking detailed questions about every aspect of the procedure. Had they tested the instruments? Were they certain about the anatomy they had planned to operate on? Had anyone reviewed the medicinal compounds he had prepared? The lead surgeon, an older man named Zhang Wei, grew increasingly irritated. Wei Liang, we have performed hundreds of surgical procedures. Your nervous energy is unbecoming. We will begin the procedure as planned. But Wei Liang could not shake the certainty that something would go wrong. He could feel it in the data that the death sight was providing, not a direct prophecy, but an inference from the countdown. Something in the next 24 hours would kill Yin Chun, and that something was most likely connected to the surgery. Wei Liang made a decision that violated every protocol in the sect's medical code. He called for a delay and claimed that he needed to run additional diagnostic examinations. He spent the next 6 hours performing every test he could think of, looking for something, anything, that might explain why Yin Chen's countdown had changed so dramatically. Finally, he found it. A subtle imperfection in one of the surgical instruments, barely visible to the naked eye, but significant enough that if it were used during surgery, it could cause catastrophic internal damage. The moment Wei Liang identified and replaced the instrument, Yin Chen's countdown immediately shifted. 2 years returned, the stuttering stabilized, and the crisis passed. The surgery proceeded that evening instead of that afternoon. It went flawlessly, and Yin Chun recovered without complications. But the incident shattered something fundamental in Wei Liang's understanding of his role and his capabilities. He had just prevented a death using the death sight, not by using it to save someone, but by allowing his perception of a countdown to guide his actions. The sight was no longer just revealing death. It was beginning to influence how he made decisions, how he acted in the world. It was becoming not just a lens through which he saw reality, but an active force that shaped his behavior. And the cost was accelerating. In those 6 hours of intensive diagnostic work, Wei Liang had burned through approximately 3 months of remaining lifespan. For saving one young man, he had spent months of his own time. That night, Wei Liang went to find the immortal again. He climbed to the highest peak of the northern mountains, far beyond the boundaries of the sect, and called out into the darkness. He had no idea if the immortal would come, no idea how to summon such a being. But he needed answers now, not eventually. To his surprise, the immortal appeared within minutes, stepping out of the shadows like he had been waiting. "You're burning through your lifespan faster now," the immortal observed. It was not a question. "I saved a disciple today," Wei Liang said. "I used the sight to prevent his death, and it cost me months of remaining time." "So you have begun to understand," the immortal said. "The sight doesn't just reveal death, it gives you power over it. The more you use that power, the more it consumes you. It is a vicious mathematics. Is there a way out?" Wei Liang asked desperately. "Yes," the immortal said. "The same way out that I found, too late. You must break through to nascent soul. That advancement grants such an enormous extension of lifespan that you can offset the cost of using the sight, at least for a time. But understand, each breakthrough, each major cultivation advancement while carrying the sight, will be more difficult and more expensive than the last. Eventually, you will reach a point where the cost of advancing exceeds even what immortal cultivation can provide." The immortal paused, then added, "I chose at that point to stop advancing, to accept my fate as a deathless being. You, however, might choose differently. You might choose to burn faster, advance quicker, and hope to reach a cultivation state where the sight ceases to be relevant." "Is that possible?" Wei Liang asked. "Perhaps," the immortal replied, "but I would not recommend it. That path leads to madness and desperation." The sword sage seemed to know this was a lie, but he didn't press further. "Just be careful that in pursuing advancement, you do not lose sight of why you cultivated in the first place. Power without purpose becomes corruption." Wei Liang considered these words often in the months that followed. His nascent soul breakthrough came at the intersection of two different advanced techniques, during a period when the sect's ley lines were at their most active. Wei Liang had orchestrated the timing carefully, bringing together circumstances that would maximize the stability and power of his breakthrough. The tribulation was more intense than his core formation breakthrough had been. Lightning did not just strike from the sky. It seemed to attack from all directions, as if the heavenly Tao itself was considering whether Wei Liang was truly worthy of this advancement. At one point, during the 7th strike, Wei Liang's spiritual foundation actually cracked, fractures spreading through his chi channels like ice on a frozen lake. In that moment of crisis, Wei Liang opened the death sight fully, not to see the world around him, but to see into his own mortality. He perceived his own countdown with a clarity that was almost unbearable. He could see exactly how much time he had left, approximately 108 years remaining after accounting for the expenditure the breakthrough would require. He could see the mathematical precision of his own approaching end, the inevitable point where his time would run out. And he made peace with it. In accepting the inevitability of his own death, Wei Liang's cultivation became stable. The cracks in his foundation sealed themselves. His chi consolidated into a new pattern, one that was more efficient and more powerful than before. And his nascent soul, that crystallized core of immortal essence that marked the boundary between human cultivator and immortal being, began to form. For the first time, Wei Liang felt genuinely immortal, not in the sense of being deathless like the ancient being he had encountered, but in the sense of having begun to transcend the ordinary boundaries of mortality. His nascent soul would allow him to live for centuries more, to advance further up the cultivation ladder, to pursue goals that would have been impossible at lower levels of power. But the price was visible to him now. When the tribulation cleared and Wei Liang emerged from the chamber, his first act was to check his own countdown with the full power of his newly advanced perception. The timer read, 99 years remaining. Wei Liang had burned through nearly 10 years of lifespan to achieve nascent soul, despite the fact that the breakthrough should have granted him an extension of at least 40 or 50 years in normal circumstances. The death sight had taken back 3/4 of the gain before he could even stabilize it. Wei Liang sat in the chambers, breathing hard, and accepted what this meant. His course was now set. To continue advancing, he would need to keep burning lifespan to offset the cost of the site. But with each breakthrough, the cost would increase and the gains would diminish. Eventually, he would reach a point where no further advancement was possible, or he would reach some other threshold, some point where the site itself transformed into something else, something he couldn't yet understand. The sword sage came to him that night, and for the first time, the old master looked genuinely worried. Wei Liang, the sword sage said carefully, I have reviewed your cultivation records. Your advancement rate is extraordinary, but it is also unsustainable. In the past year, you have advanced from 9th stage of foundation establishment to nascent soul. That is a progression that should take most cultivators a decade or more. Wei Liang didn't know how to respond. And I notice, the sword sage continued, that you look exhausted in a way that cultivation should not cause. There is a weariness in your eyes that suggests you are paying some price I do not fully understand. Finally, Wei Liang made a decision. Not to tell the sword sage everything. Some secrets were too dangerous to share, but to tell him enough. I have been burning through my own lifespan to accelerate my advancement, Wei Liang said quietly. I know it is dangerous and unsustainable, but I felt I had no choice. The sword sage sat down heavily, his ancient frame creaking with the movement. How long do you have remaining? He asked. Approximately 99 years, Wei Liang replied, which is still quite long by normal standards. But not long enough, given what you are doing, the sword sage said. Wei Liang, you must tell me, what has driven you to such extremes? What is the source of this burning? And Wei Liang, finally, told the sword sage about the death site. Chapter 49. The understanding. The sword sage listened without interruption as Wei Liang explained everything. The beggar's blessing 6 years ago. The years of seeing countdowns above every head. The immortal who revealed the cost. The realization that every use of the site was draining his lifespan. The desperate decision to accelerate his cultivation to offset the drain. And the price he had already paid and would continue to pay for every breakthrough. When Wei Liang finished, the sword sage sat in silence for what felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes. Finally, the old master spoke. I was not completely honest with you when we first met, he said. About your cultivation path, about why I took you as a student. There was another reason, something I suspected but did not confirm until much later. Wei Liang leaned forward. I noticed early on that you seemed to have an unusual understanding of death and mortality. The sword sage continued. The way you spoke about it, the way it seemed to inform your decisions. I wondered if perhaps you had encountered something that most cultivators do not encounter. And I decided that if you had truly received the death site, it was better to let you discover its nature and cost on your own, rather than telling you and having you live your entire life in the shadow of that knowledge. Wei Liang felt a complex mixture of emotions. Anger at being tested, understanding of the sword sage's reasoning, sadness at the realization that his master had known, at least partially, what he was facing. There is a historical record, the sword sage said, written by a cultivator named Lu Run, who was one of the previous bearers of the death site. He recorded his experiences over a span of 70 years. I have kept his manuscript in my private chambers, never sharing it with anyone. I think it is time you read it. The sword sage retrieved a leather-bound journal, yellowed with age, and handed it to Wei Liang. Wei Liang spent the next week reading Lu Ren's account. The dead cultivator had documented his experiences with the death site in meticulous detail, recording not just the psychological impacts and the drainage of lifespan, but also the subtle changes to his perception and understanding that came with carrying the site for extended periods. What struck Wei Liang most was Lu Ren's description of the transformation that occurred after 30 years of carrying the site. At that point, according to the journal, the bearer's own death countdown became fully visible, no longer just a peripheral awareness but a constant presence. And in understanding one's own death so completely, something fundamental shifted in the bearer's relationship to life itself. Lu Ren had written, on the day I turned 30 years into the site, I realized that I had been approaching the problem incorrectly. I had viewed the countdown of death as something to fight, something to resist through cultivation and advancement. But the truth is far more subtle. The countdown is not an enemy, it is a teacher. It is showing me, every moment, what truly matters and what does not. And in that teaching, I have found a strange kind of peace. Lu Ren described how, over the following decades, he had used his understanding of death to guide not just his own cultivation, but his interactions with others. He had become a healer not because he could perfectly diagnose illnesses, but because he understood, with perfect clarity, which people were approaching the end of their time and what they truly needed in their final days. But more importantly, Lu Ren had described a transformation that occurred as he approached the final decades of his life. He wrote, "It is only now, when I myself am beginning to approach the end, that I understand the ultimate purpose of the death sight. It was never meant to make us fear death or to give us power over death. It was meant to teach us how to live well, knowing that the time we have is finite. And in that understanding, I have become more fully human than I have ever been." Wei Liang read those final entries multiple times, and something in them resonated deeply with what he was experiencing. When he returned the journal to the sword sage, he said, Lu Ren lived to be 123 years old. That was more time than any bear of the death sight should have had, given what he was doing. Yes, the sword sage agreed, which suggests that he had found some way to balance the cost of the sight with the gains from cultivation. He advanced to immortal ascension, that is the only cultivation realm beyond nascent soul, and he was one of the few who managed to reach it. How? Wei Liang asked. I don't know, the sword sage admitted. His journal does not explain the final breakthrough, but I suspect that whatever understanding he achieved in the final decades of his life allowed him to transcend the limitations that had been binding him. Perhaps his acceptance of death itself became a kind of power that could carry him beyond the normal rules of cultivation. Wei Liang sat with this knowledge for days. The possibility that Lu Ren had found some path beyond the limitations he was facing, some way to accept and transcend the death sight rather than fighting against it or trying to accelerate past it, offered a kind of hope he desperately needed. But it also suggested something troubling, that the path forward was not through cultivation advancement, but through something else entirely, something that required acceptance rather than achievement, surrender rather than struggle. Wei Liang began to approach his cultivation differently after that. Instead of pushing himself toward the next breakthrough, he slowed his pace, allowing his nascent soul to stabilize fully. He continued his duties as sect physician, but he began to perform them with a different intention, not trying to be perfect, but trying to help people understand their own relationships with mortality, the way Lu Ren had done. And for the first time since he had acquired the death sight, Wei Liang felt something like genuine peace beginning to settle into his life, underneath and intertwined with the weight of the countdowns he still carried. Chapter 50. Acceptance. 6 months after reading Lu Ren's journal, Wei Liang made a subtle shift in how he related to the death sight. Instead of using it primarily as a tool for advancement or decision-making, he began using it as a lens for understanding compassion. When a disciple came to him with a complaint, Wei Liang would see the countdown, and instead of focusing only on the medical or technical solution, he would consider what the disciple needed in the context of the finite time they had remaining. A young woman whose countdown was 40 years would be advised differently than a man whose countdown was 70 years, not because their illnesses were treated differently, but because Wei Liang understood their implicit needs differently. For someone with more time, Wei Liang might recommend a long-term treatment plan that required years of dedicated practice. For someone with less time, he would focus on interventions that would create immediate improvement, allowing them to live more fully in the time remaining. This approach to medicine was technically less sound than the perfectly optimized treatments he had been providing before, but disciples began to report feeling seen and understood in a way they hadn't experienced with other physicians. They didn't know why, exactly, but they sensed that Wei Liang was treating them as whole people rather than as medical problems to solve. Word of this approach began to spread throughout the sect, and Wei Liang's reputation underwent another subtle transformation. He was no longer the genius physician who seemed to have preternatural diagnostic ability. He was becoming known as the physician who somehow always seemed to prescribe exactly what people needed, not just for their bodies, but for their souls. The sword sage observed this change with evident satisfaction. You are beginning to understand, the old master said one afternoon. The death sight is not primarily a tool for making better decisions. It is a tool for understanding what it means to be alive. And in understanding that, You begin to truly see other people. Wei Liang's own countdown had stabilized at approximately 95 years remaining. The rate of drainage had slowed considerably once he stopped trying to accelerate his cultivation and instead focused on using the site compassionately. He had even gained back a few years simply through continued normal cultivation, as his meditation deepened and his understanding of the heavenly Tao grew more refined. But more importantly, Wei Liang had stopped being afraid of the countdown. It was still there, still visible when he opened himself to full perception of it, but it no longer felt like a curse. It felt like information, important information that he was learning to integrate into a healthier relationship with his own mortality. He thought often of the immortal, the ancient being who had chosen to stop advancing rather than burn away completely. Wei Liang understood now why that choice had been made. At a certain point, pushing for further advancement becomes less important than appreciating the time you have. One evening, about a year after beginning to read Lu Ren's journal, Wei Liang received a visit from a stranger in the sect's healing chambers. It was a woman who had not registered with the sect formally, but who somehow had been granted access to the inner sanctum. She was beautiful in an unsettling way, with eyes that seemed to reflect light differently than normal eyes, and a presence that made the temperature in the room feel slightly wrong. Her countdown was infinite. Another immortal, Wei Liang said, not surprised. Yes, the woman replied. I was once a bearer of the death sight, long ago. I have been watching your progress with great interest. You are taking a different path than most bearers do. Most either burn out quickly or become obsessed with advancement like you did for a time. But you seem to be finding something else. Acceptance, Wei Liang said. Perhaps, the woman agreed. Or perhaps just understanding that fighting against the heavenly Tao is ultimately futile. The death sight will always be a burden. But it can also be a gift if you learn to use it correctly. Why did you come? Wei Liang asked. To tell you that you are approaching a choice point, the woman said. In approximately 5 to 7 years, your cultivation will be ready for the final breakthrough to immortal ascension. At that point, you will face a decision. Do you continue advancing, knowing that each breakthrough will cost you more than the previous one? Or do you accept your current level of cultivation and spend the remainder of your lifespan learning to live well with the gift and burden you have been given? Lu Ren reached immortal ascension, Wei Liang said. According to the records. Yes, the woman replied. And when he did, something remarkable happened. His relationship to the death sight transformed entirely. It is difficult to explain, but imagine if the sight changed from showing you the countdowns of others to showing you the infinite value in each moment of existence. That is something like what happens to those who reach ascension while bearing the sight. The woman stood to leave. I cannot make the decision for you, she continued. But I wanted you to know that the choice is coming. And that either choice, to continue or to accept, can lead to a kind of peace, if approached with intention. After the woman departed, Wei Liang sat alone in the healing chambers and contemplated the choice that was approaching. 7 years was enough time to understand what path would truly serve him. 7 years to deepen his relationship with the death sight, to understand how Lu Ren had managed his final transformation. Wei Liang found that he was no longer afraid of the future, no longer desperate to control his fate. He would continue his cultivation, would continue helping people through his role as sect physician, would continue deepening his understanding of what the death sight could teach him. And when the time came to make the final choice between advancement and acceptance, he would be ready to see clearly what the right decision was. For the first time since the beggar's blessing 6 years ago, Wei Liang felt genuinely at peace with what he had been given. Chapter 51. The second visitor Wei Liang was beginning his evening meditation when Xiaoang arrived at his chambers unannounced, moving with the careful precision of someone who did not want to startle. It was odd. Xiaoang had never violated the privacy protocols of the sect by visiting without invitation, no matter how close their alliance had become over the years. The evening light was fading to deep blue outside Wei Liang's window, the kind of twilight that seemed to stretch between day and night, between clarity and mystery. Wei Liang had been planning to spend the next few hours in deep meditation, exploring the subtle ways that his cultivation base had evolved since advancing to nascent soul. The unexpected visit was a break in his routine, but not entirely unwelcome. Xiaoang was one of the few people in the sect whom Wei Liang could speak to with some degree of honesty about his concerns and doubts. Your door wards didn't stop me, Chaoang said, settling onto a meditation cushion across from Wei Liang. I assume you allowed that deliberately. Wei Liang opened his eyes. Chaoang's countdown read 17 years, unchanged from the last time Wei Liang had checked. The number had been constant for nearly 2 years now, which was unusual. Most people's countdowns shifted subtly as the heavenly Tao assessed their trajectory, their health, the weight of karmic debts and obligations they accumulated. But Chaoang's remained fixed, as if his fate had been locked into place by some force beyond the normal operation of mortality. I did. Something is troubling you, Wei Liang said. Chaoang had become what Wei Liang supposed might be called a friend, though both of them were too careful and too aware of each other's secrets for the relationship to be unguarded. Chaoang knew about the death sight, or at least, he knew that Wei Liang possessed some form of supernatural perception, and that knowledge had formed the foundation of their alliance years ago. In the beginning, that alliance had been built on mutual interest. Chaoang would keep Wei Liang's secret in exchange for Wei Liang, keeping Chaoang's own hidden agenda private. But over the years, something had shifted. They had begun to develop an actual relationship, built on respect and understanding rather than mere transactional benefit. I am witnessing something I did not expect, Chaoang said carefully. You are becoming someone different. When we first formed our arrangement, you were driven by ambition. You wanted to advance quickly, to prove yourself, to build power. I respected that. It was familiar to me. I understand that kind of hunger. Wei Liang waited for Chaoang to continue, sensing that this was the preamble to something more significant. He had noticed the same transformation in himself, though it had been gradual enough that he had not fully articulated it to anyone. And now, Wei Liang asked, now you seem to be becoming gentler, Chaoang said,